A digital interface crackles to life, announcing a user logging into the virtual world of Warble as a luminous avatar of Sarah Lee materializes within a stark, modern room. Just a week into her journey, she stretches, feeling the profound changes within her, marveling at how quickly her body has adapted to this new reality. Her eyes widen as she takes in the hyper-realistic cityscape around her, wondering how a simple phone application could possibly conjure such a vast and tangible virtual world. A sudden realization snaps her back to the present as she checks her phone, reminding herself that she shouldn't be spending so much time on this, despite the allure of her rising stats. She muses over her rapid progress, gaining 2 points a day, and wonders what further transformations await her with each new level, already feeling a significant shift in her own being. The game, she realizes, isn't just virtual. It's actively enhancing her real-world abilities, a fact proven by her dramatically improved concentration and a significant jump in her mock test scores. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a new notification, her eye widening as the system announces the ominous arrival of a demon goblin. The message repeats, confirming the creature's presence, a new threat now active within the Warble world. The newly spawned creature, a grotesque goblin of level E and fairy type, possesses the unsettling characteristic of desiring tribute. Meanwhile, high above the city, a towering skyscraper stands silhouetted against the moonlit sky, the air around it crackling with an unseen energy. Perched atop the building, a mysterious figure with glowing hair senses the disturbance, a subtle HM, escaping his lips as the energy around him intensifies. He gazes down at the city below, a thoughtful expression on his face, acknowledging the unfolding events with a quiet, confident assessment. His sharp gaze narrows, taking in the sight of a familiar shoulder, now bruised and scraped, a silent acknowledgement that she is injured. The rules of this digital underworld are clear, a stark warning echoing through the city's twilight. Blood must never be spilled within its confines, for its scent draws hungry demons. And as if on cue, a monstrous entity, a demon Jotun of level E, manifests on a distant rooftop, its colossal form casting an ominous shadow over the urban sprawl. The monster's presence sends a wave of terror through the city, its known characteristic, a deep hatred for beautiful women, making the situation even more dire for those caught in its path. With the image of the terrified young woman still fresh in his mind, the observer moves with swift, decisive action, a glowing object appearing in his hand as he prepares to intervene. His fingers tap a command on a holographic interface, the action accompanied by a surge of energy, as if activating a hidden power. The rhythmic pulse of music continues to flow through his headphones, a stark contrast to the impending chaos. Then, with impossible speed, he plunges from the sky, crashing down onto the rooftop with an explosive impact that sends debris flying. The demon Jotun, caught completely off guard, recoils from the sudden assault, its face already marred by the force of the blow, blood splattering from the wound. Its eyes widen in a mixture of shock and pain, the monster struggling to comprehend the speed and power of its attacker. A guttural roar of fury and agony erupts from the Jotun, as the unnamed male observer stands before it, crackling with an intense blue aura. With another burst of energy, he propels himself through the air, leaving streaks of brilliant blue light in his wake as he continues his assault. A blinding flash of blue-white energy rips through the air, the culmination of a devastating attack. As the light fades, he looks on, a faint smirk playing on his lips, his glowing red eyes reflecting the chaos he has wrought. Above the shattered landscape, the demon Jotun dissolves into shimmering blue particles, its monstrous form utterly defeated. He stands amidst the dissipating remnants, a system message confirming the monster's demise and the acquisition of 1,000 Jotun's ether, along with a new item, Jotun's claw. A small, satisfied sound escapes him as he observes the newly acquired claw, musing that it could be forged into a formidable weapon. With a thought, the Jotun's claw is stored away, its dark, crystalline form vanishing into his inventory. He glances at his phone, a brief escaping him as he confirms the monster's finality, a simple dead marking the end of the encounter. His attention then shifts to Sarah Lee, lying unconscious on the ground, her uniform torn and blood staining her shoulder, a stark reminder of the danger she faced. Deciding to withdraw from the immediate vicinity, he prepares to unleash a new power, a massive, shadowy entity with glowing blue accents manifesting behind him, the ominous Hades breath. The shadowy form continues to coalesce, its power radiating outwards, as he channels the dark energy, his hand glowing with the same eerie blue light. He uncaps a small, black bottle, from which a plume of dark, ethereal smoke billows forth, fueling the manifestation. As the dark energy coalesces, the unnamed male observer stands before a towering column of swirling black and crimson smoke, a shadowy, tentacled entity now fully manifested at its base. The year is 2037, a time when strange, ethereal energies begin to manifest across the world, signaling a profound shift in reality. Ultimately, humanity has collapsed, its civilization shattered by an apocalyptic event that occurred long before. To prevent this devastating future, one human was sent 25 years back into the past, a lone figure cloaked in dark attire, emanating a faint blue glow. His mission was clear, to prevent the end from happening, but despite his efforts, the human was killed. However, fate had other plans. Because of an unforeseen circumstance, a shadowy entity with piercing red eyes and glowing blue chains emerged, altering the course of events. And so, for years passed, with the hooded figure now defeated, sitting amidst flames and bound by the very chains that heralded the unforeseen. The world remained a desolate wasteland, strewn with debris and stained with blood. However, a seed of hope was left behind, a small light in the encroaching darkness. Amidst the ruins of a gaming setup, a smartphone lay ringing, its screen displaying a vibrant game icon, a stark contrast to the surrounding devastation. The call echoed through the silence, a potential beginning in a world that had seemingly ended. In the year 2016, a faint crackling sound emanates from a smartphone held by a young woman, its screen displaying a game icon as she focuses intently. Another crackle echoes as her hand clenches, crushing 2 walnuts in a decisive motion, the shells splintering under the pressure. A subtle smile plays on her lips, earbuds nestled in place, as the crackling intensifies around her. A voice confirms the synchronization is complete, and the screen displays War BLE as a loading bar indicates entry into the underworld, accompanied by more crackling energy. The system announces logging into Warble, and with a soft ding, an ethereal, glowing projection of Kim Ki-jin materializes within a room, ready to begin. A system message confirms that one user has successfully logged into the underworld, the crackling energy still present as the connection solidifies. Back in her room, Kim Ki-jin lets out a soft sigh of relief, the tension easing from her shoulders. Now fully immersed in the virtual city, she exclaims that it has only been a week, but this is truly amazing, her face lighting up with the realization. So this is War BLE. She stands alone amidst towering skyscrapers under a crimson sky, the vastness of the digital world stretching out before her. A flicker of confusion crosses her face as she admits, but I don't get it. Then questions aloud. How can a tiny phone app generate a whole virtual world? Kim Ki-jin marvels at the immersive quality of the virtual world, finding it almost indistinguishable from reality. Her expression one of pure astonishment as she exclaims, "Oh yeah." Yet, a week later, she finds herself tapping away at her phone, a small voice in her head suggesting, I shouldn't be wasting time like this, even as she continues to engage with the War BLE game. The game's interface displays her avatar, Sarah Lee, still at level 1, prompting her to reflect, it's been a week, but I'm still level 1. Despite the slow progress, she notes, it looks like I'm getting around 2 points a day, and wonders aloud. I wonder what happens when I level up, as she realizes, I've already changed so much. Indeed, this game holds a secret, for her cheeks, which were once covered in pimples, are now remarkably clear, a faint blue glow hinting at the subtle transformation. Her skin is now spotless, and she feels a newfound physical prowess, thinking, I'm much stronger too. I doubt I'd lose in arm wrestling to even a grown man. Her enhanced abilities extend beyond the physical, as she recalls, I even went up 10 places in my last mock test, because of my increased concentration. With her fists clenched, a subtle blue aura emanating from them, it becomes clear, it looks like War BLE can increase a human's abilities to its fullest potential. The game screen, still displaying Sarah Lee's level 1 stats, serves as a constant reminder of the source of her transformation, its glowing lines mirroring the subtle changes within her. A confident smile spreads across her face as she declares, all right. With a newfound resolve, she pulls down her collar, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, her journey with War BLE just beginning. As the night deepened, a soft glow emanated from the city, while Kim Ki-jin, now focused on her training, shed her outer layers, the fabric sliding away with a soft rustle, revealing her determination. She stretched, a soft sigh escaping her lips, recalling the guide's words about gaining more experience by wearing less, a thought she dismissed as she was alone, free from embarrassment. With a focused expression, she prepared herself, ready to begin her intense regimen. Her hands clapped together rhythmically, a steady beat accompanying her movements as she pushed through the exercises. Her body moved with newfound agility, each stretch and flex a testament to the game's influence, eliciting a surprised gasp from her as she felt her own progress. Suddenly, her phone chimed, a notification flashing across the screen, announcing her stats were rising, a clear sign of her efforts paying off, and she resolved to keep pushing forward. Her chest heaved slightly from the exertion, but her eyes held a spark of renewed determination. Meanwhile, high above the sprawling metropolis, a crimson moon cast an eerie glow over the towering skyscrapers, painting the night in shades of red and gray. From a high window, the same unsettling vista unfolded, the city lights twinkling beneath the watchful eye of the blood-red orb. One particular skyscraper stood out against the ominous sky, its peak reaching towards the glowing celestial body. As if responding to the celestial presence, faint crackles of energy began to emanate from its summit, a subtle hum of power filling the air around the building. And there, perched atop the skyscraper, a figure cloaked in darkness stood, crackling with an unseen force, his red eyes glowing intensely as he surveyed the city below, a silent observer amidst the rising power. A faint crackle echoes, and a thought surfaces through the haze of exhaustion, wondering if this intense experience has turned her into some kind of psycho. Her face contorts in a grimace, uttering a single, weary declaration. I'm beat. Lying sprawled, she tries to rationalize the overwhelming fatigue, convinced this must be some form of lucid dreaming, yet unable to shake the profound weariness that grips her. As her gaze drifts upward, past her disheveled hair, the ominous red moon hangs heavy over the city skyline, casting an unsettling glow. Underneath that crimson sky, a monstrous, blood-soaked arm bursts forth, its raw, brutal form signaling a new, terrifying presence. Meanwhile, an intense red eye, glowing with an otherworldly light, observes the unfolding chaos with a piercing gaze. A system notification, accompanied by a flaming skull icon, confirms the observer's suspicions, announcing that the demon, Goblin, has spawned. A heavy, blood-soaked club lies discarded on the fractured ground, its presence a grim testament to a recent, violent encounter. Suddenly, a young woman, Sarah Lee, turns with a gasp, her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and alarm as she senses an unsettling shift in the air. A chilling realization dawns upon her as a system notification appears, confirming the ominous presence. The demon Goblin has spawned, its shadowy form already casting a long, foreboding silhouette over the city. Towering over the urban landscape, the monstrous goblin stands, its green skin and tattered loincloth a stark contrast to the modern buildings, a crude club clutched in its hand. This creature, identified as a monster level, E-type, fairy, possesses a singular, unsettling characteristic. It desires tribute. The goblin's guttural voice echoes, demanding to know what she intends to do, while Sarah Lee, trembling, can only stammer out a terrified question about its demonic nature. Its fanged maw opens wider, delivering a chilling ultimatum. The goblin desires a tribute, and if it finds her offering pleasing, she will be repaid, but glowing chains already bind her wrists, leaving her no choice. Sarah Lee's mind races, her voice barely a whisper as she repeats the word, the full horror of the demand sinking in, her eyes wide with a desperate, frantic energy. The goblin's glowing yellow eyes bore into her, a silent, predatory gaze that elicits a piercing shriek of pure terror from Sarah Lee. Panicked, she desperately tries to buy time, stammering out a plea to wait, her clothes beginning to fall away as she realizes the only tribute she has to offer. The goblin's attention shifts to the discarded garments, its expression unreadable as it considers the unexpected offering. With a look of profound vulnerability and fear, Sarah Lee holds out her clothes, a desperate offering to appease the monstrous entity before her. The goblin's guttural shriek echoes through the urban night, its form blurring with aggressive intent. Its negotiations having clearly broken down, Sarah Lee flees in terror, the creature now intent on her demise. Another piercing cry rips through the air, a chilling promise of the violence to come. From a distant rooftop, an observer watches the chaos unfold, a detached assessment forming on his lips. Not bad. He sits calmly amidst the urban sprawl, his gaze fixed on the unfolding drama below. His thoughts drift to the goblin's relentless pursuit, labeling its actions as expected of a psycho, even as Sarah Lee's shoulder shows a fresh, painful bruise. The sight of her injury shifts his perspective, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he acknowledges, but she's injured. A fundamental rule of this hidden world comes to mind, Warble Rule 2, which dictates that blood must not be spilled within the underworld, a decree that governs the delicate balance of their reality. For the scent of blood, even a single drop, is a beacon that draws hungry demons from the shadows, threatening to unleash a far greater catastrophe under the ominous red moon. Despite his initial reluctance, the observer finds himself caught in a moral dilemma, muttering, I don't really want to join the fight, but... Still observing the unfolding chaos, he considers the implications of the situation, a different story now beginning to unfold. His fingers tap rhythmically on a glowing tablet, a subtle hum of energy emanating from the device. A faint, almost imperceptible melody seems to play around him, reflecting his contemplative state as he watches the events unfold. Meanwhile, far below, Sarah Lee continues her desperate flight across the rooftops, the grotesque goblin hot on her heels, its guttural cackle echoing through the air. Despite the chase, a surprising realization dawns on her. The creature pursuing her is weaker than she had initially feared, though its claws had managed to inflict a minor cut. From his distant vantage, the observer sees a system notification flash across his screen, confirming the identity of the girl as Sarah, a human at level 1. He muses that thanks to the Warble system, even a low-level goblin could be easily dispatched. A sudden surge of power courses through Sarah Lee, her experience points increasing instantly, and she finds herself invigorated, noting that this is the first monster she has encountered all week. With renewed determination, she extends her arm, refusing to let the creature escape her grasp. Her fingers close around the goblin's arm, securing her hold. A brilliant blue aura flares around her outstretched arm, crackling with raw energy as she prepares to strike. Her glowing fist connects with the goblin, a violent impact sending sprays of blood and blue lightning across the scene. But the moment of triumph is fleeting, replaced by a look of utter shock and disbelief on her face. Her arm, severed cleanly at the elbow, lies on the cold, hard ground, blue energy still flickering around the gruesome wound. The world spun around her, a dizzying blur of pain and disbelief, as Sarah Lee stared at the raw, empty space where her arm had been just moments before. A faint blue energy, like residual magic, still pulsed from the wound, a stark reminder of the brutal force that had torn her limb away. Suddenly, a chilling system notification flashed into existence, confirming the monstrous entity before her as a demon Jotun, a creature of immense power, designated monster level E and of the giant type. Her eyes, wide with terror, darted between her mangled arm and the looming shadow of the beast, a primal fear seizing her very core. As she stood, small and vulnerable before the colossal monster, another chilling detail emerged from the system. This particular demon Jotun possessed the disturbing characteristic of hates beautiful women. The realization hit her like a physical blow, her face contorting in a silent scream of pure dread, the blue energy of her aura flickering around her in distress. A sickening shriek echoed through the air as a fresh spray of blood erupted from her wound, painting the stark white surroundings crimson. The demon Jotun, with a chilling nonchalance, held up her severed arm, a faint blue glow still clinging to the limb as if mocking her loss. Overwhelmed by the searing agony and the horrifying sight, her eyes squeezed shut, a silent cry tearing through her. Her legs gave out beneath her, sending her collapsing forward, her body racked with pain and despair. The demon Jotun, meanwhile, opened its massive maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a predatory hunger gleaming in its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, it brought the severed limb to its mouth, devouring it in a flash of blue energy, sealing Sarah Lee's fate with a gruesome act. A low, guttural sound escapes the demon Jotun, its massive form momentarily still, as if sensing an unseen presence. A moment of confusion washes over the creature, its small eyes darting around, searching for the source of the disturbance. When suddenly, a blur descends from above, striking the demon Jotun with explosive force, sending debris scattering in a blinding flash. The impact contorts the creature's face in a mask of shock and pain, its eyes widening as the full force of the attack registers. Its massive body begins to fall, defeated, while the attacker, a figure wreathed in crackling blue energy, follows its descent with effortless grace. The unnamed male observer plunges through the air, a brilliant streak of azure light trailing behind him, a testament to his incredible speed. As he descends, a confident smirk plays on his lips, his red eyes glowing intensely, framed by the vibrant blue streaks in his hair. The system confirms the swift victory, announcing the demon Jotun's defeat and the acquisition of 1,000 Jotun's ether, along with a Jotun's claw, as a dropped item. A system notification confirms the defeat of a demon Jotun, prompting a decision to loot the body. Standing amidst the shimmering fragments of a shattered battlefield, the observer receives confirmation of 1,000 Jotun's ether obtained, along with the drop of Jotun's claw. He watches as the last vestiges of the defeated demon dissipate into glowing particles, his gaze calm and assessing. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he utters, "Oh ho," before his attention shifts to the formidable, dark claw now lying on the ground. Considering the potential of his new acquisition, he muses, "Not bad. I can make a decent weapon with this." Suddenly, a sharp ding emanates from his phone, drawing his attention to the device he holds in his hand. The system confirms the Jotun's claw has been stored, a faint blue energy trailing from his hand as he completes the action. His red eyes gleam with a subtle intensity, reflecting the power of the newly acquired Jotun's claw. A soft, contemplative escapes him as he turns his back on the city, walking away from the urban landscape. His path leads him to a grim discovery, however, as he finds a young girl, Sarah Lee, lying motionless and bloodied on the pavement, her school uniform disheveled. Without a word, he extends his foot, giving her body a gentle nudge, a cold assessment of the situation. Looking down at the lifeless form, he states with an unsettling calm, "Dead, huh?" His gaze, sharp and intense, falls upon the lifeless form of Sarah Lee, her face still bearing the marks of her demise. Reaching for a sleep device, he issues a single, cold command, "Withdraw." As if summoned by his will, a dark, monstrous aura, known as Hades' breath, erupts around him, its shadowy tendrils reaching out with an ominous blue glow. The power channels through a specialized weapon, dark smoke swirling around its form, ready to unleash its mysterious effect. A column of ethereal smoke descends from above, enveloping Sarah Lee's still body. Standing amidst the swirling darkness, he acknowledges his limitations, stating, "I can't resurrect a dead person, but..." His eyes glow with fierce determination as he continues, "This is pretty much the same thing, so..." The shadowy aura intensifies around Sarah Lee, a dark promise hanging in the air. He stands over her, a lone figure wreathed in the dark, swirling energy, the ritual reaching its critical point. Suddenly, Sarah Lee's eye snaps open, a vibrant, unnatural blue light glowing from within. A spectral skull, its eye burning with the same eerie blue light and wreathed in fire, symbolizes the power now at play. A figure stirs, slowly rising from a bed, her dark hair cascading around her as if caught in an unseen current. She gasps, a ragged sound escaping her lips, her eyes wide with terror as she questions if this horrifying experience was merely a dream. Frantically, she presses a hand to her chest, a desperate attempt to confirm her own existence, a relieved sigh escaping her as she realizes she is, indeed, alive. But the relief is short-lived, her expression twisting into renewed horror as a chilling realization dawns upon her. The memory of being consumed by a demon flashes through her mind, and the unnamed male observer, sitting calmly beside her, remarks that things could have been far worse. He holds up a small, glowing object, and Sarah Lee's eyes widen in disbelief as she realizes what he's referring to, her own heart. Her hand flies back to her chest, the chilling truth settling in. Her heart isn't beating. The observer, his red eyes gleaming, confirms her unspoken question, stating plainly that she is now a zombie, before casually addressing her. His gaze shifts to a smartphone lying on a nearby desk, and he asks her where she acquired it. The phone's screen glows faintly, displaying a grid of applications. Among them, a distinctive icon stands out, a stylized skull against a vibrant, splattered background. Under a sky weeping rain, illuminated by a surreal, glowing pink moon, a young man flexes, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He stands over the defeated form of a grotesque creature, his muscles taut from the recent exertion, clearly pleased with his performance amidst the towering cityscapes. This is Charlie Kim, a human, currently at level 2, his journey just beginning, and his ambition burns brightly. He imagines a future where even the Olympics would be within his grasp, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from his clenched fist. His hand, still coated in the viscous, green ichor of his recent kill, clenches in anticipation of greater challenges. But his moment of triumph is abruptly shattered by a voice from the shadows, informing him that killing mere goblins won't be enough to reach level 3, causing him to spin around, demanding to know who dares interrupt him, as a dark silhouette stands ominously in the distance. Before he can react, a swift, brutal strike pierces his chest with a sickening thud, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognizes his assailant in his final moments. A spray of blood erupts from the wound, and Charlie Kim collapses, a faint blue light emanating from his back where the attack landed. The unnamed male observer now stands over Charlie Kim's lifeless form, a system notification confirming the human's death and the drop of an ether gem. He retrieves the glowing, multifaceted gem, admiring its vibrant hues, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The observer calculates its worth, anticipating a hefty sum of at least $10,000, his gaze fixed on the shimmering object. He muses that ether gems are not only beautiful, but also the very essence of life, as faint crackling sounds emanate from the gem in his hand. The unnamed male observer glances at his phone, the WarBLE app displaying a grim count. Only 5 humans remaining, he notes with a dismissive humph. As he considers deleting another entry, the screen updates, listing Charlie Kim as stabbed by LVL5HUM, and Sarah Lee as killed by Demon Jotun, when suddenly his phone vibrates with an incoming call, the name Sarah Lee flashing across the display. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he registers the caller ID, the persistent whir of the ringtone echoing his confusion. With a decisive click, he answers the call, a single, hesitant word escaping his lips. From the other end, a furious voice erupts, demanding to know what took him so long and accusing him of being a damn scammer for a stupid app that promised to raise grades, the rain continuing to fall around him as he listens intently. Sarah Lee, her face contorted in anger, continues her tirade, asking if he'd forgotten her and questioning the purpose of a head if not to use it, leaving him utterly stunned, a single thought echoing in his mind. How did she survive? He considers the impossibility of her survival, wondering if she found some hidden item, while on the other end, Sarah Lee, still fuming, rejects his offer of a refund or a meeting tomorrow, insisting on meeting him immediately to fix the problem. He ponders her demand, a thoughtful right, now, escaping him, while Sarah Lee, exasperated, lets out a frustrated ugh as Kim Kijin sits nearby. A new question forms in his mind. But, why are you looking for the person who sold me the app? His eyes glowing with an intense, predatory light as he considers the implications. The city hums with the rhythm of daily life, traffic lights guiding the flow beneath a bright, open sky. Among its bustling arteries stands Seoul Station, a gateway to countless destinations, its modern facade reflecting the sunlight. But beneath the surface, a subtle unease begins to crackle, a faint, unsettling energy that seems to ripple through the air, unnoticed by the throngs of commuters. For some, the subway is more than just transport. It's a place where dark thoughts linger, a beloved method of escape for those seeking an end. As the unsettling crackle intensifies, Sarah Lee moves through the station, her expression thoughtful, perhaps sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere. She knows there are 2 sides to a subway, one for each direction, a simple truth understood by all commuters, including Kim Kijin, who walks nearby. One side represents its efficiency, the most effective form of public transport, swiftly carrying people to their destinations, and 2. The train to Wajongbu approaches with a distinct ding, its arrival announced as passengers are urged to step behind the yellow line, a routine warning in a place where routines can be shattered. Sarah Lee's gaze sharpens, her eyes reflecting a sudden, profound realization, as if the world around her is shifting and demons appear. They emerge in those very places, the mundane corners of the city, the subway platforms, where ordinary lives intersect with the extraordinary. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure stands over an injured man, his thoughts focused on another, muttering that she should be coming soon, hinting at a larger, unfolding plan. At the injured man's feet, scattered coins and a broken object lie on the cold floor, a stark reminder of the sudden violence that has erupted in this once ordinary space. As the previous encounter concluded, the unnamed observer continued his grim task, an older man struggling desperately against an unseen force, his pleas for mercy cut short by a muffled cry. Dragged across the cold, hard ground, the victim's struggles grew weaker beneath the bright, unforgiving light of the subway tunnel, his body yielding to the relentless pull. The observer continued to haul the man along the desolate tracks, his form a dark silhouette against the tunnel's entrance, the victim's resistance fading with each agonizing foot. Finally, the observer released his grip, leaving the injured man as a small, broken figure far behind on the tracks, a chilling testament to the completed act. The aftermath was brutal, as the victim's hand lay mangled on the cold metal, blood staining the tracks where bones had audibly cracked. The sounds of crushing bone continued to echo, a grim symphony accompanying the pooling blood, confirming the severity of the injuries inflicted. From the shadows, a chilling voice confirmed, "The contract has been completed," as a monstrous mouth, stained with purple fluid, revealed sharp, predatory teeth. Meanwhile, in the bustling Wajongbu subway station, oblivious to the horrors unfolding nearby, commuters waited as the digital sign announced the approaching train, urging everyone to step behind the safety line. A diverse crowd of passengers stood along the platform, their faces reflecting the quiet anticipation of their daily commute, a stark contrast to the violence that had just transpired. Inside the arriving train, more passengers sat or stood, their journeys continuing, unaware that their city was becoming a hunting ground for demons. As the subway car rumbles along, Jude rests his head against the window, a soft zzz escaping him, while Sarah Lee watches him intently, lost in thought. She muses on his transformation, thinking how completely different he seems compared to before, then asks him, "Where'd you get this?" A memory flashes through her mind, recalling a time she thought he might kill her, but now, his presence is entirely different. As she observes his sleeping face, a faint blush spreads across her cheeks, a quiet admission of her softening feelings. Her gaze lingers on his features, noting the surprising length of his eyelashes, a small detail that captivates her. Back in the present, as they sit together, she whispers a question, "Warlock?" a hint of concern in her voice. Her thoughts echo in the silence, a name forming on her lips, Jude. "You're." The image of his glowing, ethereal form appears, as she completes her thought, the 13th. A vision of Jude, empowered and surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, fills her mind, his eyes closed in a moment of intense concentration or pain. Her inner monologue continues, acknowledging that he might not be virtuous, but believing there has to be a reason for his current state. With a hopeful expression, she concludes that he'll definitely be able to change, asking him silently, "You'll change, won't you?" The scene fades to black, leaving her hopeful question hanging in the air. Jude, still resting his head on Sarah Lee's shoulder, offers a quiet promise to try his best. But as he lifts his head, his eyes snap open, revealing a sharp, intense gaze, while the blue streaks in his hair begin to glow with a subtle energy, causing Sarah Lee to flinch back in surprise. She stares at him, a question forming on her lips, wondering what could possibly be wrong. He turns his head away, his expression unreadable, and a moment of silence hangs between them before he finally speaks, his words sharp and dismissive, urging her to call her broker or whatever she was waiting for. His gaze then falls back on her, the glowing blue streaks in his hair intensifying slightly, as he labels her as Psycho Girl. Sarah Lee, her own hair now showing faint blue streaks of energy, glares back at him, demanding he stop calling her that. Unfazed, he simply renames her Psycho Zombie, as a subway announcement confirms the next stop is Seoul Station, with the doors opening on the right. Jude looks forward, his glowing hair streaks reflecting the approaching station lights, his expression still distant. Without another word, he abruptly stands, grabbing Sarah Lee's arm and pulling her along, declaring it's time to go, leaving her startled and confused. She cries out in protest, struggling against his grip, demanding he let go. As he drags her off the train, Sarah Lee winces in pain, muttering about the unfairness of the world and wondering why no one is intervening. Her eyes widen in sudden realization or confusion as she lets out a small, questioning sound. Stepping onto the deserted platform, a sense of unease washes over Sarah Lee, her voice a quiet whisper as she observes the complete absence of other passengers. She turns to Jude, a hint of desperation in her tone, asking if he doesn't feel that something is amiss, but he simply responds with a curt "What?" His gaze remains impassive, and after a moment of silence, he dismisses her concerns with a flat, "Not really," leaving her to ponder the unsettling quiet. From above, their shadows stretch long and distorted across the pristine floor, a stark contrast to the sterile environment. The vast, empty space of the station looms above them, its modern architecture offering no comfort against the growing sense of isolation. Still standing together, their figures appear small against the expansive platform, their blue-streaked hair the only vibrant color in the muted surroundings. Suddenly, Dark, smoky tendrils begin to seep across the polished floor, spreading from an unseen source beneath the platform. The shadowy corruption intensifies, crackling with vibrant blue lightning, as it rapidly consumes the ground around them, blurring the edges of reality. As the ominous energy engulfs the station, Jude's hair glows with an even more intense, ethereal blue, signaling the beginning of an unknown confrontation. Charlie Kim stands in a stark, modern corridor, his expression unreadable as faint blue energy crackles around his dark, spiky hair. Nearby, Sarah Lee looks on with wide, concerned eyes, her face etched with worry as she responds, "Not really." From an overhead perspective, the two stand together as a dark, shadowy energy begins to spread across the pristine floor beneath them, faint blue particles swirling within its ominous depths. The shadowy manifestation intensifies, forming jagged, crystalline patterns that spiderweb across the ground, its blue glow becoming more pronounced. Suddenly, a violent burst of brilliant blue energy erupts from the floor, shattering the surrounding environment with a blinding flash and sending debris flying. As the chaos subsides, a system message materializes, announcing that the demon Naxxerer has spawned, identifying it as a monster level E type, undead, and noting its characteristic of being bound by a contract. Charlie and Sarah exchange a look of grim understanding, her wide eye reflecting the sudden, terrifying reality of their situation. They stand side by side, their shadows stretching long and distorted across the fractured floor, the remnants of the energy burst still visible around them. From the shattered ground, the demon Naxxerer fully manifests, a towering, grotesque skeletal creature with glowing blue energy pulsing from its gaunt form. Its horrifying face, all sharp teeth and glowing eyes, fills the view, followed by another system message confirming, the demon Naxxerer wishes to kill. Charlie and Sarah recoil in shock, their faces a mixture of fear and disbelief. The demon's voice echoes, "You, and you're familiar." Then, a chilling question hangs in the air. Do you still think nothing's wrong?" Charlie Kim, still reeling from the demon's sudden appearance, stares intently at his phone, while Sarah Lee, her voice laced with urgency, calls out to him. He remains motionless, his gaze fixed on the screen, as Sarah questions his stillness, prompting him to initiate a search on his device. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as the system provides information. A Naxxerer is identified as a cross between a vampire and a ghoul from German literature. Sarah, still processing the horror, asks if it's a ghoul, then sarcastically wonders if it's a relative of his, just as a monstrous, clawed hand bursts from the ground, glowing with malevolent energy. The Naxxerer, a grotesque figure with a long tongue and skeletal features, lunges downwards, its claws extended, aiming directly for the two, who are caught completely off guard. Sarah screams in pure terror, urging Charlie to get back as the demon's attack intensifies, its blue energy trails cutting through the air. The Naxxerer's clawed hand closes in on Sarah, but Charlie Kim, his expression grim, prepares to intervene. A surge of dark, clawed energy erupts from the demon, its malevolent power radiating outwards with sharp, blue streaks. Before the demon's attack can land, Charlie Kim unleashes his own powerful blue energy burst, striking the Naxxerer head-on and sending green particles scattering. The Naxxerer is violently thrown back by the impact, its form disintegrating into a cloud of green energy and debris. As the dust settles, a system message appears, detailing the Naxxerer's weaknesses. It can be defeated by placing a coin in its mouth and submerging its head underwater. Charlie Kim looks down at his phone, a slight smirk playing on his lips, muttering that he didn't need the information after all, having already dispatched the creature. A defeated demon lies sprawled on the pristine floor, its green ichor splattered across the white tiles, as Charlie Kim stands calmly over it, while Sarah Lee stares in disbelief, wondering how he could have accomplished such a feat. With a casual shrug, his hair still faintly glowing with blue energy, he simply explains that the creature attacked him, so he punched it. His eyes, glowing with an inner light, reflect a deeper contemplation, far removed from his nonchalant words. Sarah Lee, observing the aftermath and the lingering blue aura around him, realizes there can only be one explanation for a simple demon to attack him so recklessly, a chilling thought dawning on her. Could he be an awakened? Meanwhile, a system message flashes before Charlie Kim's eyes, displaying the words, "A user's contract," hinting at deeper mechanics at play. Suddenly, a new figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked in dark attire and radiating a similar blue energy, causing Sarah Lee to gasp in shock, wondering who this mysterious newcomer could be. Her mind races, recalling that a Naxxerer demon is an immortal creature, only vulnerable to an awakened's ignite ability, and the realization hits her with full force. This new arrival must also be an awakened. He has to be, and a powerful one at that, she thinks, knowing that a level 5 user like herself stands no chance, and it would take at least one of the executives to even hope to defeat him. Faced with overwhelming odds, Sarah Lee makes a quick decision, her system interface displaying options to return to the real world and withdraw item, Jotun's Claw, knowing she has to run, to get back to her own world, and quickly withdraw her weapon. The masked awakened stands tall, now wielding a massive scythe wreathed in swirling dark and blue energy, his presence radiating an undeniable, terrifying power. Sarah Lee clenches her fist in determination, her hand moving swiftly to activate her escape. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupts around her as she curses her predicament and vanishes through the portal. The masked awakened strikes with blinding speed, a whirlwind of dark shapes and white energy blurring through the air, leaving Charlie Kim already on the ground, blood streaking across the floor as his attacker stands triumphantly over him. A gasp of disbelief escapes him, his eyes wide with shock and pain as the residual energy of the blow swirls around him, a fresh wound bleeding on his cheek. The assault continuing with merciless precision, more blood scattering into the air. A guttural scream of pure agony erupts from Charlie Kim, a burst of red energy mirroring his torment. He collapses fully, clutching his legs in despair, realizing the devastating extent of his injuries. The masked awakened turns, walking away with an air of cold indifference, his eyes glowing faintly blue, muttering that an apostle would never be this weak. Still defiant, Charlie Kim pushes himself up, bloodied and enraged, demanding to know who his attacker is. He remains on the ground, clutching a small card, his frustration boiling over, cursing his assailant. The masked awakened delivers another brutal blow, a burst of blue energy tearing through Charlie Kim's clothing, sending him reeling once more. The attacker's voice is cold and clear, warning that Charlie Kim's blood will attract demons, as he lies helpless on the blood-stained floor. Barely conscious, Charlie Kim looks up at his tormentor, his voice weak as he asks what the masked figure truly wants. The masked awaken's eyes glow with an intense blue light, a silent, piercing gaze. Standing over his defeated opponent, he speaks with an air of cold authority. Your boss. Charlie Kim, battered and broken, struggles to comprehend the situation, his mind racing. This bastard's probably a lower-ranking member from one of the Apostles' clans. But, he thinks, a spark of defiance igniting within him, asterisk judging by his actions. It doesn't look like he wants to save the world. I'm gonna crush him, asterisk. Under the glow of a full moon, a soft voice calls out, urging someone to awaken. As the first light of dawn breaks, a young woman's bare feet pad across a wooden floor, the morning already well underway. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, Sarah Lee recalls a prior conversation, reminding herself that practice was scheduled for this very morning. Her footsteps continue down the hall, the call to get up echoing in her mind, as she approaches a closed door. Opening the door, she calls out for her brother, only to find his room empty, a television left blaring in his absence. A frustrated cry escapes her as she realizes he's not home, her attention drawn to the news report on the screen, detailing that approximately 100,000 people have vanished in Korea this year alone. The broadcast continues, emphasizing the crisis has surpassed the Korean Civil War in scale, with experts believing the true number of missing is far greater than reported, leaving Sarah Lee to wonder where they could possibly be, as a photo of her and her brother, Charlie Kim, flashes on the screen. Meanwhile, under the same moonlit sky, a car speeds through the night. Its headlights cut through the darkness as it leaves the city behind, a lone vehicle on a desolate road. Inside, a leg is visible, bearing a deep, glowing wound, a stark contrast to the pristine exterior of the car. Under the pale glow of a full moon, a car speeds through the city streets, its headlights cutting through the night. Inside, the driver, his hair streaked with an unnatural white, glances at his passenger, asking, "Is this it?" The young woman beside him, her face etched with worry, responds with a hesitant, "Why yes, sir." He offers a non-committal sound, and she, desperate to escape the tense atmosphere, meekly asks, could I go now?" The driver remains silent, his gaze fixed forward, while the young woman beside him shrinks further into her seat, her anxiety palpable. With a soft click, the driver opens his door, stepping out of the vehicle, only for the passenger to call out, "Hey, wait for me." A gasp escapes her lips as she watches him, a faint crackling sound accompanying the sudden, intense blue glow that emanates from his eye. Standing together outside the car, they both look towards a massive, skeletal structure of a building under construction, bathed in the moonlight. The unfinished edifice looms large against the night sky, a silent testament to halted progress. The driver's eyes blaze with an otherworldly blue light, crackling with raw energy, the sound of his power growing more pronounced. He turns back to the young woman, the crackling energy still visible around him, causing her to flinch away from his intense aura. The crackling sound seems to emanate not just from him, but from the very air around the construction site, a pervasive hum of unseen power. Meanwhile, in a different car, a man in a driver's cap grips the steering wheel, his face contorted in panic as he thinks, "I have to get out of here." Still reeling from the recent events, the awakened man vows to avoid those people ever again, standing beside his passenger as the city lights glow in the distance. Driving through the night, he scoffs, dismissing an unseen threat as already dead, even as he acknowledges the overwhelming numbers of awakened individuals present and the formidable power of someone named Gale. His glowing eyes narrow, as he questions the foolishness of anyone who would approach without a plan, his phone displaying a notification about awakened and a system message indicating that once someone passes level 10 in Warble, they become an awakened. These awakened are individuals possessing abilities far beyond ordinary humans, and though the man himself might be one, he acknowledges the overwhelming numbers of his opponents, believing he cannot possibly overcome them alone. With a decisive gesture, he activates his phone, initiating a system command to withdraw an item known as Jotun's Claw. Suddenly, a sharp pain lances through his leg, a deep gash appearing as if from nowhere, causing him to gasp in surprise. The attack intensifies, his leg bleeding profusely as the car itself is violently struck, sending him screaming in agony. The vehicle spins out of control, the interior blurring as the world outside becomes a chaotic streak of light and shadow. With a deafening crash, the car is sent hurtling through the air, flipping violently as shards of metal and glass explode outwards, splattering blood across the scene. Inside the mangled wreckage, the windshield shatters into a spiderweb of cracks, stained crimson with fresh blood. Despite the chaos, a system notification flashes, confirming a human killed and an ether gem dropped, which is then automatically stored, indicating the driver's survival and successful retaliation. His glowing eye now visible, he warns his companion to wait outside, as it might get dangerous, before driving away, leaving her confused and questioning the nature of Warble and his identity. He stands before her, his form outlined by a faint blue glow, reflecting on his very existence, a tool sent to the past to prevent humanity's collapse, and he wonders what that truly means. Her wide eyes fixed on him, she listens as he declares that his purpose is none of her business. Later, under the pale glow of a full moon, he stands atop a towering structure, surveying the sprawling city below, a silent sentinel against an unseen threat. Meanwhile, a chilling voice echoes through the darkness, questioning if this latest endeavor is another failure. In a blood-stained room, a group of sharply dressed men, led by a figure in dark sunglasses, gather around a kneeling individual, their intentions clearly menacing. The leader, his face obscured by dark lenses, expresses his frustration, demanding to know why they haven't found a single one worth using, before barking out a sharp, again. Elsewhere, amidst burning debris and scattered cups, terrified voices plead for mercy, begging to be released from their captors. A blonde-haired woman cries out in terror, her pleas joining the chorus of desperate voices, as one of the attackers remarks that misfortune doesn't discriminate, before ordering his subordinates to do it. Her scream echoes through the night, a chilling testament to the violence unfolding, as the city lights twinkle indifferently in the background. Back on the rooftop, Sarah Lee sits alone, her face etched with distress, as the full moon hangs ominously in the sky, leaving her to ponder the terrifying events she has witnessed. A young woman, her light hair matted and her eyes wide with terror, peers through a narrow opening, the harsh light of an unknown space reflecting in her gaze. Inside the dark, confined space, she huddles with two other captives, a dark-haired woman and an older man with a distinctive scar, all three illuminated by a single, piercing beam of light from above. Her eyes dart around, filled with a desperate plea, as the scarred man and another captive with glasses look up in apprehension, a voice from outside announcing, "Welcome back, sir," followed by a query, "Yeah, are they in here?" The response is curt and affirmative, "Yes, sir," as the door begins to open, revealing a blinding vertical slit of light. From the shadows, an unseen figure issues a cold command, "Bring them in," as the light from the now open door casts long, distorted shadows of figures approaching the captives. Three imposing silhouettes loom over the cowering individuals, their forms stark against the brilliant light pouring into the container. A man in a dark suit observes a large group of people, a mix of men and women, all gathered in a dimly lit room, remarking, "Looks like we have a nice mix of men and women." He stands with an air of detached authority, his expression unreadable as he considers the assembled captives, musing that misfortune doesn't discriminate, after all. The man with the slicked-back hair acknowledges a subordinate's comment with a simple, "Well said, sir," while Sarah Lee, Kim Kijin, the scarred man, and the man with glasses plead desperately from the floor, begging, "Don't kill us, please." He then addresses the terrified group, dismissing their pleas with a chilling declaration, "I might look like this, but I've done my fair share of studying." He continues, "All right, we don't have much time, and time is money, let's get this over with." As the leader and his bald subordinates stand before a control panel, the captives, including Sarah Lee and Kim Kijin, react with a collective shriek of terror, the air crackling with an ominous energy as their fate hangs in the balance. A cacophony of crackling energy erupts from the control panel and speakers as a desperate hand reaches out, trying to stop the inevitable. The plea to stop is futile, as glowing blue particles begin to consume the captives, their forms dissolving into light. One by one, the victims are engulfed, their faces contorted in silent screams as the crackling energy tears them apart. Their forms flicker and vanish, leaving only residual blue light and the chilling sound of their demise. The gruesome process continues, as more captives are consumed, their lives ending in a spray of blood and shimmering particles. One man, his face etched with terror, can only utter desperate pleas as the blue energy engulfs him, his glasses reflecting the horrifying light. Meanwhile, the man in the suit watches the unfolding horror, a chilling calm on his face as he remarks, "You know, this is my favorite part." He savors the moment, finding satisfaction in their suffering, watching them crawl around like bugs, begging for their lives. "That's when I feel the most alive. Another voice, unseen, questions his sentiment. Really? Suddenly, a new figure appears amidst the chaos, his presence commanding attention as he dismisses the gruesome event. But it was just a tutorial? Suits you, small fry. The guards, startled by the newcomer's sudden appearance, demand to know his identity and origin. Who are you? Where the hell did you come from? The man with the glowing eyes stands confidently, his blue-streaked hair and intense gaze fixed on the leader, surrounded by the armed men. The leader, intrigued by this unexpected interruption, ponders the newcomer's intentions. I was wondering what you were up to. He then surveys the blood-soaked floor, a silent testament to his cruel game. He stands poised, his electric blue eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity, a subtle aura of power radiating from him as he prepares for the inevitable clash. Without hesitation, the leader lunges forward, a baseball bat arcing through the air with malicious intent, declaring his resolve to inflict the same pain he believes others suffered. But before the bat can connect, a blur of motion and a flash of blue energy deflect the strike, leaving the leader stunned and off balance. A powerful shockwave of blue energy erupts from the protagonist, sending the leader and his armed guards flying backward, their bodies tumbling through the air amidst shattered debris. One of the guards, caught mid-air, is struck by a concentrated beam of blue light, his form contorting from the impact. Regaining his footing, the leader snarls an order, demanding his men eliminate the new threat. The remaining guards rush in, bats swinging in a desperate attempt to overwhelm him, but he moves with impossible speed. He weaves through their attacks, a whirlwind of blue energy, deflecting blows and disarming them with effortless grace, their weapons scattering across the floor. With a final, precise strike, he sends another guard sprawling, his face contorted in pain. He moves like lightning, a streak of brilliant blue light across the room, leaving the incapacitated guards in his wake. The leader, witnessing the swift defeat of his forces, lets out a furious cry, his hand clenching into a fist as a menacing red aura begins to flicker around him. As the leader's red energy intensifies, the new protagonist's blue aura flares in response, the two opposing powers building towards an explosive confrontation. As the masked awakened issues a final instruction, a faint blue energy pulses around him, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Suddenly, the new protagonist plummets through a swirling void, his form a dark silhouette against the ethereal blue light. He descends rapidly, the air around him crackling with an ominous red energy as he breaches an unseen barrier. The descent continues, the crackling intensifying, until he lands with a jarring impact in a desolate, alien landscape beneath a blood-red moon. Nearby, Sarah Lee lies unconscious on the cold, cracked earth, while Kim Ki-jin, slowly regaining consciousness, calls out to her with growing urgency. He scrambles towards her, a cry escaping his lips, and helps her sit up, relieved to find her responsive. Disoriented, Sarah Lee questions their whereabouts, wondering if they had died, but Kim Ki-jin, though equally confused, assures her they are still alive. As they take in their strange surroundings, a new, unsettling crackling sound echoes through the desolate air, drawing their attention to the eerie red moon above. The crackling intensifies, signaling a system synchronization, as a message flashes, sync complete. 7 users have logged into the Underworld. This event, according to Warble Rule 3, initiates a tutorial when a large number of users enter the same area in Warble's Underworld. Startled by the sudden announcement and the strange sounds, Sarah Lee and Kim Ki-jin look up, their faces etched with confusion and fear. Above them, a fiery skull icon materializes, its single glowing blue eye burning intensely. A sudden, unsettling sound echoes through the air, drawing a look of alarm from Sarah Lee, her eyes wide with apprehension as she glances up at the ominous red moon hanging in the sky. The strange, crackling noise intensifies, filling the silence with an eerie, electric hum. As the crackling peaks, a system message flashes into existence, declaring a sync complete and confirming that 7 users have logged into Warble, leaving both Sarah Lee and the new protagonist staring upwards, utterly bewildered by the sudden, intrusive announcement. A wave of confusion and fear ripples through the gathered individuals, their faces contorted in various expressions of dread as another system message appears, ominously announcing that the tutorial's survival will now begin. From beneath the very ground they stand on, a low, guttural cackle begins to emanate, growing louder with each passing second. The new protagonist's electric blue eyes flare with an intense glow, his gaze snapping downwards as he registers the source of the unsettling sound, a look of grim realization dawning on his face. Sarah Lee recoils in shock, her eyes fixed on the small, red-skinned demon with leathery wings and a long tail that has just burst forth from the ground, its cackle echoing around them. The grotesque creature grins with sharp teeth, as the system reiterates its chilling message. Tutorial, survival, has begun. The group, now huddled on the ground, listens as the system details the rules of this deadly game. The survival tutorial will take place within a 100-meter radius, with a border preventing demons of significant ether from entering, forcing them to either defeat the enemy within a time limit or simply survive. The small demon, its tail twitching ominously, stands before the terrified group, who remain frozen in place, grappling with the horrifying reality of their situation. The system then provides further details on their new adversary, identifying it as the demon IMP, a D-type monster whose primary characteristic is that it seeks pleasure, a chilling revelation that makes Sarah Lee's blood run cold. The new protagonist can only manage a choked sound of disbelief, as the imp lets out a piercing shriek, its yellow eyes gleaming with malevolent glee. The ground is slick with blood and littered with bodies, a grim testament to the sudden, brutal shift in reality, as the remaining survivors scramble desperately for safety. Suddenly, a small, red-skinned imp, its eyes glowing with malevolent yellow light, shrieks a guttural warning, urging them to on. The new protagonist, his gaze sharp and unwavering, watches the creature, which clutches something unseen in its clawed hands. As Sarah Lee and Kim Ki-jin sprint away in terror, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from the new protagonist, striking the imp and twisting its face into a mask of shock and pain. The force of the impact sends the creature hurtling through the air, its small body engulfed in crackling blue light. A chilling, high-pitched cackle escapes the imp's lips, even as blood splatters from its form. With a final, agonizing shriek, the imp detonates in a gruesome explosion of flesh and gore, as Brandon and Sarah Lee continue their desperate flight. Brandon, an awakened individual, observes the scene with a detached air, muttering that this situation is no good this time, either, and anticipating his superior's displeasure. Meanwhile, the new protagonist, his eyes now glowing with intense blue energy, reflects on the nature of his foes, knowing that imps might look simple, but they're extremely smart demons who wouldn't bother attacking him when there are so many others to toy with. As the last vestiges of the imp's body dissipate in a final bloody burst, he grimly concludes, "Looks like there's no one worth using this time, either." A chilling sentiment for someone who fucking loves this job. Brandon, still observing the fleeing survivors, including Sarah Lee, coldly considers his options. They must either recruit those for their ether gems or kill them, knowing it will all be over soon. But the danger is far from over, as another imp, its yellow eyes gleaming with malice, suddenly appears, letting out a sinister kiki, while Kim Ki-jin desperately shields a small child from the new threat. As the monstrous imp closed in, a desperate, guttural cry tore from the young girl's throat, her face contorted in pure terror alongside the old man shielding her. The creature, reveling in their fear, let out a chilling cackle as it stalked across the desolate ground. Its form, already stained with blood from previous encounters, loomed larger with every step, a grotesque silhouette against the fading light. Meanwhile, from a distance, the masked awakened observed the unfolding horror, a silent, calculating presence, while the young girl and her protector remained frozen in fear. Just as the imp lunged, its claws outstretched, a desperate plea for salvation escaping the girl's lips, a blinding flash of blue energy erupted, tearing through the creature midair. The force of the impact sent shards of the imp's body flying, a shower of blood and gore. As the young girl recoiled in shock, the creature's form rapidly disintegrating into shimmering blue particles. The old man, witnessing the sudden, brutal demise of the demon, could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief, questioning the impossible sight before him. From the swirling vortex of blue energy, the new protagonist emerged, his eyes glowing with an intense, electric light, the very air around him crackling with power as he casually remarked on the effort it took to bypass the tutorial's defenses. The last vestiges of the imp's form dissolved completely into the brilliant blue light, leaving no trace behind as the old man continued to stare, his expression a mix of awe and terror. The new protagonist, a faint smile playing on his lips, acknowledged the boundary that repelled demons with high ether levels, calling the imp's attempt to bypass it a dirty move. He then asserted his own ability to overcome such barriers, stating that it couldn't keep him out, while the old man, still reeling, demanded to know who sent him, unable to believe an awakened could force their way through the boundary. The new protagonist simply dismissed the old man's frantic questions, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As the masked awakened and his leader calmly watched the scene unfold, the leader instructing the masked man to just sit tight and let events play out. He glares, his voice laced with fury, demanding to know why he's being looked down upon. A chilling thought crosses his mind. It's dangerous. His electric blue eye glows intensely, and he questions the silence. No reply? The ground beneath him begins to crack. The cracks spread across the shattered floor, a shadowy figure standing amidst the destruction, as a chilling declaration echoes. Then I'll kill you too. His form shifts, enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, his body now a conduit for raw power, his face contorted in a bloodied, determined snarl, the blue energy crackling around him. Charlie Kim, surrounded by crackling blue energy, stands amidst a shattered landscape, questioning the silence. His face contorted in a snarl, he vows to kill his unseen opponent. Meanwhile, Brandon, an awakened of the reinforcement type, observes the unfolding scene with calm intensity. Charlie Kim explains that reaching level 10 in Warble transforms one into an awakened, his fist clenching as red energy begins to surge around him. He elaborates that reinforcement type awakened possess the ability to physically alter their bodies, his own form visibly distorting with raw power. With a burst of speed, he launches himself forward, a blur of red and blue energy. The attack continues, a relentless, high-speed assault. His form a whirlwind of destructive force, he presses his advantage. Reaching out with a transformed hand, he recognizes his opponent, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. But Brandon, with an almost dismissive gesture, casually blocks the strike, declaring the effort a waste of time. A sharp crack echoes as the blow is effortlessly deflected, blue energy flaring from his defense. With a powerful surge, he repels the attack, sending Charlie Kim reeling backward amidst a shower of debris and crackling blue light. The remnants of a fierce battle dissipate, a hand covered in blood and a figure surrounded by shattered light fading into nothingness. As a system message confirms the completion of tutorial survival mode, stating there is no reward for killing the demon, and the world around him begins to shift, signaling a return to reality. A vibrant cityscape, crisscrossed with glowing blue lines, materializes, pulling him back from the simulated combat. The transition is abrupt, leaving only darkness and the faint flicker of distant flames, a stark contrast to the digital world he just left. The darkness slowly recedes, giving way to a soft, ambient light. As the world solidifies, a group of men in dark suits stand silhouetted against a backdrop of glowing blue energy, their forms reflecting the same ethereal light that now surrounds Brandon. One of the men, his hair slicked back, observes the scene, a voice remarking, "They're finally back." Brandon stands amidst the suited figures, his own form radiating with intense blue energy, his gaze fixed downwards as if contemplating the sudden shift in his surroundings. The unnamed leader, his face hardened and fists clenching with an audible crack, declares, "You're going down." Brandon, a smirk playing on his lips, challenges him, "Were you waiting for me all this time?" The leader, seething with anger, retorts, "You little punk. I'm going to tear you up," his heavy breathing audible. Brandon looks down, a single word escaping his lips, "Gale," while nearby, a severely injured Charlie Kim, bloodied and desperate, pleads, "Save me." He continues to beg, "Bro, come on. Give me an ether gem." The leader's hand, clad in a pristine suit, extends with an air of cold authority. Meanwhile, Charlie Kim, battered and bruised, struggles to speak, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Before he can finish, a blinding red streak of energy erupts, striking him with a sickening thwack. The force sends him hurtling through the air, his body broken and bleeding, as a single, bitter curse escapes his lips. The leader, unmoved by the brutality, dismisses Charlie Kim's plight, questioning why he would save someone so weak, then orders his subordinate to secure the ether gem, emphasizing its monetary value. Brandon, witnessing the callous display, lets out a derisive scoff, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. The leader turns his attention to him, his face contorted in a sneer, declaring him utterly worthless. With a chilling smile, the leader announces he feels no remorse about killing him, then orders two of his men to wait outside, leaving Brandon to face him alone. As the leader's men begin to move, one of them lunges forward, swinging a metal bat with lethal intent, but Brandon's eyes flash red in anticipation. The bat connects, not with Brandon's head, but with his arm, the metal bending and warping under the sheer force of his defense. Brandon, now crackling with blue energy, confronts the leader, his voice firm as he declares the leader isn't going anywhere. The subordinate who attacked him recoils in shock, as Brandon unleashes a powerful, electrically charged blow, the air crackling around him. As the system processed his command, a familiar, chilling voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of the pain he had inflicted and the pain he was about to face. The device in his hand crackled with energy, displaying a War BLE message, then confirming his entry into the Underworld, a loading bar slowly filling. With the sync complete, he stood at the precipice, his form glowing with an ethereal blue light, surrounded by other figures similarly illuminated. He gave the command, "Let's go," his voice resolute, ready to descend into what he called my version of hell. The environment around them dissolved into a cascade of shimmering blue data streams, reforming into abstract, crystalline structures that pulsed with otherworldly energy, marking their transition into the new realm. As they plunged deeper, the surroundings became a swirling vortex of luminous particles, a digital void swallowing them whole. Finally, a system message confirmed their arrival, announcing that he, along with 9 other Awakens and 10 humans, had successfully logged into the Underworld. A system message echoes through the void, announcing that 9 awakened and 10 humans have been logged into the Underworld, as blue particles drift down around a colossal red moon. The ethereal blue light continues to fall, illuminating a desolate, tiled landscape below. Meanwhile, the unnamed leader, his face etched with confusion, demands to know what has just happened, 2 subordinates standing behind him. As the Underworld's red moon hangs heavy in the sky and the blue particles continue their descent, the masked awakened, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light behind his dark visor, questions if he has been dragged into a war. The masked awakened stands high above a gathered crowd, the red moon a silent witness to his presence, his glowing blue eyes fixed on the figures below, among whom the unnamed leader is clearly visible. With a simple affirmation, the masked awakened acknowledges the situation, while the unnamed leader, a smirk playing on his lips, declares that despite any heroic intentions, saving those people is utterly useless. The unnamed leader continues, promising to kill everyone once they return to the real world, then reveals the critical detail. They can only be kept in the underworld by force for 30 minutes. The masked awakened, however, dismisses this, confident they won't escape, to which the leader retorts with a sarcastic, "Yeah, right." As the masked awaken's blue eyes narrow, the unnamed leader asserts his dominance, warning everyone not to interfere, declaring this brat is his alone. Standing firm, the masked awakened retorts, accusing his opponent of underestimating him as merely an ordinary awakened, before revealing a small, sharp blade in his hand, emphasizing that he is far from ordinary. In response, the unnamed leader's eyes begin to glow with a fierce red light, as streaks of fiery orange energy erupt around his face, signaling a surge of power. He then declares himself an ability type, his entire form becoming engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue and red flames. With his body still wreathed in crackling energy, the unnamed leader boasts of his status, a superior type of awakened that less than 10% ever become, as the masked awakened watches, his blue eyes reflecting the fiery display. Most awakened individuals manifest as reinforcement types, enhancing their physical prowess, though a mere 10% develop into ability types, wielding psychic powers akin to magicians. Even rarer still, less than 1% possess both, emerging as a combined type, and whispers persist of an even more elusive special type. The man named Unnamed Leader, his face contorted with a chilling confidence, proclaims himself the sole individual to ever encounter such a being, asserting his own unparalleled strength. From across the chaotic space, the masked awakened responds with a dry, almost mocking tone, observing that his opponent's ether seems to have gone wild, his own glowing blue eyes fixed on the unfolding display of power. A chilling smirk plays on the unnamed leader's lips, as vibrant blue energy pulses from his form, radiating downwards into the very fabric of the underworld. The ground beneath him begins to crack and distort, swirling with dark, volatile energy as his power reshapes the dimension around them. A system message flashes, announcing the commencement of tutorial and massacre mode, and the unnamed leader unleashes a devastating burst of energy, striking down a nearby awakened who barely has time to utter a confused gasp. The unnamed leader, his expression a mix of cruel amusement and bewilderment, questions the nature of this massacre mode, recalling his countless previous tutorials, none of which offered anything beyond a survival mode for normal people. As the ground begins to crack and glow with ominous red particles, a low, guttural hiss echoes through the air, growing louder and more pervasive with each passing moment. The masked awakened reacts with a sharp intake of breath, his form enveloped in swirling blue and red energies as the terrifying transformation of the underworld continues around him. Above, a full moon hangs in a blood-red sky, illuminating countless shards of debris that float ominously through the air, accompanied by the persistent, chilling hiss. From the depths of the transformed landscape, a colossal, shadowy entity with piercing red eyes emerges, its monstrous form towering over the terrified, scattered figures below. The underworld trembles as a new entity manifests, a calamity-rank magical beast known as the Andromalious Serpent, its arrival heralded by glowing blue energy and debris, its hunger palpable. A chilling hiss echoes through the air, as glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, followed by a surge of blue energy and the horrifying emergence of a massive, serpent-like head, leaving onlookers in utter terror. A purple energy tears through the space, striking the leader and leaving him visibly injured, while the masked awakened recoils from the overwhelming force, a cry of pain escaping him. The leader screams in agony, his body racked with pain as he struggles to comprehend the chaos, realizing his men are also falling victim to the unseen attacks. Screams fill the air as the environment continues its destructive transformation, with the leader standing amidst swirling purple and rising blue energies, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. His face contorted in pain and disbelief, the leader lets out another guttural cry as the relentless assault continues. Above the debris-strewn landscape and under a blood-red moon, the colossal form of the Andromalious Serpent fully reveals itself, its glowing red eyes fixed on the tiny figure of the leader below. The leader watches in horror as the monster's massive, fanged maw opens, letting out a terrifying roar that shakes the very foundations of the underworld. Despite his severe injuries and the overwhelming threat, Bei, the chairman's right-hand man, defiantly challenges the beast, refusing to be defeated. As his cry echoes, a blinding explosion of light and energy erupts, engulfing the entire area in a cataclysmic blast. The world erupts in a blinding flash of white and red energy, the sheer force of the explosion tearing through the very fabric of the underworld. Fiery debris rains down from above, as twisted, dark tendrils and glowing fragments scatter across the shattered, tiled ground, a testament to the cataclysmic power unleashed. Amidst the chaos, a colossal, dark serpentine form writhes, its immense body a stark silhouette against the ethereal blue-white glow of the ravaged dimension. The serpentine entity continues its destructive dance, its movements stirring up more glowing particles and debris, further distorting the already fractured reality. A long, dark corridor stretches into the distance, lined with what appear to be glowing red eyes or ominous lights, hinting at unseen dangers ahead. Above, a massive, blood-red moon casts an eerie glow, illuminating the falling white fragments and the gnarled, dark structures that dominate the desolate landscape. The ground itself is a mosaic of destruction, shattered tiles stained with crimson, reflecting the cold, hard reality of the battle that has just transpired. Glowing white fragments lie scattered across the blood-soaked, cracked earth, where patches of dark foliage struggle to survive amidst the devastation, a grim tableau of the Underworld's new state. A system message appears, revealing Warble Rule 4. The final tutorial stage is now the Raid Massacre mode, with specific tutorials for this deadly new phase. These massacre modes are initiated when someone of at least ascended level, individuals who have gone beyond awakened, and a large number of awakens log in at the same time, leaving the fate of those trapped within uncertain. Ancient texts speak of a power beyond comprehension, the King of Kings, a title bestowed upon the great summoner who once held dominion over all 72 demon kings. This was King Solomon, and within his mystical key, he not only recorded his magical secrets, but also detailed the forbidden knowledge of how to summon these very demon kings. Among the formidable list of these 72, including Belial, Baal, and Paimon, one particularly fearsome entity was the demon king Andromalius. Andromalius, often depicted as a colossal serpent, was a creature of immense power and dread. Now, that very serpent, with its glowing orange eyes, found itself face to face with a human, who simply called out, "Hey." The masked awakened, standing calmly before the towering beast, advised it to give it up while I'm saying it nicely, his voice unwavering. The demon king, however, was not amused, uttering a mocking hiss, as if questioning the audacity of a mere human. As the serpent continued its low, menacing hiss, the masked awakened, now glowing with faint blue energy, simply urged, "Hurry up." Enraged by the human's insolence, Andromalius roared, "Insolent human!" Its massive jaws opened wide, threatening, "I'll swallow you whole." As the masked awakened's blue aura intensified, meeting the threat with a calm gaze, the masked awakened simply let out a weary sigh, as if the demon's bluster was merely an inconvenience. The oppressive aura of the demon king intensified, manifesting as a swirling vortex of dark energy and crimson streaks descending from above. As the masked awakened stood his ground against the colossal serpent demon, a torrent of glowing blue rain cascading around them. Andromalius's glowing red eye narrowed, a guttural voice echoing, "Don't try me." But the awakened simply held up his phone, calmly retorting, "Drop it and go." The demon's gaze intensified, yet the masked figure remained unfazed, ethereal blue chains and luminous butterflies swirling around him, a silent testament to his power. A surge of raw energy pulsed through the air, a palpable force pressing down on the scene. But the awakened's expression remained resolute, his eyes glowing with an inner light as he firmly gripped a dark staff. Wielding the staff, he stood encircled by shimmering blue energy rings, repeating his command to the demon king, "Drop it and go." Andromalius responded with a frustrated hiss, its colossal form writhing as blue energy pulsed along its body, a clear sign of its growing agitation. Ignoring the demon's fury, the masked awakened extended his hand, observing several glowing red shards that materialized in his palm. Then, with a decisive motion, he brought one of the crystalline fragments to his lips, consuming it with a sharp, audible crunch. He continued to devour the shards, each crunch echoing as a system message appeared, confirming he had activated his special skill, Devour, and absorbed the skill Ignite. As the last of the red fragments dissolved, his eyes blazed with renewed power, and he reached out, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. He recalls the sensation of the absorbed power, a surge of energy that felt both familiar and new, as dark, fiery tendrils of magic swirl around his hand. Standing amidst the lingering, ethereal glow of his recent acquisition, he muses on the nature of what he's just gained, a swirling vortex of red and blue energy still radiating from his form. His eyes, now burning with a fierce red light, narrow in determination, as he clenches his fist, realizing that even with this new strength, it is still not enough to face the challenges ahead. A deeper, more ancient prophecy echoes in the air, speaking of a Jotun's claw that will prove insufficient and the impending arrival of Behemoth, the first calamity, suggesting a far greater threat looms on the horizon. Surrounded by a brilliant, crackling blue aura, he acknowledges the immense preparation required to overcome such formidable adversaries. With a quiet resolve, he decides it is time to depart, knowing he still has others to rescue from the clutches of danger. As he walks away, a profound sense of hunger, both literal and metaphorical, drives him forward, his silhouette disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, in a stark, modern room, a man sits by a window, his attention fixed on the glowing screen of his smartphone. The device displays critical intelligence. Apostle number 6, Garth Kong, a level 29 awakened, age 39, was tragically killed by the demon Andromalius snake. A grim expression crosses his face as he confirms the death, while a system message explains that Warble functions like a pyramid, gathering user information. This intricate network was precisely how he obtained sensitive data, including detailed information on Sarah Lee, whose image now appears on a floating screen. The chairman, reflecting on his network, muses that Gale was one of the few individuals he personally granted access to Warble, and there was no way Gale would have encountered a demon during the tutorial farming job he was assigned, unless it was a trap. He wonders if another apostle was behind it. His mind races through the profiles of his enemies: the lone wolf hunter, the cult leader priest, and the enigmatic Midas, a quiet humph, escaping his lips as he considers his options. Turning his attention to the task at hand, he commands himself, "Take care of this, Black." He then considers the implications, wondering what he should do if it turns out to be another apostle's clan. He dismisses the thought of personal involvement, stating that he doesn't care who attacks his property, but if it's another clan, he won't be able to handle them alone. His solution is swift and brutal: use the Devourers. His final command is clear: "I don't care what you do, find the ones who killed Gale." A young woman, Sarah Lee, acknowledges his command with a soft, "Understood, Mr. Chairman." Then, with a suggestive tone, asks, "Chairman, are you going to give me a fun time tonight?" She looks up at him expectantly, her expression hinting at a long-held desire. "I've been waiting for a while, now." Her voice drops to a whisper, almost a plea. "Please eat me up." The chairman's response is a chillingly simple, "Okay, I will." Sarah Lee's eyes widen in confusion and dawning horror, a small "huh" escaping her lips as her hair whips around her, a premonition of the violence to come. A sickening crunch echoes as the chairman's hand closes around her head. Her scream of "EK. Chairman, WH, what's going on?" cut short by the brutal force. A stern voice echoes, warning, "Listen up, kid. If you go down the doorstep, you're going to the afterlife." That, he recalls, was what his grandma would always say. If taken literally, one might assume life and death were two sides of the same coin, but he didn't think so. Just like how some age-old sayings can hold a grain of truth, he wondered if the doorstep and the afterlife represented something else entirely. Standing at the threshold of a brightly lit doorway, he watches as delicate butterflies flutter past him, drawn to the light. A single, large butterfly, its wings patterned in stark black and white, hovers before him, its form almost glowing with a faint blue aura. He remains still, observing the graceful creatures as they drift around the luminous opening. Slowly, he extends a hand, reaching out towards one of the butterflies. He gently cups the butterfly in his palm, its fragile wings resting against his skin. But then, his fingers clench, crushing the life from the creature in a sudden, brutal motion. He looks up at the vast, cloudy sky, as other butterflies continue their silent dance above him. And then, when he was 12, his grandma died. His gaze, once filled with a profound emptiness, now seems to hold a flicker of something more, a subtle shift in the depths of his dark eyes. He had often found himself on this rooftop, a place of quiet solitude, where he could lie back and reflect, never truly feeling sad, even when the world offered every reason to be. Despair and loneliness, concepts that meant nothing to him, simply because he had no compelling reason to continue living. A strange detachment that had been with him from the very moment he was born, his hand reaching out as if searching for something just beyond his grasp. A profound sense that something vital was missing from his existence, and sometimes, he wouldn't even feel pain. His grandmother had been the sole anchor in his life, and with her gone, he found himself without regrets, a void where emotions once resided. Now, a faint blue glow emanates from his form, lifting him effortlessly into the air, as if death itself was slowly creeping towards him, beckoning him into its cold embrace. A sudden, violent crackling sound fills the air, and his face contorts in a silent scream as tendrils of dark, ominous energy swirl around him, intertwining with the ethereal blue light. The energies converge, erupting into a blinding explosion of blue and red light, a powerful force radiating outwards from his very core, shattering the mundane reality around him. From the depths of the swirling chaos, a masked figure emerges, its form cloaked in shadow and glowing with an otherworldly blue aura, extending a silent, chilling welcome. He floats suspended in a dark, ethereal space, surrounded by shadowy, skeletal forms, as the masked awakened below him speaks with an unnerving calm, proclaiming that the answer he has been seeking lies with him. His eyes widen in shock, a mix of fear and desperate hope flickering within them, as the masked figure's voice echoes, a simple yet profound invitation, and he instinctively reaches out, drawn by the promise of understanding. As the masked figure descends, his voice echoes with an almost dismissive tone, declaring that he cannot intervene. The protagonist, still on the ground, looks up at the imposing figure, who now stands directly over him, radiating an intense blue aura. A sudden shift in perspective reveals a flashback, as the masked figure's words take on a different meaning, a voice declaring, "Insolent wretch, he's mine. He's my offering." The voice continues, now with a hint of admiration, "Impressive, entering the underworld without so much as a tool, as expected of humanity's calamity." The flashback continues, showing a gentle-faced woman with flowing white hair and glowing blue accents, who looks down at the protagonist, prompting him to question, "Me?" She responds with a soft smile, the blue energy around her hands intensifying, introducing herself simply as Warlock. The scene shifts back to the present, the masked figure standing over the protagonist, his words echoing the past encounter, "To kill you. That was how we first met." The protagonist's stomach lets out a loud grumble, a stark contrast to the gravity of the masked figure's declaration. The flashback returns, showing the protagonist looking at Warlock with a curious expression while she smiles gently back at him. Breaking the tension of the past, the protagonist asks Warlock, Do you have ramen, by any chance? His eyes, now glowing with a faint blue light, betray a deeper hunger than mere food, as he sits alone in a desolate, rocky landscape, the vast emptiness stretching before him. He rested, slumped against the defeated form of the catacombs demon, its massive, dark body now inert. The creature's face, once a mask of terror, now lay shattered and lifeless, its glowing eyes fading into nothingness, a testament to the brutal power that had brought it down. Hovering above the vanquished foe, the system confirmed his victory. You've slain the catacombs demon, CROX. You obtain an ether gem. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, realizing he must have fallen asleep, utterly drained. Standing now, his side the silent companion, he mused that staying awake for 48 hours was indeed too much, as the system announced. Ether gem absorption complete. With the gem absorbed, he began to walk away from the blood-soaked ground, his mind already on the next task, the system reminding him of his weapon crafting quest and the remaining 231/300 ether gems needed. The desolate, blood-stained landscape stretched out before him, a silent witness to his relentless journey, as a single name echoed in his thoughts, Warlock. Under the soft glow of a full moon, casting long shadows through the autumn leaves, a quiet night settled over the secluded landscape. Suddenly, a sleek vehicle cut through the darkness, its headlights piercing the dense foliage as it approached a hidden structure. Pulling to a stop before a stark, brick wall, a voice from the driver's seat announced, Sir, we're here. The passenger door then swung open, revealing a blinding white light from within. Inside, the masked awakened sat composed, his glowing eyes visible behind his dark visor, before he surveyed the building from above, then turned his attention to the scene unfolding, asking, Is that her? Stepping out of the vehicle, the masked figure entered a brightly illuminated chamber, his silhouette stark against the overwhelming light. As he advanced, his shadow stretched before him, and a voice echoed, Welcome, sir. The masked awakened and several shadowy figures gathered, looking down at a young woman, Sarah Lee, who lay bound and helpless on the cold floor, her wrists and ankles chained. He gazed intently at her, his masked face betraying no emotion, as the captive girl struggled against her restraints. Sarah Lee's dark hair was pulled back, her mouth covered by tape, her wide, fearful eyes conveying her silent plea. A single tear escaped her eye, reflecting the harsh light, as the group of figures, including the masked awakened, continued to stand over her, their shadows casting a menacing pall. Still on the ground, Sarah Lee remained a prisoner, while in the distance, a small fire burned, hinting at further ominous events. Sarah was in dire trouble in the real world, a predicament she had always known was inevitable. She mused, the world is a dangerous place for beautiful women like herself, a sinful woman, she thought. As the masked awakened looked down at her, now bound in heavy chains, he questioned, What's with those chains? One of his subordinates stammered, Well, we used ropes, but... He continued, explaining that she had broken them easily and kept attacking them. The masked awakened, observing the captive, wondered aloud, She doesn't look strong. Is she a waddle user? What level? The subordinate hesitated, then revealed, Well, she's level 1. But, she isn't human, as a faint blue glow began to emanate from the bound woman. With a sharp snap, the chains binding Sarah Lee shattered, her eyes flaring with an intense blue light, a familiar made through some kind of ritual. Standing over the now unconscious Sarah Lee and his incapacitated men, the masked awakened deduced, Don't tell me the mastermind was the Necromancer clan. He considered the implications, knowing that while the Necromancer clans might be few in number, each one controlled countless corpses, making each a clan unto themselves. If it was them, things were about to get complicated, so he ordered his remaining subordinates, Please leave. They immediately responded, Yes, sir. Standing alone in a doorway now glowing with blue energy, the masked awakened's eyes pulsed with the same eerie light. Still bound and gagged, Sarah Lee struggles against her restraints, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. The masked awakened observes her, a stark contrast between her current reality and the idyllic fantasy she once held, a fantasy where she was told she would live a short and beautiful life. He lets out a soft ugh, thinking she must be misunderstanding something, as she manages to speak, asking him a direct question. Holding up a phone displaying an image of a young man, she points to him, demanding to know who he is, to which the masked figure responds by showing her footage obtained from their guy's car. Her voice filled with urgency, she then asks where he is currently, recognizing him as the very reason for her predicament, explaining that she got an app called Warble a few days ago. The masked awakened continues his internal monologue, reflecting on the narrative of her life, concluding that this is simply the end for her. She insists, her voice strained, but he dismisses her concerns, stating that he can't expect a familiar to know details about her master, leaving her utterly confused. A frustrated growl escapes her as she cries out, denying his implications, while he coldly questions if torture would even work on someone already dead, his words chilling her to the bone. As the masked awakened stands before a glowing doorway, dark, smoky tendrils begin to rise from the ground, coalescing into shadowy figures around him. These grotesque forms fully manifest, their bodies glowing with an eerie blue light, and a chorus of guttural growls fills the air. Standing amidst his newly summoned army, the masked awakened addresses them, asking if they can find the boy, to which they respond with a chilling affirmation. As the creatures are unleashed, shadowy hands reach out, clawing towards Sarah Lee, who lets out a terrified shriek as she is overwhelmed. Sarah Lee struggles, her body contorted as shadowy figures with glowing blue cores restrain her, their forms indistinct yet menacing. Meanwhile, the masked awakened observes, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, wondering if these creatures are truly edible, desiring to consume them before they rot any further, yet acknowledging that not all of them possess the same potential. As one of the shadowy entities appears to dissolve into a glowing spiral of energy, he continues his grim assessment. Another creature is violently torn apart, its dark form exploding into a shower of blood and leaving behind glowing red ether gems, a stark reminder of the brutal power at play. The remaining shadowy figures surge forward with a guttural roar, their glowing cores pulsing with malevolent energy as they pursue their prey. He muses that some users who reach level 10 in Warble's Underworld are consumed by demonic energy, transforming into monsters that constantly crave ether gems. He watches the creatures, their clawed hands reaching out, and considers this transformation not necessarily bad news. With a chilling resolve, he declares his need for more, much more, since their physical capabilities rival most reinforcement type awakens, promising 3 times as many ether gems upon mission completion, and even offering the familiar and her master as an additional reward. Sarah Lee, now bound by glowing chains, is completely surrounded by the shadowy figures, their blank faces and spiraling cores closing in. She struggles against her restraints, a desperate cry escaping her lips, as the ominous sound of the creatures echoes around her. Tears stream down her face as she looks up, her voice trembling, calling out for someone, anyone, to save her. Completely surrounded by the encroaching shadows, Sarah Lee lets out a final, desperate plea for salvation. Warble Rule 5 dictates that users who achieve level 10 in Warble become awakens. However, there exists a slim possibility of them being consumed by demonic energy, transforming into monstrous devourers. To sustain their demonic forms, these devourers must regularly consume ether gems and human bodies. While the precise conditions for this transformation remain unclear, whispers suggest it is influenced by one's karma or misdeeds. Under the pale glow of a full moon, shimmering particles of light drift through the desolate night, hinting at the magical energies at play. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupts as the masked awakened strikes with his scythe, a crimson spray erupting from his unseen foe, his ear device glowing with focused power. He continues his relentless assault, the scythe carving swift, precise arcs through the air, leaving glowing trails and more blood in its wake, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Shadowy figures with piercing blue eyes emerge from the gloom, but the masked awakened meets them head-on, his weapon a whirlwind of glowing energy, cutting through their ranks with brutal efficiency. Leaping high above the fray, he brings his scythe down in a devastating overhead strike, shattering the very ground beneath him as glowing blue energy explodes outwards. From a vantage point above, he surveys the carnage, the walls splattered with blood, and the defeated forms of the shadowy creatures littering the ground below. One of the fallen creatures lies still, its single glowing blue eye fading as life drains from its monstrous form. More of the shadowy figures collapse, their forms dissolving into wisps of dark energy, leaving only faint blue trails in their wake. Another powerful leap and strike from the masked awakened, his scythe cutting through the air with glowing blue lines, further demolishing the already ruined environment. Amidst the shattered debris and lingering blue particles, he crouches, absorbing the precious ether gems, a system message confirming his progress towards crafting a new weapon. Reaching out, his hand closes around a glowing blue orb, another ether gem collected from the bloodstained ruins. Standing within a swirling magic circle of blue light, he reflects on his efforts, a hint of frustration in his voice as he mutters, "Not enough, huh?" His eyes glowing with a determined, yet unsatisfied, intensity. A brilliant blue light erupts, signaling the arrival of the masked awakened, as he materializes within a glowing magic circle, its intricate runes illuminating the dark space. He finds himself transported into the ominous lair of Laplace, master of the catacombs. Standing within the shimmering column of energy, he simply acknowledges his new surroundings, a quiet "I know" escaping him. As the light fades, he stands poised, his scythe ready, the air around him crackling with faint, swirling energies of red and white. Before him, a colossal, shadowy entity with piercing blue eyes and tendrils of dark energy manifests, dwarfing the awakened hero below. The ground beneath him cracks as he steps forward, confronting the newly spawned noblesse Laplace, the master of the catacombs. This monstrous being is an S-level winged miasma, a creature known to feed off the ambitions of those who seek to master the universe, especially sages, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent energy. Laplace's voice booms, revealing its ancient knowledge. So you're the last hope of the one who was sent back in time to prevent the end. It continues. I have known you would be coming for over 10 years, leaving the awakened hero in silent contemplation. Breaking the silence, the masked awakened simply asks, so, a challenge that Laplace meets with a confident roar. You cannot defeat me. I know all. As swirling energies intensify around them. The monstrous form of Laplace towers over him, a swirling vortex of dark power, its glowing red and blue accents pulsating ominously. Laplace continues its taunts, asserting, I know what powers you possess. It even concedes, you are strong. That much I will give you. As the awakened hero stares up, resolute. With his own eyes glowing blue behind the mask, the awakened hero listens as Laplace delivers its final, dismissive blow. But you are nothing compared to me. Laplace's very existence was unremarkable compared to the other nobles. Yet he possessed a profound wisdom, capable of perceiving the entire universe, even seeing the future, though it was always in flux. Indeed, Laplace had known of Jude's impending arrival for a full decade, using that extensive foresight to strengthen himself by any means necessary, which is why he established his lair directly atop the catacombs. The current Laplace now believed he could even challenge one of Solomon's 72 demons, declaring with chilling certainty, all that awaits you is death. I will destroy your very soul. As the demon's words echoed, the masked awakened stood ready, a fierce blue energy radiating from his form, prepared to face whatever horrors Laplace had conjured. His gaze remained sharp and unwavering, even as the blue light intensified around him. A ripple of destructive force emanated through the air, signaling the start of the brutal confrontation. Standing over the mangled remains of a demonic creature, a soft crunch echoing through the chamber, the masked awakened simply observed, impressive, as another crunch confirmed the monster's demise. More crunches followed in quick succession, as two more grotesque creatures met their end, their forms collapsing into bloody heaps. The final crunches confirmed the swift and brutal elimination, leaving a gruesome pile of defeated demons scattered across the patterned floor. The sheer brutality of the scene spoke volumes, as the dismembered bodies of trolls, creatures rumored to have once battled gods, lay scattered across the floor, their defeat a testament to an overwhelming force. Even with their legendary weapons and D rank or above status, only 10 of them were needed to take down these formidable foes, a fact that left the masked awakened pondering the true capabilities of his organization's secret weapon, a power he had never truly imagined. Suddenly, a low, guttural crunch emanated from the goblin's unique, spiral-patterned head, its blue glow intensifying as it processed new information. The creature rose to its full height, its imposing form now fully visible, a silent sentinel in the aftermath. Another soft crunch sound accompanied its declaration, a simple, chilling statement. Found him. The masked awakened looked on, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air as he processed the information, the two figures now standing by a vast expanse of water, their next move clear. The goblin confirmed its findings, its voice echoing with certainty. I smell the girls. Master. That way. Their path led them through the city streets, a stark contrast to the desolate battleground they had just left. Finally, their destination came into view. The imposing structure of Sunshine Hospital, a place of healing now marked as a point of interest in their relentless pursuit. A chilling crunch echoes through the desolate space, as the catacombs demon, Crocs, stands amidst the mangled remains of its victims, their forms twisted and broken. Another sickening crunch reverberates, as the demon's swirling, glowing face focuses intently, its power palpable. Its form now fully revealed, the towering demon emanates an intense blue aura, a silent declaration of its formidable presence. With a sudden shift in its glowing gaze, Crocs declares its target has been located, turning its attention to the young man beside it. The demon points a massive finger, its senses honed on a distant scent, proclaiming it can detect the girl's master in that direction, as the urban landscape stretches before them. The sprawling city unfolds, its grid-like streets and towering buildings mirroring a familiar world, yet imbued with an unsettling stillness. Among the urban structures, a large hospital building stands prominently, its name, Sunshine Hospital, a stark contrast to the grim reality of their surroundings. The young man observes the hospital, a question forming in his mind about its presence in this strange underworld, which he realizes is a dark reflection of the real world. Indeed, the layout of this city is identical to its real-world counterpart, the only profound difference being that its inhabitants are not humans, but demons. With a determined resolve, the young man prepares to move forward into the demon-infested city. As they begin to walk, the young man suddenly calls out, stopping the demon, who then instructs him to remain still, leaving him with a puzzled He stands before the towering demon, who questions his hesitation, reminding him that the chairman expects swift resolution. Looking out at the other shadowy figures in the distance, the protagonist simply murmurs, catacombs, Crocs confirms the presence of catacombs within the hospital, a grim reality that exists wherever death lingers. Within this warped underworld, areas of concentrated ether are known as catacombs, and this particular location is the most likely place for them in the city. While these catacombs offer the best hunting grounds for superior items, they also house demons far stronger than those found in the ordinary underworld, making a catacomb inside a hospital an unusual and dangerous anomaly. Crocs reiterates that this is the most likely location for catacombs in the city, before asking if the Familiar's master is indeed inside. The protagonist, growing impatient, demands to know what Crocs is waiting for, asserting that the pests inside the catacombs are of no concern to them. Crocs explains that the catacombs are home to a demon noble, and the strong ether swell indicates it's at least a baron. The protagonist finds it hard to believe the Familiar's master would enter such a dangerous area alone, asking how many are inside, only for Crocs to confirm that just one human went in. Crocs speculates that the Familiar's master was either blinded by greed, or was a fool unable to sense the presence of the demon noble, deeming the situation embarrassing. He then reveals that the chairman wanted to know who the Familiar's master was working for, and now that he's inside, he will either die to the demons or run away scared. As the protagonist prepares to move forward, Crocs abruptly stops him, his hand reaching out to halt his progress towards the ominous Sunshine Hospital sign. He watches as the Sunshine Hospital building begins to crack and groan, its structure visibly failing under an unseen force. A chilling realization dawns on him as the cracks spread, Crocs confirming that something is indeed coming from within. The building's facade shatters further, glowing particles of energy erupting from its core. A blinding burst of light and force tears through the structure, leaving behind a gaping maw of destruction. The familiar demon turns to him, confirming their location, the catacombs. Crocs explains that the noblesse is leaving the catacombs, but warns that they cannot simply depart if a demon stronger than them is encountered. A palpable sense of dread fills the air, as both he and Crocs sense the approaching entity, its presence growing heavier with each passing moment. Their eyes, wide with a mix of fear and determination, remain fixed on the source of the disturbance. Crocs deduces that the one who ventured inside has now answered the noblesse, implying a direct confrontation or interaction has occurred. Then, the horrifying truth dawns on him. That's the Baron rank demon? He questions, his voice laced with disbelief. That's impossible. From the shattered remains of the hospital, a shadowy, monstrous form begins to coalesce, wreathed in glowing blue energy. The Baron rank demon fully manifests, its immense presence casting a chilling pall over the entire area, its glowing form dominating the scene. The full moon casts an eerie glow over the crumbling structures, as tendrils of dark, glowing energy continue to surge from below, illuminating the shattered landscape with an ominous purple light. Above the swirling, dark clouds, a figure observes the chaos, while another, closer, closes his eyes, the blue streaks in his hair faintly glowing, as if processing the immense power now unleashed. From a distance, the city below appears as a grid of tiny figures, all seemingly looking up at the source of the cataclysm, tiny specks of light scattering across the urban expanse. The dark energy continues to billow and expand, its ethereal glow casting long, distorted shadows across the ruined landscape. Within the depths of the catacombs, the ancient stone walls are now illuminated by the same scattered, glowing particles, hinting at the vastness of the underworld from which the entity emerged. His eyes still closed, the masked awakened seems to be in deep contemplation, the blue energy in his hair pulsing softly. As he finally opens his eyes, the weight of the situation settles, recalling that Warble's underworld, the catacombs, teems with unnatural amounts of ether, housing countless demons and evil spirits, with a high-ranked demon known as the Noblesse at its core, whose power is immeasurable, requiring over 50 awakened of level 20 or above to defeat even the lowest knight-ranked demons. He simply asks, so what? From the stormy, particle-filled sky, a figure descends with an ominous trail of blue energy, landing before the boy with a mocking, "Huh," escaping his lips. Without hesitation, he unleashes a devastating blue energy blast, engulfing the boy in a powerful explosion. Meanwhile, from a distance, two figures in suits observe the unfolding chaos, surrounded by their own masked subordinates. The boy struggles, but a masked minion holds him firmly, preventing any escape as the primary attacker approaches. Injured and clutching his head, the boy can only look up as his tormentor delivers another cold, "Huh," of disdain. A wave of pain washes over him, prompting a desperate, "What a pain," as another minion moves in to strike, shouting, "Die," with malicious intent. The leader, observing the brutal display, states, "We need to strike first if we want to live," while his associate adds, "Someone who killed a Baron-ranked demon must be impossibly strong." Still held captive, the boy faces his attacker, who prepares a final, devastating blow, muttering, "But he's still a human." A massive beam of blue energy erupts from the masked figure, aimed directly at the boy with the declaration, "Once we cut his head off, he'll be dead like the rest." The force of the attack sends the boy reeling, his body flung through the air as he falls helplessly. Finally, he collapses onto the cold, hard ground, defeated and motionless. The devastating light beam, unleashed by the masked awakened, continues its destructive path, tearing through the very fabric of reality as debris shatters around it. Caught in its immense power, the boy is violently thrown backward, his body contorting under the brutal impact of the energy. His form seems to shatter and fragment, multiple pieces of him scattering through the air as the explosive energy continues its relentless assault. With an outstretched hand, the masked awakened appears to command the destructive energy, a swirling vortex of blue power emanating from his palm. A single, desperate thought pierces the chaos. Having unleashed the full might of his power, the masked awakened kneels amidst the dissipating blue energy, the debris of his attack settling around him. The boy's face, now severely injured and distorted, is revealed, his eyes glowing with a desperate, blue light as the masked awaken's minions observe the scene. A collective, guttural cry escapes the minions, their glowing eyes fixed on the devastating aftermath, a testament to the power they just witnessed. Rising with renewed intensity, the masked awakened is now seen in a dynamic, mid-air pose, wielding a glowing scythe, surrounded by an intense blue energy aura. His face, now fully revealed and glowing with blue energy, stares down at the boy, whose own face is a mask of shock and utter despair. As he plummets through a cosmic void, the boy's mind races, unable to comprehend the impossible reality of his defeat. Still falling, with the minions observing from above, a chilling truth is revealed. This devastating power is the secret weapon prepared for war with other clans. Hunched in the darkness, a masked figure contemplates the recent battle, a chilling question echoing in the silence. His masked face turns upward, revealing a flicker of raw emotion as he wonders. Our devourers were killed this easily. Meanwhile, another figure stands amidst glowing blue energy and floating red crystals, a formidable scythe resting in his hand. He then checks his phone, a system message confirming the completion of ether gem absorption for a crafting quest, as he calmly asks, "How many?" His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he muses, "A few more to go." Meanwhile, the masked figure's eye is bloodied, reflecting deep distress, and he recoils, hands raised in a gesture of shock and defense, as if overwhelmed by a sudden realization. He then stands over a young woman, a knife pressed to her throat, his voice strained as he warns, "Stay back. I'll kill her." The scythe-wielding figure observes the scene, a blue energy blade forming from his outstretched hand, and calmly asks, "Kill her?" With a chilling resolve, he replies, "Go ahead." The masked figure, desperate, cries out, "I'll do it," and the knife slices across the young woman's neck, drawing blood. The scythe-wielding figure's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with determination as he declares, "And I said to do it." His scythe glows with blue energy, poised for action. The masked figure clenches his teeth in frustration as the young woman cries out, falling, but the scythe-wielding figure moves with impossible speed, catching her before she can hit the ground. He holds her protectively, a powerful blue aura flaring around him, his gaze sharp and unwavering, having successfully intervened. His glowing blue eyes then turn skyward, his expression thoughtful, as he looks up at a crimson moon hanging ominously in the cloudy night, a silent question lingering in the air. He watches the demon's movements, acknowledging its speed as a potential ability, while a faint plea for help echoes from nearby. Despite a sudden throbbing in his head, he engages the monstrous figure, his scythe glowing with electric blue energy as it engulfs the demon. With a dull thud, the demon is captured, its essence drawn into a device, fulfilling the conditions for its containment. As the last vestiges of blue energy funnel into the glowing phone, a young woman nearby reacts with utter confusion. The capture is complete, leaving him standing amidst dissipating particles, the glowing orb on his phone signifying his success. Still reeling from the impact, the young woman clutches her head, muttering about being taken by strange individuals. As she looks up, recognizing him, he moves to capture her as well, the blue energy flaring around him, prompting her to label him a capture psycho. With a terrified scream, she is pulled into a swirling vortex of dark energy, her form dissolving into the void. Once again, the system confirms the capture, her essence now contained within the glowing orb on his phone. He stands alone on the tiled floor, the phone held casually in his hand, its blue glow reflecting in his eyes. Above him, through the broken ceiling, a crimson moon hangs heavy in the cloudy night sky, casting an eerie glow. He looks up at the red moon, a serene expression on his face, reflecting on his profound love for silence, a silence he wishes to spread across the entire world. The masked awakened stands amidst the remnants of a struggle, the ground still slick with moisture and debris, his thoughts turning inward, but not now, he decides, not for reflection. He recalls the recent encounter, a meeting where Jude met Warlock, before finding himself alone beneath a vast, full moon, its light illuminating the scattered, ethereal particles around him as he clutches his formidable scythe, the night sky stretching endlessly above. The journey continues. Rain lashed down, blurring the world into streaks of gray and green, as a young woman made her way through the downpour. The full moon a pale disk above the school grounds, its light barely piercing the heavy clouds that hung low over the city. Sarah Lee walked with her pink umbrella, a splash of color against the monochrome night, her headphones offering a small comfort against the relentless drumming of the rain. Unaware of the dark sedan slowly approaching from behind, she continued her solitary journey, the car's headlights cutting through the downpour. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye, and her expression shifted from calm to wide-eyed alarm as the vehicle drew near. Before she could even scream, a shadowy hand erupted from the darkness, violently yanking her away, her glasses flying off in the sudden, brutal assault. With a dull thud, her pink umbrella tumbled to the wet asphalt as the dark car sped away into the night, leaving only the sound of the rain behind. The broken umbrella lay abandoned by the fence, a silent testament to the sudden, violent disappearance, leaving an unspoken question hanging in the air. Her glasses, too, fell through the downpour, reflecting the gray sky as they descended towards the unforgiving ground. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a heavily tattooed man sat on a bed, his muscular back to the viewer, a sense of brooding intensity emanating from him. He pondered the effectiveness of something, a thought echoing in the quiet room. Was the medicine too weak? Suddenly, a terrified gasp ripped through the silence. A chilling scream echoes through the dark, as a pair of feet, marked by fresh wounds and surrounded by discarded syringes, struggles against an unseen force. A monstrous figure looms, its voice a low rumble, assuring the terrified victim there's no need to be scared, despite its terrifying appearance. With glowing blue patterns rippling across his skin, Charlie Kim, in his transformed state, holds the struggling figure aloft, promising that their sacrifice will not be in vain. His glowing eyes narrow, as he insists he's not evil, a statement that feels hollow given his current form, flashing back to a time 4 years prior when he knelt before another man, seemingly in a moment of submission or agreement. He claims to be the opposite of evil, a stark contrast to the scene unfolding 4 years ago. Back in the present, or perhaps a different past, the victim gasps for air, struggling in the monster's grip, his face contorted in pain and fear. Desperate, the captive pleads, begging not to be killed, as the monstrous Charlie Kim observes him, a group of shadowy figures watching from a distance. 2 men in sharp suits, the unnamed leader and Bae, observe the scene, the unnamed leader questioning if the man is truly begging for his life, before identifying the captive as Gabriel Kong, a legendary mob boss. Gabriel Kong, his face bruised and bloodied, desperately offers to do whatever they want, pleading for mercy. The unnamed leader, with a cruel smirk, taunts Kong, asking if he's going to act like a man in his last moments, causing the mob boss to react with shock and a desperate cry to wait. The unnamed leader confirms Kang's identity, identifying him as Gabriel Kong, age 43, leader of the Gabriel crew, as Kong gasps, demanding to know who his tormentors are. With a final, chilling pronouncement, the unnamed leader congratulates Kong, leaving him kneeling and broken, as Charlie Kim stands silently by, the scene a testament to their brutal power. The unnamed leader then states that Kong possesses a certain ability, a revelation that leaves Kong questioning what kind of power he might have. In a dimly lit chamber, the warlock stands over a kneeling figure, a hushed conversation unfolding about a profound truth, that this is indeed the ability to save the world. This encounter, under the ominous glow of a red moon, marks the warlock's first meeting with a human in the underworld, one chosen by a savior sent from the future. Meanwhile, Gabriel Kong, his face etched with determination, proclaims himself an apostle, destined to save the world from destruction, even as a surge of blue energy begins to overwhelm him. The masked awakened, striking with brutal force, tells him he should consider being a sacrifice and honor, as Kong reels from the impact, a bewildered expression crossing his face. Later, the masked awakened stands in a stark room, a single question echoing in his mind. What exactly happened here? He exhales sharply, the name black on his lips, then mutters about the chairman, a sense of unease growing as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue lightning erupts, causing him to recoil in shock, demanding to know what the hell was brought with him. He stumbles back, utterly bewildered by the sudden, powerful assault, the crackling blue energy filling his vision. His eye widens, a mix of fear and intense focus burning within it, as he braces for whatever comes next. Before he can react, a figure wreathed in brilliant blue energy slams into him, calling out a sharp hey, sending him flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. He cries out in pain, a guttural irk, escaping him as he's thrown through the air, collapsing onto the ground with a desperate, drawn-out scream. As the masked awakened struggles to rise, a transformed Gabriel Kong, now covered in scales and glowing with blue patterns, stands over him, demanding to know who the hell he is. Standing over the defeated figure of Gabriel Kong, the masked awakened remains silent, his scythe poised, blue energy flickering around his form. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, Gabriel Kang's transformed body, now covered in intricate blue patterns, flexes with a raw power, while nearby, Sarah Lee lies unconscious on a bed, 2 syringes resting ominously beside her. Turning his gaze back to the transformed man, the masked awakened's eyes glow with an eerie blue light as he declares himself Gabriel Kang's executioner, adding that since the warlock isn't here, there's no one to stop him. As Gabriel Kong recoils in shock, the masked awakened raises his scythe, blue energy swirling around him, and vows to erase him completely, the ominous red moon casting its glow in the background. With his weapon ready, the masked awakened stands as the world whispers of a new entry into the underworld, a chilling prophecy for those who have crossed its threshold. Under a blood-red moon, a chilling declaration echoes, promising annihilation. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the muscular Garth Kong stands opposite the masked awakened, a silent challenge passing between them. A scoff escapes Garth, dismissing the masked figure's presence with a casual, yet menacing, tone, calling his words big words for a brat, but a flicker of something unreadable crosses the masked awakened's eyes. Garth continues to taunt him, assuring him he's in way over his head. The taunts persist, with Garth asking if he got it, brat, but the masked awakened remains silent, his gaze unwavering. Then, a sudden question from the masked awakened cuts through the tension, his voice sharp as he asks, "Did you just say Warlock?" The masked awakened's question hangs heavy, demanding to know how Garth knows Warlock, and as Garth attempts to speak, a furious, "Shut up," erupts from the masked figure, his composure shattering. A crimson aura flares around the masked awakened, his voice laced with venom as he warns Garth, "Don't you ever say her name with that filthy mouth of yours again." Garth Kong recoils, his face contorted in disbelief, uttering a stunned, "WH what?" Before Garth can react, the masked awakened unleashes a devastating, energy-infused strike, engulfing him in an explosive burst of red and blue power. Elsewhere, an unseen figure cries out in alarm, "OH Chairman," as the chairman, Gabriel Kong, calmly assesses the situation, a cold smile playing on his lips. His eyes, sharp and calculating, observe the unfolding events, before he casually pulls out his phone, his hands glowing with subtle power, a silent command forming in his mind. Standing amidst the desolate landscape, the masked awakened surveys the destruction, a single word escaping his lips, "Useless." His shadowy, skeletal form, still wreathed in destructive red energy, looms over the remnants of his explosive attack. For Gabriel Kong is no ordinary opponent. He is an apostle, one of the 12 kings. His very existence operates on a different dimension compared to other users, making Jude's power seem monstrous by comparison. Even so, the chairman couldn't dare guess what would happen to Gabriel, much less the full extent of the destruction. Yet, despite the overwhelming force, Gabriel Kong, battered but defiant, can only utter a single, bewildered word, "How?" The masked awakened, scythe in hand, confronts him, demanding to know, "Do you know what level I am?" His gaze then falls upon a smartphone in Gabriel's hand, realizing, that cell phone. Gabriel Kong reveals the truth, was Warlock's cell phone. This device, the very source of all users, including the 12 apostles, possessed many unique functions. Not only did it possess the ability to measure the strength of both demons and users, but it also contained all information up to the year 2037, the year of humanity's collapse. A smirk plays on Jude's lips as he taunts, "Cuckoo, I don't know how you came by that, but it isn't something a brat like you should be using. Hand it over." He stares down at the injured man, offering a chilling ultimatum, "Then I'll let you live." Gabriel Kong, looking up with a mix of defiance and pain, challenges him, "Are you really an apostle?" Gabriel Kang's expression twists in anger, demanding to know, "What the hell were you doing these past 4 years?" He then mutters, "You, a little brat." As the apostle struggles to comprehend, a deeper truth is revealed. Just as people become awakened upon reaching level 10, there exists another step beyond awakened. He then adds, "To think you wouldn't even be an ascended." This next stage is called demigods, a status achieved at level 100, a feat most users struggle to even reach level 50. Yet, Warlock's 12 apostles are different, with one notable exception, the only non-ascended among them. The masked awakened then reveals a critical detail, stating that out of all the apostles, Gabriel Kong was the only one. He recalls Warlock's philosophy. She looked only at whoever had the most potential to become an ascended, rather than their personality. A scoff escapes the masked awakened, concluding, "But I guess even she makes mistakes." Gabriel Kong, enraged by the insult, screams, "Shut." His words are cut short as the masked awakened unleashes a torrent of blue energy, commanding, "Your damn mouth." The force slams into Gabriel Kong, driving him to his knees amidst crackling blue lightning and glowing particles. The masked awakened's power continues to surge, as a voice declares, "I am Gabriel Kong, the strongest fighter in all of South Korea, the one destined to save the world." The ground around him erupts with glowing blue energy, reflecting his desperate assertion of strength. Despite Gabriel Kang's declaration, the masked awakened's blue energy continues to expand, engulfing the desolate landscape in a blinding, ethereal glow. The sheer force of the expanding aura pushes outward, creating ripples of light and scattering debris across the dark ground. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the masked awakened moves, a streak of blue light blurring across the scene, closing the distance to his opponent in an instant. He strikes with devastating force, his body wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, delivering a powerful blow to Gabriel Kong, who is caught off guard by the sudden, overwhelming assault. His blue energy attack, initiated in the previous sequence, continues its devastating trajectory. The impact erupting in a crimson burst that engulfs the area. He follows through with a flurry of blindingly fast blue energy slashes, relentlessly striking his opponent. As Gabriel Kong collapses, defeated and surrounded by shimmering blue particles, the masked awakened looks down, a cold smirk playing on his lips, declaring his foe's weakness. A crackling sound emanates from his hand as he activates a device. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the power still coursing through him. A satisfied, almost predatory, grin spreads across his face. He observes a status screen on his phone, which displays Gabriel Kang's name and current level, noting the crackle of the system. The screen updates, revealing a significant increase in Gabriel Kang's level, as the system continues to crackle, leaving the outcome hanging in the balance. A figure cloaked in shadow and streaked with vibrant blue energy moved with impossible speed, closing the distance in an instant to deliver a devastating blow to the muscular man before him, who recoiled from the impact, enveloped in crackling blue light. The masked awakened stared down at his opponent, a cold assessment in his glowing eyes, declaring him weak as the man crumpled beneath the force of the attack. Leaving a shimmering trail of azure energy in his wake, the masked figure moved away, the battle seemingly concluded. Yet, a persistent crackle of energy lingered in the air, a sound that defied the apparent end of the confrontation. The masked awakened paused, his glowing hair reacting to the unseen force, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the crackling intensified. From the dust and debris, Gabriel Kang emerged, a menacing smile spreading across his face, his earlier defeat proving to be nothing more than a momentary setback. A system window materialized, confirming his identity as Gabriel Kang, an awakened of formidable power, his level displayed as 129, with the crackling energy still surrounding him. Under the pale glow of a distant moon, Gabriel Kang confronted the masked awakened, his voice laced with curiosity as he questioned if he was an ascended. He mused about rumors of a warlock caring for a little brat, suggesting that such a connection would explain the masked awakened's formidable strength. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, Gabriel Kang accused him of stealing the ether gem the warlock left behind after her death, before menacingly declaring his intent to devour him. Gabriel Kang's form twisted and expanded, his very being striving to finally become an ascended. His transformation complete, the awakened Gabriel Kang now stood as a devourer in his demonic form, his power level surging to 99, an increase of 30 levels. From below, the masked awakened watched the monstrous figure, his gaze fixed on the newly revealed power. A silent challenge passed between them, as the masked awakened prepared for the inevitable clash, blue energy beginning to crackle around him. Without hesitation, he launched a concentrated burst of power, declaring it a simple greeting to his transformed opponent. The devourer stood tall, radiating an ominous blue aura, his monstrous form seemingly unfazed by the initial attack. Undaunted, the masked awakened intensified his assault, unleashing a powerful, vertical stream of glowing blue energy. He continued to press his advantage, sweeping another wave of blue energy towards the towering demon. The impact sent ripples through the air, causing the massive devourer to visibly recoil from the force. Another focused strike followed, aimed directly at the heart of the monstrous form. Finally, a colossal beam of blue energy erupted, striking Gabriel Kang with a deafening boom that shook the very foundations of the ruined landscape. Yet, from the dust and debris, the devourer's voice echoed with a chilling laugh, taunting his opponent, asking if he was still alive after such an onslaught. Gabriel Kang, now fully transformed, endures a powerful blue energy blast, as a voice from the shadows taunts him, questioning if an ascended like him truly can't handle such a minor attack. The impact sends him reeling, but a low growl escapes his lips, hinting at his continued presence. Standing tall against the backdrop of a blood-red moon, he lets out a chilling laugh, completely unfazed by the assault. The masked awakened challenges him to repeat his words, demanding to know who is truly weak, as Gabriel Kang's glowing eye burns with defiance. Acknowledging his opponent's unexpected resilience, the masked awakened admits that the fight will now be a little more entertaining, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Gabriel Kang, taken aback by the masked awakened's unwavering stance, can only utter a surprised query, realizing his initial attacks had no effect. The masked awakened declares it's time to return the greeting, leaving Gabriel Kang to stare in disbelief, questioning how his opponent could emerge without even a scratch. With a chilling promise to let him live if he survives, the masked awakened begins to channel a new, fiery red energy, preparing a devastating counterattack. Intense red and orange particles swirl around his outstretched hand, gathering into a potent sphere of destructive power. As the energy reaches its peak, he utters a single word, skill, confirming the activation of a formidable ability. Then, with a final declaration of destruction, a massive beam of crimson energy erupts from his hand, tearing through the darkness towards Gabriel Kang. Gabriel Kang watches the incoming attack with wide, glowing eyes, recognizing the devastating skill, destruction, and realizing with shock that it should belong to the warlock. Still reeling from the unexpected assault, Gabriel Kang, in his monstrous form, curses the sudden appearance of these new, powerful entities, demanding to know what just happened, while an unseen voice taunts him, claiming the fight for themselves. Meanwhile, among a group of awakened facing a looming demonic threat, the masked awakened declares that a lone hunter faces a 100% chance of death, urging them to stay focused on the baby bite-sized demon before them. He continues, asserting that anyone trying to fight with a single gun will simply die, unless he, the strongest reinforcement type, steps in to help, though the warlock, observing nearby, calculates that his intervention might actually double their chance of death. Back with Gabriel Kong, he scoffs at the Masked Awaken's words, asking why his chance of death would increase if he helped, then dismisses the Masked Awaken's muscles as making his eyes bleed. The Masked Awakened, in turn, laughs, calling them fools and promising to make sure their corpses don't go to waste, prompting an unseen observer to curse the skull bastard for acting so confident, to which Gabriel Kong proudly retorts that he has surpassed death and isn't like lower-class animals. Elsewhere, the unnamed leader calmly addresses his subordinates, telling everyone to settle down, reminding them that the more dangerous the situation becomes, the more they must control their emotions. He then asserts that as people chosen to protect humanity, they must fulfill their duties, revealing he has a plan. However, Sarah Lee immediately confronts him, accusing him of planning to betray them and use them as a shield to escape, a move she expects from a politician like him. The leader merely chuckles, asking if his intentions were that obvious, Miss Miracle. The protagonist boy, witnessing this exchange, curses the damn apostles, declaring them all out of their minds, while Gabriel Kong, still enraged, questions what these newly level 10 individuals think they can possibly achieve. The Masked Awakened, however, interjects, stating that the leader's plan is far too risky for all of their new awakened. Sarah Lee, her face etched with alarm, cries out to the warlock, insisting that even for them, this action is far too dangerous. The warlock, surrounded by crackling red and white energy, simply responds, with a single, dismissive word, dangerous? The unnamed leader, observing the warlock's power, remarks that if this is considered dangerous, then they are truly in trouble, while Bay notes that she is different. The protagonist boy, recognizing the unique aura, exclaims that he knew there was something special about the warlock, as the leader urges them all to watch closely. As a chilling voice echoes a warning about falling into depravity, the Masked Awakened stands poised, purple energy crackling around him, preparing to unleash a devastating skill. With a focused intensity, he unleashes a searing red energy beam, the skill's name, Destruction, resonating through the air. The powerful red beam slams into Gabriel Kong, tearing through his demonic form and sending him hurtling backward with immense force. Relentlessly, the energy continues to push him, his body visibly disintegrating under the immense pressure. Gabriel Kang's form is violently ripped apart, his desperate question of identity lost amidst the overwhelming destructive power. His demonic essence is shredded into countless particles, leaving no trace behind as the attack consumes him entirely. Finally, the destructive energy culminates in a single, pulsating red orb, slowly fading into the dark expanse, leaving only silence in its wake. Amidst the falling debris, the Masked Awakened stands, a system message confirming the decisive demise of Gabriel Kong. Immediately, the system announces an ether gem dropped, followed by ether gem absorption complete, indicating a swift acquisition of power. A new system notification appears, informing him that he has collected sufficient materials for a weapon crafting quest, offering the chance to forge a weapon with divine attributes, and prompting him to proceed. The ritual began with the raw power of a Jotun's claw, a formidable ingredient for any serious crafting endeavor. Next, the venomous fang of Andromalia's serpent was added, along with Laplace's flesh and feathers, each component shimmering with dark energy as they were introduced into the mystical forge. The unicorn's horns and tail hair, Mandragora's whale, and even succubus tears were carefully measured, then combined with 300s grade ether gems, all destined for a powerful fusion attempt. As the ingredients swirled, a powerful energy began to coalesce in the hands of the awakened, his eyes glowing with intense focus, the raw magic shaping itself into something new. Under the watchful gaze of a full moon, the energy solidified, taking the distinct form of a scythe, its blade radiating a fierce, crimson glow. A blinding pillar of light erupted, signaling the successful completion of the crafting process, the air crackling with residual power. The awakened gripped his new creation, a powerful scythe now fully formed in his hand, his eyes still burning with the blue light of his awakened state. This was the bloodthirsty death god Thanatos scythe, a divine A-grade weapon, granting its wielder the special ability to use the fallen death god Thanatos power once. Adorned with menacing skull motifs and dark chains, the scythe also carried a bonus. Due to Gabriel Kang's Devourer special ability, it could be strengthened by devouring humans and demons. Suddenly, the scythe began to rattle violently in his hand, a low, guttural sound emanating from its form, causing him to look at it with a mix of surprise and annoyance. As the rattling intensified, the awakened snapped, telling the weapon to shut up, with a sharp command. The scythe responded with a soft whirring sound, settling down as he held it firmly, his gaze now fixed, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead with his new, powerful ally. He reflects on the Apostle Gabriel, dismissing him as weak, yet acknowledging the power he possessed. A new realization dawns on him, as the system reveals a bonus ability. Due to Gabriel Kang's Devourer skill, the newly crafted weapon can strengthen itself by consuming humans and demons, a truly unexpected advantage. A slight smile plays on his lips, considering the possibilities, wondering if other apostles might also possess such valuable ether gems. If so, he muses, it would be a logical and effective strategy. By eliminating them and claiming their ether gems, he could gain the power needed to defeat the harbingers of the apocalypse, especially the one responsible for Warlock's demise, his eyes briefly flaring red with resolve before settling back to a cold blue glow. But a voice from his memory cuts through the darkness, a gentle no, as the image of Jude, his former mentor, appears before him. Jude's words resonate, reminding him, you can't kill people for no reason. You should only kill people if they're evil ones beyond redemption. A gentle smile graces Jude's face as he asks, promise me, okay? And the younger version of himself looks down, contemplating the weight of that vow. He acknowledges the promise, a faint blue glow emanating from his eyes, thinking, that's right, I promised. But then, a darker thought intrudes, a but, that hints at a shift in his resolve. He stands firm, his eyes glowing with renewed intensity, declaring, but if they've fallen into depravity, just like Gabriel Kong, then I will kill them without hesitation. His resolve hardens, the blue light in his eyes burning brighter. Now back in the present, holding the bloodthirsty death god Thanatos' scythe, he affirms his new creed, gotta keep this place clean, after all. The scythe itself seems to respond, rattling ominously in his grasp. With his resolve set, a powerful force erupts, shattering the environment around him in a violent explosion of energy. The world shatters around him, a cacophony of crumbling concrete and desperate screams as a towering structure gives way, sending countless figures plummeting into the abyss below, a horrifying vision that burns into his memory, even as his own gaze remains sharp and focused, observing the devastation with an unsettling calm. He stands amidst the wreckage of a different, equally destroyed room, his thoughts drifting to a silent figure lying nearby, a quiet contemplation filling the air. His gaze falls upon Warlock's still form, a question echoing in his mind. When in the world are you going to be born? The memory of destruction fades, replaced by the serene, moonlit skyline of a modern city, a stark contrast to the chaos he just witnessed. Perched atop a skyscraper, he surveys the sprawling metropolis below, the cool night air offering a moment of quiet reflection. His thoughts return to Warlock, a name whispered into the night, as he imagines her lying there, just as he remembered. He wonders again, when in the world are you going to be born? Because Warlock hasn't come into the world yet, and if she had, there's no way he wouldn't have felt it. Warlock, he recalls, came from the year 2037, and based on her age, she should be born in the next 1 or 2 years. His thoughts linger on her name, a silent promise hanging in the air. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a different time, as Sarah Lee answers a call, her voice bright and inquisitive, asking, I'm busy. What's up? Later, sitting across from him, she continues their conversation, her expression thoughtful as she asks, you said you were born in Korea, right? Continuing her probing questions, Sarah Lee asks about his mother, wondering if she lives nearby, to which he responds with a simple, questioning before she presses further, asking why he wants to know. He then counters, asking if she plans to kill his mother, because if she did, she would never beat him, adding that if his mother were to die, he would never have been born. With a swift flick of his finger, he sends a small object flying, causing a sharp crack as it impacts something unseen. His expression softens slightly as he clarifies his true intention, explaining that he simply wanted to understand the kind of woman she was. Sarah Lee, seemingly unfazed, remarks on his uncharacteristic display of emotion, then asks if he, too, harbors such feelings, prompting him to declare his desire to know the woman who could give birth to such a messy, strange, and twisted daughter. A sharp snap echoes as Sarah Lee recoils, then erupts in a furious shout, threatening to kill the little brat who provoked her. A heavy crash follows, and he looks down, reflecting that if she had simply told him the truth, he wouldn't have to worry about every girl who resembled her. Later, under the full moon on a city rooftop, he sits beside her unconscious form, wondering if this was all part of her plan. His thoughts drift to his mother, a fierce determination hardening his gaze, vowing to protect her, even if it meant the destruction of the entire world. He considers the profound implications of his actions, pondering what would happen if he were to turn his back on someone. The thought of that person turning out to be his mother, and him being unable to meet her again, fills him with a profound question. Could he truly bear such a fact? His face etched with a mix of pain and resolve, he concludes his internal struggle, unable to imagine a future where he couldn't meet her again. Under the vast, star-dusted expanse of the night sky, a lone figure sat, his gaze fixed on the luminous full moon, a silent longing escaping his lips as he whispered, I miss you, Warlock. Perched on the edge of a towering rooftop, he remained lost in thought, the city lights twinkling far below, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of his internal world. Approximately 4 years ago, on June 6, 2012, a pivotal moment unfolded. From the shadows, a figure with flowing white hair and glowing blue eyes emerges, calmly stating, I'm Warlock. His words hang heavy in the air, a chilling declaration directed at the wide-eyed protagonist. I came from the future to kill you. A terrified gasp escapes the young man as dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, violently seizing him and pulling him into a swirling vortex, his screams echoing as he's consumed by the ominous energy. The vortex intensifies, a blinding flash of light marking the moment the young human and warlock are thrust into a new reality, as a voice announces their arrival in the underworld. Under the eerie glow of a blood-red moon, the two stand amidst a desolate, ruined landscape, the chilling announcement echoing once more. One young human and warlock have entered the underworld. Disoriented and on his hands and knees, the young man struggles to comprehend his surroundings, his voice trembling as he asks, "W?" He looks up at Warlock, who stands calmly before him, his presence radiating an unsettling composure amidst the chaos. The blue glow around his form a stark contrast to the dark world they now inhabit. Warlock's masked face turns towards him, his glowing eyes piercing through the darkness as he coolly inquires, "What are you staring at?" The young man's expression is a mix of fear and confusion, prompting Warlock to observe with a hint of amusement. "That's a funny expression." He stares, wide-eyed and startled, as Warlock's voice cuts through the eerie silence, asking if he was thinking of something mean. Before the other man continues, revealing a monstrous, winged creature that looms in the distance. "It's your first time seeing one of these, isn't it? It's a demon beast." The demon beast, with its glowing red eyes, lunges forward, closing the distance with terrifying speed, its shadowy form blurring as it attacks. A burst of blue energy erupts around him as the attack connects, sending him reeling, his face contorted in a scream of shock and pain. He is thrown violently backward, crashing onto the desolate ground as the demon beast stands over him, its red eyes still burning with malevolent intent. Warlock watches the scene unfold, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarks, "Humph, I hate it when these small fry don't know their place." The protagonist lies broken amidst the debris, surrounded by the ethereal blue pillars of the underworld, his body battered and defeated. Warlock then turns his gaze to the fallen boy, his voice dripping with disdain as he asks, "What do you think? Scary, isn't it? If you die here, you'll disappear without a trace, just like that thing." He continues his cruel monologue, promising, "And soon, that's exactly what's going to happen to you." The protagonist lies motionless, his eyes closed, as Warlock declares, "I like it. Death is ugly and disgusting." As he drifts in and out of consciousness, memories surface, recalling the time he was stuck in the basement with his father, who had tragically hung himself. Then, another painful memory, watching his grandmother die in the hospital, makes him realize this better than anyone. Compared to that, this kind of death, under the red moon and blue energy, is nothing. Warlock's voice echoes, promising a beautiful, clean death as a blessing. Yet the boy, still reeling from the attack, simply urges him to get on with it, reminding him of his initial intent to kill. A smirk plays on Warlock's lips as he asks if the boy truly doesn't want to know the reason behind his presence here, the reason he was brought to this desolate place to die. Death, he muses, comes without warning, much like the death he himself knows, and with a dismissive wave, Warlock declares he needs no reason to end a life. The boy's eyes remain wide, reflecting the grim reality of his situation, while Warlock's own eyes glow with an eerie blue light, hinting at his true nature. A subtle, knowing smile spreads across Warlock's face, as he announces a sudden change of heart, a new decision that alters the boy's immediate fate. With a soft clink, Warlock places something on the boy's chest, declaring that he cannot allow him to die so easily, implying a deeper, more complex plan at play. Looking up at the twin red moons hanging in the dark sky, Warlock reveals the boy's true nature, calling him a grimoire, after all. His gaze remains fixed on the celestial bodies, a silent contemplation of the power and destiny he has just unveiled. The boy, bewildered, questions the term grimoire, to which Warlock clarifies that it refers to a human who sacrifices fellow humans to demons, an enemy of humanity itself. He continues, revealing that the boy is destined to become the king of the grimoires, the worst of the worst, and for that very reason, he must die here, today, leaving the boy utterly confused by the sudden shift in Warlock's pronouncements. The boy's face contorts in shock and disbelief as he looks down, trying to process the heavy, contradictory words that have just been spoken. Sitting on the cold, patterned ground, his gaze falls upon a small, glowing red object, a mysterious item now resting before him, a new enigma in his desperate situation. Still sitting on the patterned floor, clutching the mysterious glowing red object, he hears an unseen voice taunt him, wondering aloud how long he will last in this hellhole, before dismissively calling him kiddo. But from the very floor beneath him, a monstrous silhouette begins to rise, as a system message announces the spawning of Demon Bedak, a level C sprite demon that enjoys young flesh. His eyes widen in terror, his hair seeming to stand on end as a guttural growling echoes through the space. The demon fully manifests, a hulking, ragged beast with glowing eyes, its form radiating a menacing aura. As the boy clenches the mysterious red object in his hand, the demon Bedak lunges forward with terrifying speed, its glowing eyes fixed on him. The demon's clawed hand strikes, sending a shockwave of red and orange energy shards exploding around him, who lets out a desperate groar. The impact leaves him reeling, blood splattering from a fresh wound on his shoulder as the demon's claw pulls back. The monstrous demon Bedak stands over him, who lies injured on the ground, a low growl rumbling from the demon's throat. The demon looms large, its terrifying form silhouetted against a blood-red moon that hangs ominously in a stormy, dark sky. A young boy sits alone on a vast, tiled expanse, a single glowing red gem resting before him. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoes through the emptiness, challenging him. Let's see how long you last in this hellhole, kiddo. As if summoned by the taunt, a monstrous silhouette rises from the ground, a narration box confirming, Demon Badak has spawned. The newly manifested demon, a monster level, sea sprite known for enjoying young flesh, lets out a deep, guttural growl, its presence radiating menace. In response to the looming threat, the boy's eyes snap open, glowing with an intense, ethereal blue light. Without hesitation, the demon Badak lunges forward, its massive, clawed arm reaching out to strike. Still on the ground, the boy clenches his fist around the red gem, his knuckles white with tension as he prepares for the inevitable impact. The demon's attack connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave of red and black energy outward as the boy is struck. The force of the strike sends his head snapping back, blood splattering from his face as he endures the demon's assault. Looking down at the injured boy, the demon Badak lets out another low growl, its monstrous form silhouetted against a blood-red moon. From the point of impact, ripples of white and orange energy spread across the tiled floor, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The impact of the demon's strike sent a searing pain through him, the air around his head crackling with raw energy. A sickening crack echoed through the desolate space, as the demon's claw connected, sending the boy reeling. He was flung violently across the arena, a helpless projectile against the demon's overwhelming power, white energy trails marking his trajectory. Still airborne and disoriented, the boy plummeted, the world a dizzying rush of speed lines and swirling light. Finally, he slammed into the ground with a sickening thud, the impact kicking up a cloud of dust and forcing a painful cough from his lungs. Lying broken and bleeding, he continued to cough, crimson splattering the desolate earth as the demon's shadow began to fall over him. His face was a mask of blood and grime, his breath coming in ragged, desperate pants as he fought to stay conscious. The demon, Badak, approached slowly, a low, guttural growl rumbling from its throat, savoring the boy's agony. It crouched, its massive form casting a dark shadow over him, the growl intensifying as the boy's labored breathing filled the silence. A cruel voice cut through the haze of pain, asking him what was wrong, if he was shitting himself, as he stared up at the monstrous face. A single tear traced a path through the blood on his cheek, but even in this moment of despair, a thought surfaced. He learned quickly. He remembered learning his first language and reading at the tender age of 3, absorbing information through the news, a phenomenon he still couldn't explain. Even as his body screamed in agony, his mind drifted, recalling a time when learning came as naturally as a fish swimming through water. A primal instinct that guided him through any challenge, his senses absorbing every detail of the world around him. Or a bird soaring effortlessly through the sky, mastering its domain with innate grace. He remembered the simple truth. Once he had seen something, once he had observed it, it was his. Whether it was the intricate movements of a fish or the complex fingerwork of a pianist, his mind would instantly replicate and master it, a rapid-fire absorption of knowledge. Even as a child, watching a screen, he would mimic and learn with uncanny speed, every tap a step towards perfect understanding. But the present shattered his reverie as the demon's power continued its relentless assault, a wave of pure destruction washing over him, yet a flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes. His face was bruised and bleeding, but the pain was a catalyst, his gaze hardening as a golden light began to emanate from his very being. With a surge of newfound energy, he absorbed the gargoyle's ether gem, his body responding instantly as his level increased. The power coursed through him, his hair turning white with raw energy, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he reached level 2. No longer a helpless victim, he unleashed a concentrated blast of energy, a brilliant beam erupting from his hand, aimed directly at his tormentor. The demon, caught off guard by the sudden surge of power, could only snarl in fury as the attack connected, its monstrous hand clenching in pain. As the demon lets out a guttural roar, the protagonist, now imbued with surging power, descends rapidly, launching a devastating energy attack. His hair and eyes now radiate with an intense, ethereal blue glow, a clear manifestation of the immense power coursing through him. The weapon in his hand, too, pulses with this vibrant energy, his gaze sharp and resolute. Enveloped in shadowy tendrils and glowing blue light, he stands ready, a formidable presence against the darkness. Yet, even amidst this surge of power, a thought crosses his mind. What's up with this kid? As a blood-red moon hangs ominously in the cloudy sky above. Far above the city, a lone figure stands atop a towering building, observing the unfolding events. The armored woman, her silver hair flowing, gazes intently at the ominous red moon, its crimson light reflecting in her eyes. Her red eye gleams with a faint glow as a complex magical circle forms around her, prompting a difficult internal debate. Does that mean I have to kill him, after all? Or? Meanwhile, the protagonist is shown, his power still radiating, as a voice ponders his fate. That kid, who's destined to become the king of the grimoire, should fall to depravity, and instead helps humanity. He continues to fall, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and determination, under the watchful, crimson gaze of the red moon. Now standing amidst shadowy, monstrous forms, his gaze remains fixed on the crimson orb in the sky, a silent challenge to his destiny. As if in response to his defiance, a new, formidable presence emerges, the Demon Goblin King, a C+ level monster, the strongest of the goblins, now armed and ready for battle. As the system announces the spawning of a demon troll, a C-level demon beast characterized by its hunger, another message immediately follows, revealing a demon bugbear has also appeared, a C-level demon beast with a particular craving for young humans, prompting a low, satisfied chuckle from the masked awakened. A smirk plays across his lips, the blue energy around him flaring subtly as he acknowledges the thrill of the fight. Thinking to himself that it was all so much fun, he simply couldn't help but indulge. A serene smile graces the face of a woman with flowing silver hair, her red eyes glowing softly amidst an aura of blue energy. Her voice echoes a sudden shift in resolve, declaring, I changed my mind. Below her, a gloved hand reaches down towards a young man lying prone, a glowing collar already encircling his neck, eliciting a silent gasp of surprise. With a soft clink, the collar settles, and the young man stares up, wide-eyed and bewildered, as a faint blue energy shield begins to form around his arm. The glowing collar pulses around his throat, while the silver-haired woman gazes upward, a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky behind her. Her gaze remains fixed on the crimson orb, as she calmly states, "You're a grimoire, after all." The young man, Jude, lies helpless on the patterned ground, his expression a mix of fear and confusion, the glowing collar a stark reminder of his new reality. Elsewhere, a man in a sharp suit extends his hand, his wrist adorned with a subtle, glowing white bracelet. He reflects on his past, recalling a time when he was small and weak, a stark contrast to the powerful figure he has become, fighting through countless battles against apostles. The silver-haired woman's words echo, explaining that fighting was fun, a sentiment Jude, with his rarely felt emotions, understood as his only release in those violent fights, but something has changed. A montage of his past struggles flashes by, showcasing his relentless combat, as he walks away from the chaos, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. The unnamed leader, his expression grim, admits that even the fight with the apostle was more dull than he expected, and he doubts the future will be any different. His gaze sharpens, as he concludes that the only thing left to look forward to is the arrival of the first calamity, a colossal, glowing blue demon rising from a devastated city. The demon of gluttony, a colossal entity known as Behemoth, had consumed everything in its path, its monstrous form looming over the devastated cityscape as a group of students watched in horror. Among them, Jude and a female student walked, their expressions shifting from casual to utter shock as the sheer scale of the threat became terrifyingly clear. The demon's single, glowing blue eye stared down with an ancient hunger, a deep, guttural rumble echoing through the very fabric of reality. The memory of that overwhelming power still made Jude's stomach clench, a faint grumble escaping him as he sat alone, lost in thought. He reached for a drink, a quiet escaping his lips, when suddenly his phone began to vibrate insistently, a persistent were filling the silence. His eyes widened slightly at the incessant buzzing, the device vibrating with an unusual intensity as he reached for it. Jude looked up, a flicker of concern crossing his face, his hand hovering over the glowing screen. As his fingers touched the device, it flared with an intense blue light, then slipped from his grasp, falling away as if pulled by an unseen force. A terrified scream of "Kaya" ripped through the air, as dark, tendril-like energy erupted from Jude's hand, ensnaring the female student and pulling her towards him. She cried out, "HWAH!" as she tumbled through the distorted space, Jude reaching out to catch her amidst the swirling blue energy. Disoriented and terrified, the female student looked around the strange, empty void, her mind racing with questions. Where am I? And what am I doing here? This was a portable storage dimension, an infinitely large space, represented by a single, glowing orb in the vast darkness. Plunged into a perpetually dark location, a dimension linked to another realm, Sarah wasn't alone in that terrifying space, her screams echoing as she plummeted through the void. The sheer terror of the experience left her breathless, a chilling realization that this was a living hell. As she lay disoriented, a gentle nudge against her head startled her, eliciting another cry of surprise. She slowly looked up, her eyes wide with confusion, wondering who could possibly be here with her. It was Jude, his foot casually resting on her head, his only concern being a request for ramen. His nonchalant demeanor, even after pulling her into this void, made her label him a psycho, especially with his bizarre instruction not to stir the egg in. Infuriated by his casual cruelty, Sarah lashed out, demanding to know if he wanted to die. Meanwhile, in a different, equally unsettling place, a young woman pondered the nature of her tormentors, questioning if they weren't demons, then what exactly were they? She found herself surrounded by three ominous, shadowy figures, their forms barely visible against the backdrop of a full moon. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded for an end to her ordeal, begging for release from whatever she was enduring. Under the cold gaze of a full moon, a desperate plea echoes through the night, a young woman begging for her life. As her tormentor, a man with a cruel smirk, dismisses her pleas, ordering his accomplices to hold her down, a crackling energy beginning to manifest around her. The crackling intensifies, a raw, unstable power building in the air, drawing the attention of the man and his thugs. Suddenly, a blinding light pierces the darkness, and a new figure emerges from the radiant glow, his presence causing the crackling energy to surge even further, leaving the tormentors stunned and questioning his identity. He stands tall, a book clutched in one hand, his leg bandaged, yet his gaze, sharp and electric blue behind his glasses, holds an unnerving intensity. The aggressive man, Charlie, recovers from his shock, demanding to know what is wrong with the newcomer, his voice laced with hostility as he challenges the silent figure. Without a word, the new protagonist meets Charlie's aggression with a cold, dismissive command, and in a blur of motion, a glowing blade appears, plunging into Charlie's chest. Charlie's eyes widen in disbelief as the blade pierces him, blood erupting from the wound as his life drains away. The new protagonist stands impassively, the glowing blade still in his hand. As Charlie's body begins its descent, the other thugs recoiling in terror. Blood splatters across the pristine white space as Charlie's body falls, the new protagonist's blade now stained crimson. Charlie's lifeless form lies broken on the ground, and a system message appears, declaring, "You killed a human male contractor. Julian Park's karma has risen," a chilling testament to the brutal act. The female victim cries out in horror, confirming the deceased's identity as Charlie, while the new protagonist stands over the body, calmly examining the book in his hand. As the glowing black book hovered, a voice echoed, uttering the word, "Victim, sacrifice." Blood splattered across the scene, and from the ground, shadowy tendrils began to coalesce, forming a monstrous entity as the system confirmed, "You have met the requirements for summoning." With his glasses glowing an eerie blue, Julian Park calmly spoke the incantation, "Citatorium. Summon." The black book pulsed once more, and a system message appeared. "You, Contractor Julian, may summon 3 types of demons. Which one would you like?" Without hesitation, he chose Demon Bedak. As the remaining thugs recoiled in terror, Julian's face twisted into a chilling smile, his glowing eyes fixed on them as he simply uttered, "Kill." A torrent of blood erupted, and a system notification confirmed the outcome. "Contractor Julian Park's karma has risen. Congratulations. Your contractor LVL has risen by 1. He looked down with an unreadable expression, while the female victim, her face streaked with tears, slowly looked up at him. Crouching beside her, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" Still shaken, she averted her gaze, muttering, "That's a relief," as Julian offered a faint, almost unsettling smile. Her eyes widened in dawning horror as she stammered, "As sacrifices? What is that?" Her voice trailed off, leaving the question hanging in the air as Julian's eyes glowed with a sinister blue light. A loud slurping sound echoes through the quiet room, as the masked awakened devours his meal with an almost monstrous appetite. Sarah Lee watches him, a silent observer to his voracious consumption, as he continues to slurp down noodles, seemingly without end. Still, the slurping persists, a relentless rhythm of hunger filling the small space between them. Suddenly, a loud clang from his bowl makes Sarah flinch, as he lets out a satisfied, if somewhat crude, burp. He leans back, seemingly content, but a moment later, his glowing eyes fix on her, a new thought forming. With a casual air, he declares he's still not full, and without missing a beat, instructs her to go buy him some dessert. When asked what kind, he simply replies, "A sweet one," leaving Sarah to seethe in silent fury at his unreasonable demand. Her frustration boils over, manifesting as a visible aura of fiery anger around her. Later, at Chuck's grocery, Sarah pays for a noodle snack, then slams the bag down with a resounding thud, her irritation still palpable. Back home, she presents the snack, only for him to immediately reject it, declaring he doesn't like biscuits and slamming it away. He questions her choice, pointing out he just had ramen and doesn't want a noodle snack, before casually stating he'd rather have ice cream now, slamming the snack away once more. He dismisses her efforts with a curt "Nope, not that," and repeatedly demands she try again, his rejections punctuated by sharp thuds. Still surrounded by the remnants of his insatiable appetite, the masked awakened sits amidst a mountain of empty wrappers, while Sarah Lee kneels before him, her patience wearing thin as he continues to demand more. Popping another pill into his mouth, he muses aloud about the comfort of having an underling, and how it explains why the warlock kept him around, a smirk playing on his lips. Sarah Lee, her anger flaring around her like an inferno, vehemently denies being his subordinate, her frustration boiling over into a series of indignant cries. Unfazed by her outburst, he simply stares, a silent command hanging in the air for her to say it. Her defiance momentarily gives way to a choked gasp as she tries to curse him, only to be cut off by a sharp "shut up," leaving her sputtering in frustrated silence. A soft MMF escapes him as the truth of their bond is revealed. Sarah, who had already died once, was being kept alive thanks to Jude's magical power, existing as a familiar belonging to him, an ordinary absolute. Declaring himself done with dessert, he then asks if they should get started, as Sarah Lee, now transformed into a small, fox-like creature, lets out a terrified eek and stammers, "Why do we not?" A look of disbelief crosses her face as she thinks, in no way. But then a more pragmatic thought emerges. Who could blame him for controlling a beautiful lady like her, even if she doesn't understand how he does it? A blush spreads across her cheeks as she concludes, "Yeah, that's gotta be it," her heart thumping a rapid beatum as she admits, "Well, I guess he's kinda hot." He glances at her, now dressed in a green tracksuit, and asks why she's breathing so heavily, finding it odd since she's a zombie and shouldn't be sick. Her eyes widen in realization, and she retorts that it's because you're a psycho, her face contorting in renewed anger as she mentally labels him a psycho. Meanwhile, the masked awakened, a faint glow emanating from his hand, simply shrugs off her accusation, confident that it'll be fine. He stands, his scythe glowing with red particles, ready to depart, telling her he's going hunting and will see her next time, psycho. Putting on his headphones, he then casually instructs her to do the dishes before he leaves. As he makes his exit, he glances back, a blue glow around his eyes, asking if the others realize she cares. Left alone, she looks distressed, then begins to cry, before finally yelling at him to at least let her talk before he leaves. The city lights begin to glow as the sun sets over the urban landscape. With tears streaming down her face, she is left to wash dishes, a flaming skull in the sink, as the Warbly logo appears. A title card reveals the original story Cracker, with art by Yoon Seek-jun and help from Kim Ki-jun, marking this as page 7 of the grimoire. A visual transition of vertical lines fades from white to black, signaling a shift in scene. A mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses walks into a dimly lit space, their silhouette stark against the light. Blood splatters mark the walls, as the figure's sunglasses reflect the grim scene, hinting at the violence that occurred. Looking up, the figure surveys the carnage, a narration box indicating that this happened around 1 hour ago. 3 men and 1 woman were consumed by a demon here. The figure realizes, their eyes glowing with an intense light as they utter a single word, "No." He stares out, his gaze piercing through the darkness, reflecting on the recent carnage, which he knows was caused by a demon summoned from a grimoire. According to the warlock, these grimoires were the very trash that hastened the end of the world, and he curses himself for being late once more, lamenting the damn grimoire that caused such devastation. His eyes, hidden behind dark lenses, betray a cold, calculating resolve, as he considers the bloodied ground and the discarded glasses, remnants of the victims. He knows these are not just ordinary humans, but grimoires, individuals who have sold their souls to a noblesse demon, becoming its tools, and he lets out a series of bitter, mocking laughs at their fate. His face contorts with a mix of pain and fury as he crushes something unseen in his hand, a faint crack echoing the intensity of his resolve, vowing to find the one responsible. With a chilling intensity, he promises to swallow them whole, his determination unwavering, no matter the cost. Walking through the desolate cityscape, he lets out another dark laugh, a final, menacing warning to the bastard he hunts. Just you wait. His hand continues to crush the unseen object, the sounds of crunch crunch crunch, accompanying his sinister smile, as his blue eye gleams with cold fury, a silent acknowledgement of Warble Rule 8. This rule, known to all Warble users, states that they level up by killing demons or absorbing ether gems. However, there are rumors that grimoires, humans who have sold their souls to a noblesse demon, can also level up by killing humans or using them as a sacrifice, making them a priority target for all Warble users. In the depths of the underworld, a chilling truth persists. Demons crave human essence, desiring them above all else. This desire consumes them, both physically and mentally, for to these monstrous beings, humans are considered the greatest delicacy. That is why, whenever humans dare to enter the underworld, the demons immediately sense their presence, swarming them like a pack of ravenous piranhas. But this established system, this natural order of predator and prey, is about to be irrevocably altered by one individual. The masked awakened, with his glowing blue eyes and formidable scythe, stands ready to challenge the very foundations of this demonic realm. He wastes no time, launching himself into a flurry of motion, his scythe a blur of red energy as he carves through the first wave of grotesque, goblin-like creatures. Each swing of his weapon is precise and deadly, sending enemies flying with explosive force as he continues his relentless advance. Surrounded by a sea of glowing red eyes, he unleashes a devastating, wide-sweeping attack, the air itself shrieking with the power of his blow. K. Leaping high above the fray, he brings his scythe down in a powerful arc, cleaving through more of the demonic horde below. As he lands, his glowing eyes scan the remaining enemies, a silent promise of their impending doom hanging in the air. With renewed ferocity, he strikes again, his scythe leaving glowing red trails as it slices through the creatures with effortless grace. Finally, he stands amidst the dissipating forms of his defeated foes, his scythe still humming with residual power, a testament to his overwhelming strength. The bloodthirsty death god Thanatos' scythe gleams ominously, an A-grade weapon with a mere 0.1% growth, as the masked awakened stands contemplating its power. A sigh escapes him, as he realizes the small fry demons he's been fighting aren't sufficient, wondering if he needs to hunt a noblesse rank demon for any real progress. But the thought quickly fades, for he has already slain the noblesse demon here, Laplace, and cannot feed it to the scythe again, leaving him to ponder another method. A dark path presents itself, the idea of feeding humans to the scythe, hundreds of them, or even 10 young and pure virgins, a grim possibility that brings a pang of memory, recalling the one who died trying to save him, like an idiot. His eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, crackling energy surrounding him as he declares his intention to evolve the scythe. The blue energy continues to spark, a subtle, determined smile gracing his lips as he commits to his decision. Yet, a voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that Warlock would never resort to such methods, even if she had to, for the Warlock he knows would never ignore the sacrifice of a few. He clutches his chest, a pained expression crossing his face, remembering her foolish attempt to save him, calling her an idiot for it. Under the soft glow of a pink moon, his resolve hardens. He will not sacrifice humans, having promised to live how she wanted. With renewed determination, he stands ready, his scythe held firmly, prepared for whatever comes next. Blue energy crackles around him as the sky darkens, and he challenges the unseen, asking, "What are you waiting for?" As if in response, the air shimmers, and 3 new demons, Argos, Gremlin, and Grenupnel, spawn around him, their shadowy forms and glowing red eyes signaling the start of another brutal confrontation. With a confident smirk, the masked awakened challenges any foe to face him all at once, declaring he is in a rush. Meanwhile, a new group chat is created by Midas, with Warrior, Miracle, and Ruler joining, prompting Midas to comment on the pitiful number of only 4 participants, as Ruler casually remarks that half of their members are currently overseas. Midas then cuts to the chase, announcing the shocking news that Apostle Gabriel Kong is dead. The masked awakened, observing the conversation on his tablet, remains silent, as Ruler questions who Butcher is, and Warrior dismisses him as trash, claiming he would have killed him himself if not for Warlock's command. Miracle, however, expresses disbelief, wondering how he died, convinced that Gabriel Kong would never willingly enter a deep-level dungeon and suggesting it might have been a Grimmy. She further speculates that even if he were crazy, he wouldn't disobey Warlock, and given his obsession with hunting grimoires, he's probably out doing that right now. Warrior, annoyed by Miracle's skepticism, tells her to stop chatting and hurry up, then calls her a baby shaman and questions why she's talking like a weirdo. Miracle, looking at her tablet with a slight frown, retorts by telling Warrior to at least try to act his age, suggesting he talk about a Grimmy instead. Warrior, enraged, demands to know what she just said, accusing her of acting mature so far and now giving him trouble, while Miracle simply responds with a yoo-hoo. Midas intervenes, declaring that's enough, and a narration box adds that she erased the one who would become the king of the grimoires. Midas, now serious, states that this isn't something they can ignore, and orders everyone to mobilize their clan members to look into it, with Warrior, Ruler, and Miracle shown in grim agreement. The discussion in the chat room deepened, focusing on what could be related to the first harbinger of the apocalypse, as Ruler acknowledged the instructions, followed by Warrior, who confirmed he would handle his part between raids, and Miracle chimed in with a cheerful okie dokie mister. However, as Ruler, Warrior, and Miracle departed the chat, Midas's frustration boiled over, a sharp retort escaping him about being called Mr., leaving him to stare at the tablet, the final messages lingering on the screen, the weight of the unfolding events heavy on his mind. Exhaustion racked his body, each breath a ragged gasp, as the masked awakened warrior struggled to regain his composure. Still heaving from the brutal encounter, he stood amidst the carnage, his scythe a silent testament to the battle's ferocity. Just moments before, his glowing scythe had carved through monstrous forms, leaving a trail of blood and shattered crystal-like structures in his wake. Wiping a weary hand across his blood-streaked face, he let out a soft sigh, the adrenaline slowly receding. His body, covered in the grime and gore of battle, bore witness to the relentless fight he had endured. Despite his efforts, the bloodthirsty death god Thanatos' scythe, a replica, remained at a mere A grade, with its growth stuck at a frustrating 1.1%. He knew he wouldn't finish upgrading it in time, having spent 15 grueling hours hunting without rest, only to see such minimal progress. To truly halt the first great calamity Warble had foretold, he desperately needed the weapon upgraded to at least an S rank, a daunting 98.9% still to go, as he conversed with the demon Bedak. Pondering whether to venture deeper, Jude decided it was wiser to hold back until he could craft an item from the noblesse Laplace he had captured, remaining at the entrance to the Underworld's first circle. For as one delves deeper into the second and third circles, the demons encountered become increasingly violent and dangerous, a chilling truth he faced under the ominous red moon. And he knew exactly what awaited him there, those bastards, patiently biding their time. The noblesses, all greater demons of sovereign rank or higher, were eagerly anticipating Jude's arrival, their power a formidable challenge. Despite the overwhelming odds, his silhouette stood firm, the warrior ready to face whatever horrors the underworld would throw his way. He plunges into the dark abyss, a swirling vortex of crimson energy tendrils reaching out to ensnare him. The oppressive darkness of the underworld closing in around him, as the eerie light from above barely illuminates the monstrous forms lurking within the shadows. A sudden impact sends blood splattering across his face and shoulder, leaving him stunned and injured, his eyes widening in surprise at the unseen attack. Despite the wound, he manages to regain his footing amidst the swirling red energy, only to find a monstrous, clawed foot planted firmly before him, signaling the presence of a formidable foe. From the depths of the shadows, a grotesque demon emerges, its glowing red eyes fixed upon him, as another, even larger, horned figure declares, "There you are." The masked awakened warrior lets out a frustrated, almost defiant, sound, his expression grim as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. As blue energy crackles around his hand, a narration box reveals the spawning of Demon Gomori, an S-level sovereign of the Lemegeton, while the horned demon observes him, uttering his name with a chilling familiarity, Jude. Far from the horrors of the underworld, the sun shines brightly over Yongjin High, its buildings standing peacefully against a backdrop of distant mountains. Inside, the quiet hallways and classrooms reflect a stark contrast to the previous scene, with a blackboard displaying a slow and steady motto, hinting at a different kind of challenge. In one of these classrooms, Sarah Lee diligently takes notes, while Kim Kijin sits beside her, both immersed in their studies, seemingly unaware of the supernatural world that exists beyond their school walls. As the school day drew to a close, Sarah Lee's friend called out, suggesting they head to lunch, but a subtle shift in Sarah's demeanor caught her attention, prompting a questioning glance. Indeed, Sarah had been acting strangely for days, having disappeared without explanation, and now she looked noticeably pale, a growing concern for her friend. And it wasn't just her appearance. Even with the perfume she wore, a faint, unsettling odor, like rotten meat left too long in a fridge, clung to her. Despite the strange circumstances, a rumbling stomach broke the tension, and her friend found a small comfort in knowing that at least Sarah was still hungry. Later, in the bustling school cafeteria, a tray laden with a typical student lunch sat ready, a stark contrast to the unsettling events unfolding. Watching Sarah devour her meal, her friend's thoughts turned to the masked awakened, Jude, cursing him for Sarah's inability to speak the previous night, and regretting letting him go so easily, a hunger-fueled frustration building within her. Dismissing her own hunger, she decided to focus on Sarah, observing her with a concerned glance as she continued to eat with an unusual intensity. Sarah paused her eating, looking up with a blank expression, prompting her friend to ask what was wrong, only to be met with another silent, wide-eyed stare. Her eyes, usually soft, now held a sharp, almost predatory glint, and her jaw clenched, teeth gritted in a silent, fierce determination. Her friend, startled by the sudden shift, questioned her actions, as Sarah continued to eat with alarming ferocity, a strange energy radiating from her as she declared the entire situation was Jude's fault. A chibi version of Jude appeared in her mind, taunting her, reminding her that she was, after all, a zombie, a walking corpse that fed on humans. But Sarah vehemently rejected the notion, slamming her hand down, asserting her healthy appearance defied such a label. Without another word, Sarah abruptly rose from her seat, leaving her bewildered friend to wonder where she was going, as Sarah stormed off with a fierce resolve, determined to confront the one she blamed for her predicament. A moment of quiet confusion settles over Sarah Lee as she pauses, a question forming in her mind. Meanwhile, a casual conversation unfolds on a nearby staircase, as one student asks if the other has read Boss in School, receiving an enthusiastic affirmation about its amazing plot. The two students, Kim Kijin and James, continue their discussion, until Kijin's attention is suddenly drawn to a figure at the bottom of the stairs, prompting James to question his friend's sudden distraction. At the foot of the stairs, the masked awakened stands motionless, his presence casting a chilling shadow over a horrifying pool of blood, as a voice from above questions his presence, wondering if he was supposed to be in a coma. Kim Kijin and James stare down in utter horror, their faces contorted in disbelief as they realize the extent of the carnage, the narration echoing their shock by describing how the main character of their story blew away his opponent in a single punch. The crimson splatter paints a gruesome picture across the floor, a stark testament to the violence that has just unfolded, as an unseen voice declares, "Let the death game begin." James was a loner, often standing apart from the shadowy figures of his peers. It wasn't that he lacked ability compared to others. In fact, he was one of the better students, diligently working at his desk. The teachers trusted him, often praising his good work and telling him to take his seat, yet he didn't have many friends, even as a female student sat beside him. His school life wasn't all that bad, at least not until the teacher began handing out exams, reminding everyone to clear their desks, and, above all, no cheating. Suddenly, a bully leaned over his shoulder, demanding he write down the answers and pass them over, leaving James to stammer in disbelief. The bully's face contorted in a sneer, making it clear he wasn't asking, and James could only weakly protest. As the female student next to him wondered what was happening, James quickly dismissed it as nothing, forcing himself to focus on the exam, despite the turmoil. From that moment, James's school life became a living hell, as he was surrounded by bullies, their cruel words like retard, fuck off, and die, fucker scrawled on his desk, his glasses lying broken on the floor. At first, he told himself he was just unlucky, believing it would all be over once he graduated, and he tried to console himself by thinking those bullies would amount to nothing in society. But he reached his limit, his face bruised and his glasses cracked, as the main bully laughed, mocking his appearance and declaring he'd rather die than be him. Overwhelmed, James gagged, then wretched, collapsing to the floor as he vomited. The bullies reacted with disgust, one exclaiming about his puking and another wondering what he'd eaten, before the main bully decided it was time to leave, ordering the others to make sure the mess was cleaned up. The world blurred around him, a dizzying spiral of despair, as James's vision narrowed to the cold, indifferent night sky. Above him, the full moon hung like a silent, judging eye, illuminating the rooftop where he stood, a solitary figure against the vast emptiness. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that this wasn't living, not anymore, as the ground rushed up to meet him. The impact was a cacophony of white noise and shattered reality, but the result, somehow, wasn't what anyone expected. Instead, James found himself in a hospital bed, bruised and bandaged, while the main bully, a politician's son, received only a month's suspension, bowing in a performative display of remorse next to an unnamed leader. The incident, James's desperate resistance, never even made it to the TV news, appearing only on the internet before vanishing in a single day, perhaps because powerful strings were pulled. And now, the narrator declares, that's enough narrative, for it's a story everyone has heard before, a common criticism of today's society. But did you know, the voice asks, that once that common criticism becomes your own story, it changes everything? As James stands in a classroom doorway, a female student and another bully looking on. A sudden, violent splatter of blood erupts, shocking the female student, who gasps in horror, her eyes wide with disbelief. The narrator's voice returns, challenging the listener, asking if they could dismiss it that easily, the memory of the violence still fresh. Meanwhile, back in the present, James stands in the school's broadcast room, adjusting the microphone, as a teacher and two students look on, wondering what's happening. He begins, his voice calm and clear, announcing, "My name is James Park," a name that sends shockwaves through the school, especially to the main bully, who recognizes him as the loner that jumped from the rooftop a few months ago, now back and ready to speak his truth. As the broadcast continues, James declares his return, announcing a death game for everyone present, a simple game with a singular prize. A crackling sound begins to fill the air as he reveals the prize, their very lives, sending a wave of confusion and fear through the students, including Sarah Lee and the unnamed leader. Reflecting on the hell his school life had become, he remembers the bullies, those who hid the truth, and the ones who simply watched, all responsible for his suffering, and now, it was his turn to act. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he vows to show them all hell, initiating a grim sacrifice. The crackling intensifies, and the students, including Bully A, Bully B, and the unnamed leader, clutch their heads in agony, unable to comprehend the strange, painful sound assaulting their ears. Their bodies begin to shimmer and dissolve, as a female student cries out in terror, watching her own form disappear into glowing blue particles. The magical effect engulfs the entire school, transporting 327 humans into the underworld through a grimoire, creating a cavium, or prison, where they are destined to become sacrifices for demons, much like livestock in their pens. Meanwhile, James's transformation deepens, his hair now streaked with glowing blue lines, a clear sign of his newfound power. With eyes now glowing in intense blue, he sits upon a dark, imposing throne-like structure, challenging the unseen with a simple, chilling question. Later, he lies on a bed, his glowing blue eyes still open, a silent testament to the profound change he has undergone and the new reality he now inhabits. Standing amidst the aftermath of his grand design, James's presence looms, his new attire a stark contrast to his former self, as he coolly asks, "Do you like it?" A guttural growl echoes through the darkness. As a figure clenches their jaw, their eye glowing with an intense orange light, the sound of grinding teeth filling the air. Then, a calm voice cuts through the snarls, commanding silence from the monstrous presence, whose blue eyes flare in response. The armored demon, Visego, stands over the prone warlock, declaring, "I'm trying to enjoy my time together with my chosen one. Do not disturb us." A soft whine escapes Warlock. As Visego pauses, Warlock admits, "It's hard." Visego then muses on human obsessions, mentioning an old man Visego who told her male humans are obsessed with such things. Warlock, now standing, confronts her, "Stop saying weird stuff." He then questions her attire, asking, "What's with the get-up?" Visego, the third highest of the 72 demons, responds with a playful, "Poo-poo, you finally noticed my attire?" She explains that she tried to match it to his tastes, admitting, "It does wound my pride, adjusting my attire based on a human's preferences, but as long as I can gain you, it is a price worth paying. Now, admire my visage." Warlock, recognizing her words, thinks, "Is she saying she copied Warlock? It looks terrible on you. Take it off." A series of pained hic sounds escape Visego, followed by the metallic clangs of her helmet falling to the ground, revealing her true face. With tears in her eyes, Visego whimpers, "Hic, you are so heartless. It was not easy obtaining this armor." Warlock's eyes glow with a cold blue light as Visego, blushing, warns him. Oh my, you mustn't look at me with your smoldering eyes. I am a shy demon. He considers simply eliminating her, wondering, why are you here? It should be painful for a sovereign-rank demon to be up here. Vasego explains that the overworld lacks the ether her stature requires, but she can endure it if it means meeting him. You are mine, after all, she declares. Warlock, exasperated, demands, stop rambling, and tell me why you're here. Vasego, with a dramatic flourish, laments the cruelty of their situation, declaring it the 4th anniversary since their first meeting, while Warlock, taken aback, questions if so much time has truly passed, reflecting on the countless men she has enslaved. His thoughts drift to a memory from 4 years ago, when Gomari, a younger Vasego, saved his life, even though she was then a simpleton compared to her current self. In that past, his own appearance was completely different, his eyes wide with a youthful intensity. Her eyes, even then, possessed a chilling coldness capable of freezing the very air, yet they held a captivating power that could compel anyone. Returning to the present, Vasego lets out a soft laugh, insisting that even now, his eyes are irresistibly charming. She reaches out, her hand closing around his face, as he flinches from her touch. With her hand still on his cheek, Vasego asks what is wrong, revealing that she has lost her connection to her familiar, prompting him to wonder if she has simply made another one. As they stand together, their hands clasped, a deeper truth is revealed. His soul and Sarah's are connected to each other, yet in this moment, he can feel nothing. This realization triggers another memory, a flashback to a school hallway, where he sees Sarah Lee being harassed by bullies, his younger self seething with possessive rage, wondering who dares to touch his property without permission. The scene shifts, showing the bullies surrounding Sarah Lee and James, then a younger Vasego appearing, and finally, a younger Warlock, panting with exertion, surrounded by what appear to be scattered items. His expression hardens, a chilling smile spreading across his face, as he declares his intent to kill them. The memory fades, leaving only the image of a desolate, rain-swept landscape, with faint blue energy trails rising from the ground. A sudden, jarring sensation rips through the air, leaving Sarah Lee disoriented, wondering what could have caused such a disturbance, as a chilling realization dawns on her. She looks around, confused, then a strange sense of freedom washes over her, allowing her to speak freely. A newfound ability, she celebrates with an uncharacteristic burst of joy. Her cheer echoes across the rooftop, but her elation quickly turns to confusion as she notices a crimson moon hanging ominously in the sky, its eerie glow casting a pall over the scene. Attempting to flee the unsettling sight, she makes a desperate dash, only to be violently yanked back by a student who snarls at her audacity, while a teacher looks on, shouting in alarm. Sarah Lee cries out, pleading for him to stop, but the bully dismisses her pleas, accusing her of trying to escape and declaring there's only one way to deal with her, before delivering a harsh slap across her face. The bully then turns to the teacher, mockingly chastising him for calling a beautiful little girl a pig, leaving Sarah Lee bewildered, as she tries to address the teacher through her shock. The bully, enraged by her attempt to speak, demands to know what she's doing, only to notice a strange 0 floating above his head, a mysterious number that appears to be a new, unsettling reality. He points to the 0 above his head, then gestures to Sarah Lee, realizing she also has one, leaving her utterly confused, wondering about the meaning of these strange new markers. Ignoring Sarah Lee's distress, the bully orders her to follow him, but then a chilling voice cuts through the tension, belonging to Jude, who calmly explains that the numbers above their heads represent the count of people they have killed in this place. Sarah Lee gasps, horrified by the revelation of a kill count, as Jude's voice continues, cold and clear, laying out the grim rules of this new reality. He explains that with each person killed, their number will increase, and to survive, they will need to kill as many as they can, a declaration met with defiant shouts from the bullies, who refuse to believe such a twisted game is real. Jude acknowledges their initial 0 counts, offering them the choice to do nothing, but warns that anyone remaining at 0 will face a penalty. Then, with a sinister smile, he promises a special demonstration, snapping his fingers with a chilling finality. As the death game began its grim progression, a new penalty was swiftly added, manifesting as a swirling void on the ground, which then began to coalesce into a grotesque, shadowy form. The shadowy mass solidified into a small, horned demon, its red skin and bat-like wings a stark contrast to the mundane school setting, leaving James and Sarah Lee, along with the other students, staring in stunned horror as one of them stammered, "We're in Warble?" A chilling realization dawned upon them as a system notification confirmed the creature's identity. The demon imp had spawned, a level D monster whose sole purpose was to execute the punishments of the death game, following the grim orders of the grimoire, prompting Sarah Lee to whisper in disbelief, "Don't tell me." Outside, the world itself seemed to reflect the horror unfolding within, as a blood-red moon hung ominously in a bruised, stormy sky over the city, casting an eerie glow upon the buildings below. James's voice echoes, offering a chilling choice. If one wishes to do nothing, they are free to do so, but anyone with a 0 above their head will face a penalty. With a smirk, he announces a special demonstration, then snaps his fingers, and a system message confirms a penalty has been added to the death game, as a dark portal opens on the ground. From the swirling darkness, a grotesque, winged demon begins to emerge, its form solidifying as the students and the unnamed leader watch in horror. The creature, identified as the demon Imp, a D-type monster tasked with executing punishments according to the Grimoire's orders, stands fully revealed, its glowing orange eyes fixed on the terrified group, leaving Sarah Lee to gasp in dawning realization. A wave of dread washes over Sarah Lee as she whispers a chilling question, wondering if they are truly caught in a war, while above Kim Ki-jun's head, a stark zero appears, marking him for the impending penalty. The imp lets out a guttural cry as it stands between Sarah Lee and the unnamed leader, its glowing orange eyes narrowing, assessing its prey. Suddenly, the unnamed leader's face contorts in shock and pain as he is violently struck by an unseen force, blood erupting from his neck, sending Sarah Lee scrambling away in terror. Sarah Lee's eyes widen in abject horror as the unnamed leader's decapitated body collapses, the imp's blood-stained maw confirming its brutal efficiency, leaving her to stare at the gruesome scene. Her gaze falls to the ground, her eyes reflecting the crimson splatter, as the demon's clawed hand and her own blood-splattered legs come into view, painting a grim picture of the massacre. The imp stares down at her, its glowing orange eyes reflecting her terrified image, as it crouches amidst the blood, a predator ready to strike its next victim. As Sarah Lee attempts a desperate escape, the demon lunges with terrifying speed, its attack sending her flying, blood spraying into the air. A piercing scream escapes her lips as a red energy blast slams into her, her eyes wide with shock and pain as the force of the impact throws her violently backward. A cold, calculating gaze surveys the unfolding chaos, the blue light of a system interface reflecting in his eyes. Amidst the carnage, a lone figure stands over a freshly decapitated body, a stark zero hovering above her head, marking her as a target. The classroom echoes with a final, desperate scream, as James, observing the terror, offers a dismissive, almost bored, response. Sarah Lee, her score still 0, looks up in abject horror as the monstrous Croc's demon looms over her, its presence a chilling reminder of her impending doom, while a smaller, whimpering demon child cries nearby. James calmly explains his rationale, believing a first-hand look at the penalty would be more effective, as the demon brutally dismembers another student with a flash of blue energy, confirming he had orchestrated the deaths of 100. The demon stands over another victim, a 0 still marking a terrified survivor, as James addresses the remaining students, questioning how they managed to survive the initial culling. He clarifies that their survival was mere luck, having simply ordered his demons to kill exactly 100 people, a revelation that sends another student into a fit of screams. Amidst the whimpers and cries of the traumatized students, James warns the remaining 227 that it's far too early to celebrate their survival, as Sarah Lee struggles to rise, pleading for help. Still on the ground, Sarah Lee continues her desperate pleas, but James merely grins, declaring that the game has only just begun. He then reveals the true rules. Those lucky enough to survive the initial massacre now have 10 minutes to kill at least one person to raise the number above their heads. Otherwise, if their score remains at 0 after the time is up, the very demons they just witnessed will return to kill them. This time, he warns, there will be no exceptions, and with a chilling smile, James declares the death game officially open, as the timer begins its relentless countdown. The chilling reality of the death game settles in, as a young student, her uniform and hands already stained crimson, can only manage desperate, choked sobs. Her cries echo through the hall, as 2 other students rush to her side, their faces etched with terror, one reaching out in a futile attempt to offer comfort amidst the escalating chaos. Panic erupts as students scramble for an exit, one young man screaming for release, only to be met with an invisible force that slams into him, leaving him clutching a throbbing, injured arm. Tears stream down another's face, as the horrifying truth dawns on them all. Escape is impossible, and those who try to run are simply trapped, forced to confront the grim rules of the game. The desperation quickly turns to violence, as one girl, her face contorted in fear, is suddenly seized by an unseen assailant, a hand clamping around her throat, cutting off her pleas for mercy. Another student, Jasmine, her eyes welling with tears, raises a bloody chair high above her head, bringing it down with a sickening thwack upon a cowering classmate, the impact splattering more crimson across the floor. Standing over her fallen victim, Jasmine pants heavily, both girls now covered in the gruesome evidence of the game's brutal initiation. With a crazed look in her bloodied eyes, Jasmine declares that her victim's constant bragging had earned this fate, justifying her actions by claiming that those who use terror as an excuse to murder for survival are merely adapting to the new reality, even as another student screams in horror at her brutality, only to be silenced by Jasmine's desperate plea that they will all die if they don't participate. Her resolve hardening, Jasmine looks down, then lifts her gaze, a grim determination settling on her face. She stands in a classroom, the glowing outline of a door behind her, panting from her recent exertion, the silence of the room a stark contrast to the violence she just committed. Elsewhere, another student's bloodied hands tremble uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears as she desperately pleads for an end to the nightmare. Sarah Lee discovers Yvonne, hunched and bloodied on the floor, her voice trembling as she asks if the girl is all right, only for Yvonne to hiccup a terrified response, confirming that the monsters have indeed killed everyone. Still reeling from the horror, Yvonne whimpers that she's going to die, but Sarah Lee holds her tighter, her voice firm with a desperate resolve. She declares, "We aren't going to die in a place like this. I'm going to protect Yvonne, no matter what," as the other girl sobs uncontrollably. Meanwhile, those who choose to act and help their friends in such a moment of truth finally arrive, their gaze hardened by the unfolding chaos. Sarah Lee's thoughts echo, "This has to be Warble's Underworld. There has to be a way out as long as we're careful." As a male student, Julian Kim, enters a room, looking exhausted and battered, where another student awaits him. The waiting student offers a slight, knowing smile, while Julian Kim's hand, covered in fresh blood, clenches tightly. With a dismissive tone, the waiting student remarks, "If you barely survived, you should have just laid low." As Julian Kim remains silent, his gaze cast downward. This is the moment for those who act to remove the root cause behind this situation, and the waiting student confirms, "Julian Kim, I knew you'd come here." As a smartphone screen reveals, Warble user Julian Kim, confirming his identity and connection to the mysterious game. Julian Kim stands in a desolate room, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A voice cuts through the silence, revealing an unwelcome presence, as the other figure, a bully, knew he would come here, holding a glowing card in his hand. The bully lets out a mocking laugh, calling Julian a damn psycho, while Julian remains silent, his expression unreadable, before the bully then holds up a phone, displaying a picture. He taunts Julian, suggesting he should have laid low after barely surviving, his eyes glowing with an ominous blue light. Julian's eyes narrow as the bully continues, asking if he went overboard with the destruction around them, then chillingly asks if Julian likes the bloody scene. The bully calls him a freak, noting his unusual talkativeness, as Julian prepares for a confrontation. He challenges Julian, questioning if he thinks himself special just for summoning a few demons to mess with people, then delivers some bad news. The bully declares that Julian isn't the only one with powers, his eyes glowing with a fierce blue light as he prepares to strike. Julian's hand begins to glow with a brilliant, crackling blue energy, ready to unleash his own power. As the bully lunges forward with a powerful kick, Julian swiftly blocks it with his arm, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Julian retaliates with a swift, glowing punch to the bully's face, eliciting a pained cry from him. The bully, however, quickly recovers, grabbing Julian's face with a powerful grip, declaring himself a level 4 Warble user, and crushing Julian's face with a sickening crack. Still reeling from the brutal assault, he could only listen as the bully loomed over him, his voice dripping with malice, claiming Julian was simply unlucky to have crossed his path. The bully's words echoed, a chilling promise that this time, he would ensure Julian's demise, leaving him to writhe in agony, his face contorted in a silent scream. As the bully lifted Julian by his face, a sudden, ethereal ding resonated through the air, and a mysterious quest window materialized, detailing a task to destroy a noblesse-ranked demon contractor Grimoire's cage, and save those trapped within for good karma. The bully's eyes gleamed with renewed cruelty as he tightened his grip, blue energy flaring around his hand, musing aloud about becoming an awakened in one go, while Julian's own eyes began to glow with a faint blue light, a desperate surge of power awakening within him, even as his face was crushed. The sickening crunch of bone and flesh echoed through the desolate room, as the bully's hand continued its merciless squeeze, blood splattering from Julian's mangled face, his blue glowing eyes wide with pain and a dawning realization. A guttural "GAH" tore from his throat, his arm now a bloody, mangled mess, as the bully looked down, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. With blood smeared across his own face, the aggressor gloated, revealing that his superiors considered quests the easiest way to level up, and asking Julian how he liked his little act. He then challenged Julian, questioning his supposed level 4 status, as another ding sounded, and a system message announced a switch to demon identification mode, adding another layer of dread to Julian's already desperate situation. Standing over his broken victim, the bully continued his verbal assault, accusing Julian of being nothing more than a coward hiding behind his parents' influence, a cruel jab that struck deeper than any physical blow. With a bloodied face, the aggressor taunted him further, asking if he truly believed he'd be weaker than the demons he had summoned, leaving Julian to stare up in utter disbelief, the full horror of his situation sinking in. Suddenly, a blinding beam of white-blue light descended from above, illuminating the blood-soaked scene, and Julian, his eyes glowing with renewed power, could only utter a desperate plea that this had to be a mistake. The intense light enveloped him, revealing a glowing phone lying amidst the gore on the floor, its screen displaying a haunting image of a smiling Julian and the bully, a stark contrast to the brutal reality of their present. The system abruptly shifts, initiating demon identification mode, its display now targeting a Grimoire, James Park, with a bad karma score of 105 and a level above 38. Meanwhile, the bully, standing over Julian Kim in the blood-soaked room, reveals the chilling truth: the demons hadn't killed him because he had explicitly forbidden them from doing so. Two other students watch in horror, as the bully continues his cruel taunt, mocking Julian for willingly coming to his own demise, finding the situation utterly hilarious. His laughter echoes through the hallway as the two students, screaming in fear, flee from the horrific scene, while the world itself seems to whisper ominously around them. Julian, his hand trembling and covered in blood, lets out a pained cry, a choked sound escaping him as he grapples with the shocking revelation, realizing the depth of the betrayal. The bully, still grinning through his own bloodied face, finds immense enjoyment in the revenge and slaughter, declaring this to be merely the beginning, as a digital timer counts down to 1 second. He admits it's no fun if he keeps letting the demons kill them, just as the timer hits 0, and the numbers of the remaining demons approach their end. The time limit has been reached, and the death game penalty will now begin. A chilling system message flashes, announcing the start of a death game, reiterating that the time limit has been reached and the penalty will now commence. In another part of the school, 3 students, including Jasmine, react with dawning horror, her friends calling out her name in concern as she stands, bloodied and unresponsive. Her friends question what's wrong, their voices laced with fear, as Jasmine slowly turns, a series of pained gasps escaping her lips. Her friends continue to call her name, their concern growing, as Jasmine struggles to speak, only managing more pained sounds, while another student urges the others to check on her. As the death game penalty takes hold, a horrifying transformation begins. Jasmine's face contorts in agony, her eyes glowing crimson, sharp teeth emerging as she whispers of a profound internal shift, while nearby, Julian Kim and Kim Kijin stand frozen in terror, the numbers 0, hovering ominously above them. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, a stark reminder of the brutal reality that demons corrupt humans, a truth now violently unfolding. Monstrous figures, personifications of grimoires, tear through the terrified students, their glowing red eyes fixed on their prey as desperate pleas for mercy are met with brutal silence, confirming that grimoires also corrupt humans, not just demons. Amidst the chaos, Kim Kijin collapses, her voice trembling as she desperately calls out to Jasmine, begging the demon not to kill her, reminding it of their friendship, only for the monstrous creature to respond with a chilling, "Found ya." Her desperate plea hangs in the air, as Julian Kim, bloodied and terrified, suddenly unleashes a raw burst of blue energy from his mouth, a powerful bang echoing through the space. With newfound power, Julian Kim retaliates, impaling the monstrous demon with a glowing red spear, a stark counter to the corruption that demons inflict upon humans. The blue energy Julian Kim unleashed expands rapidly, shattering the very fabric of the space around them, as a sinister chuckle echoes from an unseen source. Suddenly, a new figure materializes amidst the shimmering blue fragments, a man in a long coat and sunglasses, armed with a rifle, his presence announced by a confident, "Found ya." This powerful newcomer, identified as a hunter of Ascended Level 188, has forcefully breached the defenses and entered the grimoire's cage, his smirk hinting at his formidable capabilities. With a grim realization of the situation, he mutters, "Damn grimoire." Hunter plunges into a swirling blue portal, forcing his way into what is known as the grimoire's cage, landing with a powerful impact within its shimmering blue confines. Meanwhile, a desperate hand reaches out from a crimson portal, revealing Sarah Lee trapped and visibly distressed within a cage of pulsing red energy. She lies injured and bleeding on the ground, her face contorted in a silent scream, as the malevolent red glow surrounds her. The scene shifts to a blood-splattered school hallway, where the injured girl remains, now amidst shimmering blue particles, a stark contrast to the empty, desolate corridor around her. Suddenly, a barrage of red energy beams erupts, striking with explosive force, as Sarah Lee can only utter a bewildered, "Huh." But before the attacks can connect, Hunter, with a determined expression, raises a glowing blue hand, effortlessly deflecting the crimson onslaught, declaring, "No way." A moment of surprise crosses his face as he exclaims, "How?" Before his gaze sharpens, a smirk forming as he announces, "He found you," and lunges forward, a glowing red weapon materializing in his grasp. His expression hardens, his hand instinctively moving to the grip of a firearm, ready to unleash further devastation. Another powerful red energy blast hurtles towards him, but he meets it with a formidable blue energy shield, leaving Sarah Lee to gasp in disbelief. How is this possible?" As she clutches her injured hand. He deflects yet another attack, his hand gripping a blood-splattered book, before plunging a glowing blue dagger into the shadowy entity, the grimoire itself. The shadowy form of the grimoire collapses, dissolving into a bloody mess, as a final, desperate cry of "Kaira" echoes through the air. Hunter surveys the gruesome aftermath, his gaze falling upon the remnants of the shadowy figures, wondering aloud, "Are there any more fallen?" Before a look of deep concern crosses his face as he questions, "Am I really?" A chilling thought echoes through the void, questioning if this is truly the end, if he is simply going to die like this. Yet, a voice reminds him of a special ability, assuring him that most Warble users would never be able to defeat him. The voice continues, a stern warning to never forget the true power of the top Warble users. This is the path of an apostle, the hunter, but something is not quite right. Not yet, he thinks, as a tribute is offered, and contractor James Park's karma increases. More tributes are offered, each one fueling the rise of his karma, until contractor James Park's karma exceeds 300. With this immense accumulation, a new destiny is forged. Contractor James Park will be reborn. Meanwhile, a desperate scream tears through the air as Sarah Lee finds herself ensnared by the shadowy grim shadow, its tendrils wrapping around her, eliciting a terrified cry. She struggles against the monstrous grip, pleading for it to release her. Her voice rises in a desperate plea, demanding to be set free. With a final, strained effort, she cries out, challenging the monster to release her. Still reeling from the shadowy tendrils that had ensnared her, Sarah Lee desperately swung a broken stick, attempting to fend off the encroaching grim shadow. But her makeshift weapon was no match for the entity's power. As it lunged forward, its glowing red eyes fixed on her, overwhelming her meager defenses. A gasp escaped her lips as the shadowy tendrils wrapped around her, pulling her closer, the sheer force of the attack leaving her stunned and vulnerable. With a piercing scream, she was violently thrown through the air, colliding with the ground in a sickening impact that left her uniform torn and bloodied, the pain searing through her body. As she lay there, gasping for breath, her eyes fell upon another figure nearby, a familiar face, also injured and unconscious, prompting a desperate cry of Yvonne from her bloodied lips. The sight of her friend's suffering ignited something primal within her, a surge of agony and rage that twisted her features and blurred her vision, signaling a terrifying change. Her body began to contort, her limbs elongating and twisting into grotesque shapes, as a shadowy aura erupted around her, her eyes glowing with an unnatural, predatory red light. Now a grotesque, shadowy creature, she lunged at the grim shadow, its own tendrils recoiling in shock as her newly formed claws tore into its form, consuming its essence with a horrifying shriek. The grim shadow struggled, but it was no match for her newfound, ravenous power. As she continued to feast, her form growing larger and more distorted with every gulp of its shadowy energy. With a final, guttural sound, the grim shadow was completely absorbed, and a series of level-up notifications flashed before her eyes, confirming her new status as a zombie at level 5, with 28 out of 100 experience points. A system window appeared, detailing her new feast skill. The more you eat, the stronger you are. And a passive skill, receiving doll, along with the chilling information that she was now a familiar belonging to you, leaving her gasping in horror, her bloodied hands covering her mouth as she whispered, What was that? The monstrous transformation receded, leaving her human form, but the blood remained, staining her face and hands, and her gaze fell once more upon Yvonne, still lying motionless and severely injured, prompting a desperate plea. Yvonne, are you okay? What do I do? Still trapped in her monstrous form, Sarah Lee clutches Yvonne close, her mind racing with a singular, desperate thought. She needs to get her friend to a hospital. But before she can move, a searing red beam of energy slices through the air, narrowly missing them, as a figure emerges from the shadows, his face splattered with blood from a previous encounter. The newcomer, a hunter, stands poised with his rifle, his sudden appearance leaving Sarah Lee and Yvonne stunned, wondering if he is their savior. A thunderous bang echoes as he fires again, his expression grim as he realizes there was another monstrous presence he had yet to deal with. Aiming his rifle directly at the transformed girl, the hunter commands her to release Yvonne, but Sarah Lee, desperate and misunderstood, can only respond with a pained question. Unmoved by her plea, the hunter's finger tightens on the trigger, his resolve firm. If she won't comply, she will simply die. As the hunter prepares to deliver the final blow, Sarah Lee's monstrous form flares with an intense, blinding light, her power surging in a desperate act of self-preservation. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoes, addressing a mysterious you. The voice continues, its words resonating with an ominous power, declaring that you have forced your way into the grimoire's cage, as blue lightning crackles in the darkness. Amidst a shower of blood and glowing blue particles, the hunter stood over a fallen figure, his staff still crackling with residual energy. A bloodied young woman, barely conscious, wondered if he had saved them, while the hunter, his face obscured by sunglasses, simply acknowledged the presence of another. Suddenly, the hunter's staff transformed into a gun, which he aimed directly at the bloodied woman, who now shielded a terrified Sarah Lee, as he coldly declared her a demon. He commanded her to release the girl, but the bloodied woman, clutching Sarah tightly, cried out that he didn't understand. With a grim resolve, the hunter's finger tightened on the trigger, his voice chilling as he delivered a final, brutal ultimatum. In that case, just die. A searing red aura erupted around the hunter, his form silhouetted against the explosive energy. An unseen, booming voice echoed through the space, addressing the hunter directly, accusing him of forcing his way into the grimoire's cage. The red energy around the hunter intensified, radiating outwards with immense force, a prelude to his devastating attack. As the hunter's power swelled, the bloodied woman desperately shielded Sarah Lee, the expanding red aura threatening to engulf them both. The radiant energy pulsed, growing brighter and more volatile, as the two girls braced for the impact. With a burst of speed and crackling blue lightning, the hunter launched his attack, a devastating strike aimed directly at the vulnerable pair. The hunter, his form crackling with raw, red energy, prepares to unleash a devastating attack, the ground beneath him glowing with the intensity of his power. His eyes, now glowing with an eerie light, fixate on Sarah Lee, who recoils in terror, her face a mask of pure fear. He stands over her and the injured woman, his presence overwhelming as he demands, "Are you?" The hunter presses further, questioning her protection of the thing, to which Sarah Lee, despite her fear, defiantly responds, "Me?" Clutching the injured woman tightly, Sarah Lee declares with unexpected resolve, "She's mine. Don't touch her." The hunter remains silent for a moment, his expression hidden behind his dark sunglasses, processing her words. Then, a chilling laugh escapes him as he states, "Demons must be eliminated right away." His voice dripping with malice, he mocks her, "You dare protect a demon in front of me?" Before his staff transforms into a gun, and he fires a searing red energy blast, adding, "Then you can die along with it." The powerful blast of crimson energy erupts from his weapon, surging forward with destructive intent. It streaks across the desolate landscape, a fiery wave aimed directly at the two vulnerable girls. A triumphant, "He!" escapes the hunter's lips, but his smirk quickly vanishes as an unseen force suddenly blocks his attack, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "He blocked it?" An unseen voice, filled with cold authority, then addresses him directly, "Oi, glasses. I don't care who you are, but anyone who touches what's mine will die." Sarah Lee, her face flushed with a deep blush, clings tightly to the hunter, her heart pounding as she grapples with the overwhelming emotions, thinking to herself that she must be going crazy. As the hunter gazes upwards, his silhouette stark against the night sky, Sarah Lee can only think how incredibly cool he appears. Even though the hunter is technically blind, he perceives the world through other heightened senses, especially his advanced ether perception abilities. While the ethers of warbles glow red throughout their bodies, the ethers of demons and grimoires are pitch black and often feel sticky. Yet, his own ether is a strange blend of half black and half ruby red, a unique signature that makes Sarah Lee wonder if he might be a warble user. His weapon, a formidable staff, was untouched by demon bullets, indicating it's at least a B+ rank legendary item. As the hunter stands, holding the injured woman, a shadowy aura begins to coalesce behind him, the presence of grim shadow making itself known. He had accessed forbidden powers and fallen into depravity, but the hunter simply asks, "Kill Butcher." Sarah Lee, confused, echoes the name, "Butcher?" The hunter then dismissively asks, "Oh, that trash." With a cold certainty, he confirms, "Yeah, I killed him." A scoff escapes him as he adds, "Huh? You're right. He was a piece of trash." Butcher and his clan were once considered valuable assets in the battle to save humanity, yet the hunter simply viewed him as a necessary evil. Sarah Lee, her voice trembling, asks if he truly killed Butcher and turned him into a weapon, to which the hunter responds with a dismissive, "So what?" His gaze sharpens as he declares, "I feel the aura of a grimoire, humanity's enemy, on you." With that chilling pronouncement, he vows, "And now that you've caught my eye, I will eliminate you." Sarah Lee, stunned, can only ask, "You'll kill me? How?" The hunter, his power flaring, declares, "I'll show you why I received the name of Hunter in this forsaken world." Sarah Lee, still reeling, questions, "Your hunter? Your hunter?" As he focused, a powerful skill activated, red lightning crackling around him, manifesting as the goblin's cap. Moving with impossible speed, he blurred into multiple afterimages, leaving Sarah Lee utterly bewildered. In an instant, he reappeared beside her, standing over her prone form as she wondered aloud if he had simply vanished. The blood-splattered classroom was a grim sight, and Sarah Lee, seeing him, cried out in desperation, pleading for help for Yvonne, who was in grave danger. Without hesitation, he knelt beside the unconscious Yvonne, handing Sarah Lee a glowing red object and instructing her to feed it to the girl, assuring her it would keep her alive for now. Just as Sarah Lee reached out, a searing red energy beam shot towards them, but he swiftly intercepted it with his staff, sparks flying from the impact. Turning back to the unseen threat, he commanded Sarah Lee to save Yvonne, then focused, his hand beginning to glow with crackling blue energy. His eyes flared with an intense blue light as he prepared to unleash an Ascendant's hidden skill, a grim expression on his blood-splattered face, knowing this fight would be far from easy. Within a stark, empty training room, a profound silence hangs heavy, a perfect camouflage technique that even the user cannot detect. From the shadows, the hunter emerges, his scythe poised, ready to unleash demon bullets that make no sight nor sound, a deadly, invisible assault. And with the ability to teleport instantaneously to another location, he becomes a blur of motion, a phantom in the fight. His scythe carves through the air with blinding speed, leaving trails of crimson energy, each strike a testament to his lethal precision. But even with such speed, he finds himself on the defensive, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he deflects a flurry of unseen attacks, the impacts sparking around him. The assault is relentless, forcing him to react with every fiber of his being, his face etched with concentration. Suddenly, a powerful blow connects, sending him reeling backward, a cry of alarm escaping Sarah Lee as she witnesses the impact, her hands flying to her mouth. He crashes to the ground, defeated, as the unseen opponent stands victorious over him, leaving Sarah Lee to whisper, "Hey," in disbelief. Sarah Lee watches, her expression a mix of fear and concern, as the hunter lies motionless, a small smirk playing on his lips. His eyes snap open, glowing with renewed blue energy, as he acknowledges the skill of his adversary, muttering, "Not bad, hunter." With a determined grunt, he rips his scythe, the weapon feeling familiar and ready in his hand, his resolve unwavering. Sarah Lee watches as he stands, his scythe glowing with a faint red aura, and he challenges his opponent once more. "Let's try this again." The training continues, a silent battle under the watchful eye of the moon. As the intense training concludes, a different scene unfolds, showing a young woman, Yvonne, her face streaked with blood, being tended to by Julian Kim, who presses a small, glowing red pill to her lips, a vibrant crimson aura immediately enveloping her as she begins to recover. Her eyes snap open, wide with surprise as the healing energy courses through her, and Julian Kim, relieved, exclaims her name, noting how much better she already appears. A wave of gratitude washes over Julian Kim, who murmurs a quiet "thank you," before a sudden, unsettling realization makes him pause, his gaze drawn to the ominous red moon hanging heavy in the night sky, a voice questioning his own name. Meanwhile, high above the city, the hunter stands silhouetted against the same crimson moon, his face obscured by sunglasses and the brim of his hat, a silent observer of the unfolding events. He turns his attention to Visego, the demon with the staff, questioning the situation, then asserts with quiet confidence that his demon bullets are far from weak. Indeed, each shot he fires is imbued with enough destructive power to tear a human-sized hole through any demon or grim shadow, as he unleashes a volley of glowing red projectiles towards the monstrous grim shadow. The swirling energy of his attack is potent enough to kill anything, yet he observes the grim shadow, contemplating how it has managed to endure so many direct hits. With a renewed surge of determination, the hunter raises his scythe, its blade igniting with a fierce red glow and crackling particles, ready to unleash a more direct assault. He lunges forward, unleashing a powerful red energy beam from his scythe, but Visego, with surprising agility, manages to dodge the attack, leaving only a trail of impact lines where he once stood. A flicker of surprise crosses the hunter's face as he realizes Visego is starting to dodge his attacks, pondering if it's a skill, but quickly dismissing the thought, concluding that if it were, Visego would have dodged from the very beginning. With a sharp gaze, the hunter confronts Visego, his voice cutting through the night as he declares that he has found where the demon was hiding. Hunter finds himself forced to one knee, his body recoiling from a powerful blow, as Visego stands over him, his glowing red scythe radiating dark energy. Visego wonders aloud how he was found, while Hunter, his eyes narrowed in realization, understands that his opponent somehow read the trajectory of his bullets, a skill that infuriates him. Without hesitation, Visego lunges forward, his scythe arcing with deadly intent, but Hunter, a blur of motion, dodges the attack, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. The demon's scythe continues its deadly sweep, red energy trailing behind it. As Hunter narrowly evades, the impact lines of the mist strike, flashing around him. Finally regaining his footing, Hunter stands tall, his own scythe glowing with a fierce red light, confronting Visego, who stares back in disbelief, questioning what kind of being stands before him. With a determined expression, Hunter prepares for the next move, as Visego's hand subtly twitches, a hint of unease crossing his features. Visego taunts him, asking if he's run out of bullets, but Hunter, despite a fleeting internal question of fear, remains steadfast. He declares himself Warlock's apostle, a hunter whose very existence is to save humanity. A powerful red aura flares around him as he asserts his purpose, to erase those who threaten the apostles. Warrior, miracle, joker, protecting them from the enemy is the very reason for his existence, an ultimate skill he wields. Though he might have failed to protect Warlock in the past, he vows not to fail again, mentioning Casper's hidden bullet as red energy trickles from Visego's hand. With renewed determination, Hunter stands firm, a red aura surrounding him, declaring that there is nothing in this world he cannot hunt. His resolve burns brightly, his eyes glowing with intense white and red light, a beacon of humanity's hope against the encroaching darkness. He is suddenly engulfed by a blinding flash of orange and yellow light, a powerful projectile slamming into his chest with devastating force. The impact sends him reeling backward, his face contorted in a grimace of pain as streaks of blue energy crackle around his dark hair. The radiant energy coalesces into a swirling, glowing orb, as a voice from the unseen attacker questions the unexpected turn of events, wondering aloud what could be happening. Meanwhile, from a distant window, a young woman watches the chaos unfold, dark, swirling energy effects framing her view of the outside world. Her eyes widen in alarm, and a soft, worried whisper escapes her lips, calling out a familiar name. Suddenly, a system notification flashes into existence, announcing the detection of Hunter's ultimate skill, Casper's hidden bullet, and a dramatic level increase from 188 to 253. A searing pain erupted from his back, a gaping wound blossoming with crimson, as the very essence of his being seemed to tear itself apart. From the depths of that agonizing injury, a shadowy, horned figure began to coalesce, rising ominously above him, before manifesting fully on the rooftop, a dark, imposing presence against the stormy sky. The force of the emergence sent him plummeting from the building's edge, his body a blur against the concrete. Yet even in freefall, his mind raced, a flicker of blue energy already forming around his hand. Landing hard, he quickly scanned his surroundings, spotting a smaller, crackling manifestation of the entity nearby, and with a grim determination, he knew he needed to create distance, to buy himself precious seconds against this new threat. The shadowy entity, now fully formed and towering, confronted him, its glowing eyes fixed on his, as it hissed, "Grimoire." Before he could react, the demon lunged, its scythe-like arm a blur of dark energy, slicing across his body and sending a fresh spray of blood into the air. The creature let out a chilling cackle, reveling in its speed and the damage inflicted, leaving him stunned and bleeding, barely able to register the attack. Struggling to his feet, he recognized the demon's new, terrifying form, a realization that brought a surge of anger, as the creature proudly declared its identity, Sabbath's goat. Grimoire continued its taunts, questioning his transformation into a demon, but he refused to be broken, unleashing a powerful burst of energy from his hand in defiance. With renewed fury, he closed the distance, his glowing weapon striking true, forcing the demon to recoil from the impact. He pressed his assault, a flurry of strikes tearing into the shadowy form, eliciting a guttural scream of agony from the creature. Despite the wounds, Grimoire's grin widened, its voice dripping with perverse hunger as it declared, "Taste delicious." He recoiled in disgust, unleashing another blast of energy, cursing the vile entity. He unleashes a barrage of concentrated energy, each blast striking the demonic entity with explosive force. Despite the powerful assault, Hunter finds himself wounded, the cost of his desperate attack evident as he curses his depleted ether, realizing he had poured everything into that hidden bullet. The demon, Grimoire, mocks him, reveling in the sight of an apostle struggling for his life, calling him a pitiful parasite, and vowing to kill him. Yet, even in his weakened state, Hunter retorts, "Humph, still talking tough I see." With a sinister chuckle, Grimoire promises to show him true power, sending him flying through the air as dark, fiery spikes erupt from the ground. The demon then fully transforms, its body writhing with dark energy as it declares, "My power as a Nephilim." This transformation signifies a demon reborn, a perfect demon known as a Nephilim, achieved when a Grimoire's karma exceeds a certain number, much like how a human surpasses level 10 to become an ascended. A glowing red arm extends from its monstrous form, pulsating with raw, destructive power. Hunter braces himself, his eyes glowing with an intense orange light, reflecting his unwavering resolve. Grimoire lets out a guttural roar, unleashing a devastating attack that engulfs Hunter in a blinding flash of red energy. Meanwhile, in a quiet classroom, Sarah Lee's eyes widen in shock, a sudden, sharp pain causing her to gasp, Jude. A notification rings out, confirming that familiar Sarah Lee's passive skill, Receiving Doll, has activated, meaning any harm taken by her master, Jude, will now be transferred directly to her. As Hunter's bloodied hand is shown, Sarah Lee collapses to the floor, the pain overwhelming her, leaving her friend James to look on in confusion as she murmurs, "Huh." A guttural gasp escapes him, his body racked with pain as the impact of the blow sends him reeling. His vision blurring as he struggles to comprehend the sheer force that just struck him, the ominous red moon hanging heavy in the sky above. His entire being throbs with agony, a chilling realization dawning on him that for a fleeting moment, he had truly believed himself dead. Even as he had consciously held back his full power, preparing for a greater calamity, the demonic entity had never imagined a mere human could push him to such a point. Still, Char Hunter remained standing, his body a canvas of fresh wounds, each gasp a testament to his enduring will. A cruel smile spreads across the demon's face, acknowledging the hunter's tenacity with a chilling taunt. Despite the pain, Char Hunter pushes through, his body coiling with renewed resolve, ready to meet the demon's challenge head-on. The Nephilim form of Char grim shadow laughs, a booming sound that echoes under the blood-red moon, boasting of his own incredible power and dismissing the apostles as nothing compared to him. With another cackle, the demon unleashes a torrent of shadowy tendrils, sending Char Hunter flying once more through the air. He crashes violently to the ground, the impact kicking up dust and debris around his battered form. Yet, a defiant grin stretches across Char Hunter's bloodied face, his eyes glowing with an unyielding spirit as he calls out, "Hey, let's go again." The demon pauses, surprised by the human's audacity, as Char Hunter rises, his glowing scythe ready for another round under the crimson sky. A triumphant voice echoes under the ominous red moon, reveling in a recent victory, proclaiming, "I knew I was amazing." The speaker continues, dismissing warnings about powerful adversaries. "They told me to avoid apostles at all costs, but they're nothing compared to me." As the chilling laughter of Kuaa fills the air, Visego stands tall amidst a field of destruction, his imposing, winged form silhouetted against the dark sky, a testament to his overwhelming power. Meanwhile, two figures, Charlie Kim and an armored woman, plummet through the air, their descent marked by streaks of light, indicating the sheer force that sent them flying. Vasego looks down upon them, his scythe still poised, as Charlie Kim, despite the impact, glares back with fierce determination, a faint blue glow emanating from his form, a silent challenge forming on his lips. With a renewed surge of power, Charlie Kim declares, "Let's go again," his eyes burning with a bright, white light, while Vasego responds with a dismissive, questioning sound, "Hop." Undaunted, Charlie Kim launches himself back into the fray, his scythe glowing with blue energy as he charges through the shattered landscape towards the towering demon. As Charlie Kim watches, Vasego turns his attention to the fallen armored woman, who lies motionless on the ground, prompting the demon to wonder aloud, "Was that directed at me?" Vasego continues to mock, reminding them, "An apostle, the strongest of all mankind, couldn't beat me, and yet you dare." He then challenges Charlie Kim, "Do you know who I am? I may be the prophesied Antichrist." His voice growing in power, Vasego declares his true identity, the one who will reign over all demons. His red eye glowing with sinister ambition as he proclaims, "I am the future king." With a final, dismissive word, "Not you." Vasego turns away, leaving Charlie Kim and the armored woman to their fate, his words a crushing blow to their defiance. Charlie Kim, now kneeling beside the injured armored woman, urges her, "Hey, get up." He then questions her, "Did you just ignore him? Don't tell me that was enough to kill you? That kind of attack should be nothing, right?" Standing over the fallen armored woman, who stirs with a pained gasp, he watches her closely. A small smile plays on his lips as he thinks, "Good, good. I knew you'd be alive," before turning his attention back to the demon, challenging him to, "Try that attack where you shoot my heart again." Still impaled by the crescent blade, he declares with unwavering resolve, "This time, I'll fight back seriously." Vasego, however, merely scoffs, his voice dripping with disdain as he asks, "What's wrong? You might be a little burnt, but your limbs are still there. Even your organs are only a little battered. Hunter, are you deaf?" The demon's eyes glow with an ominous red light, a silent threat hanging in the air. Without another word, Vasego unleashes a devastating red energy blast, sending it hurtling towards his opponent, who meets the attack with his scythe. The scythe glows fiercely red as it deflects the demonic energy, leaving the hunter with a determined expression. Vasego's grin widens, his voice echoing with a mix of disbelief and arrogance as he demands, "Huh? What do you think of my overwhelming power? Are you still going to ignore me?" With blue energy crackling around him, the hunter simply retorts, "You've been talking too much. I'm not interested in small fry," a dismissive comment that enrages Vasego, who snarls, "You little." Vasego lunges forward, threatening to make him end up just like the armored woman, but before the demon can land a blow, a swift blue energy slash cuts across his arm. Blood splatters as Vasego's arm is cleanly severed, his eyes wide with shock as he stammers, "Huh? Why?" While the hunter looks down at his scythe, which has absorbed the limb, wondering, "Why's my arm there?" He then looks up at the demon, repeating his earlier taunt, "Hey, what did I say about small fry?" as a system notification dings, announcing that his equipment, the bloodthirsty death god Thanatos scythe, replica, has evolved significantly to grade A, growth 6.1%, and now desires more of what it just ate. Charlie Kim observes his opponent, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he notes the demon's diminished state, remarking on his unexpected resilience even with a single arm. Meanwhile, Vasego stares at the stump where his arm once was, a wave of disbelief washing over him as he grapples with the impossible reality of his injury. His glowing red eyes narrow in fury, the demon lord unable to comprehend how he could possibly feel fear in this situation. With a guttural roar, Vasego unleashes a torrent of crimson and orange flames, commanding them to burn his foe in the fires of hell, the abyss itself seemingly manifesting around him. The swirling vortex of fire engulfs the area, its intense heat and destructive power threatening to consume everything in its path. But Charlie Kim, moving with impossible speed, dances through the inferno, his form a blur against the raging flames. He acknowledges the sheer force of the attack, realizing that blocking it directly is not an option, at least not in his current state. As Vasego watches, a flicker of blue energy emanates from Charlie Kim's scythe, a subtle shift in his aura that causes the demon to question what is happening to his opponent's limits. With a surge of power, Charlie Kim's eyes glow with an intense blue light, and a system notification confirms that his red limit has been broken, unleashing a new level of strength. He unleashes a devastating blue energy slash, a sharp arc of power cutting through Vasego's fiery assault with ease. The single slash fragments into a complex web of glowing blue lines, each one striking Vasego with precision and overwhelming force. Vasego recoils, his armor cracking under the assault, utterly stunned by the power of his opponent, realizing that Charlie Kim's strength far surpasses that of any ordinary apostle. He stands amidst the shattered remnants of the battlefield, a vibrant blue aura swirling around him, fragments of light dancing in the air. His hand, clad in a green jacket, holds a smartphone, displaying a system status screen that reveals his name as Jude Park, a human at level 200, nearing the cap, with the unique skill Devour and 99 stolen subskills. A sudden notification flashes across the screen, announcing a dramatic increase in his level, from 200 to 300, a direct consequence of his limit break. A wide, confident smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, reflecting the surge of power now coursing through him. A powerful demon, Visego, stares in disbelief, his glowing red eyes wide with shock. Yet, his shock quickly turns to arrogance, as he proclaims himself the undisputed king, the sovereign ruler of all grimoires. With a commanding gesture, red energy pulses from his form, calling forth his demon subjects to attend his will. A crimson magical circle expands beneath him, as he orders his forces to descend upon this place, while Charlie Kim watches the terrifying spectacle unfold. From the ominous, bat-filled skies, a relentless tide of monsters begins to appear. Groups of trolls, bedaks, goblin kings, gargoyles, and harpies materialize, forming an overwhelming demonic horde. The air crackles with the presence of countless demons, as Visego points directly at Charlie Kim, commanding his army to destroy the young man, who stands ready with his scythe, enveloped in a faint blue aura. From above, the full scale of the approaching horde becomes clear, a sea of shadowy figures surging towards Charlie Kim, who remains alone, defiant beacon of blue light. The Demon King's voice echoes with malice, demanding that not a single piece of his target be left behind, as the shadowy forms of the summoned creatures descend rapidly. But Charlie Kim is already in motion, his body a blur of blue energy as his eyes glow with fierce determination, ready to meet the onslaught. A wide, confident grin spreads across his face, a hint of excitement in his glowing eyes as he muses that this takes him back to earlier, more thrilling battles. With a surge of power, a shadowy manifestation of his own strength appears beside him, as he activates a potent skill, engulfing both himself and his spectral counterpart in a fiery orange and red aura. The energy around him intensifies, crackling with raw force, as he prepares to unleash the full might of his destruction skill upon the encroaching horde. A blinding white light erupts, tearing through the darkness with devastating force. As the raw power of the attack continues to surge, consuming everything in its path, the demon, now battered and broken, stares wide-eyed at its impending doom. A desperate cry escaping its lips, "EK, stay back," as Charlie Kim stands over the fallen creature, his scythe poised for the final blow. The demon's voice trembling with a confession of its past, explaining how it sought revenge on those who treated it like an insect, and when its pleas for justice went unheard, it realized it had to take matters into its own hands, doing whatever it was told, but admitting it went too far, unable to suppress the urges that consumed it ever since it used its power. "I am sorry. I just wanted to get revenge on the people who treated me like an insect. I even reported it, and nothing happened. That's when I realized I had to get revenge myself, and did whatever they told me to do. But I know I went too far. I couldn't suppress these urges, ever since I used." It continues, lamenting that the demon within made it lose itself, admitting its mistake, and pleading for forgiveness. "The demon, it felt like I stopped being me. I was wrong. Please just forgive me this once." Charlie Kim's response is cold and direct. "Getting revenge is up to you." The demon, clinging to a sliver of hope, asks, Then are you letting me L?" But his gaze remains unwavering as he delivers his final, brutal assessment. "You're dying because you're weaker than me. That's all." With the demon vanquished, Charlie Kim stands amidst the glowing particles, his scythe radiating a satisfied blue aura, a system message confirming its power. Bloodthirsty Death God Thanatos Scythe, Replica, Grade. A growth. For 103% note. The scythe feels satisfied. He then muses on the demon's words, finding no fault in its actions, and with a calm assessment of his new weapon, he wonders aloud, "I don't really think anything you did was wrong. Not bad. So this is a grimoire, huh?" A soft, feminine voice echoes in Charlie Kim's mind, confirming the nature of his new weapon, "Because you're a grimoire." He considers this revelation, hoping to encounter more like it. Standing over the defeated demon, his scythe hums with a low, resonant sound. He acknowledges the grimoire's power, a warlock's tool. His gaze falls upon the dying creature, who weakly murmurs, "Forgive me." The demon continues, "For not protecting you." Charlie Kim listens impassively as it recalls, "Come to think of it, there was a guy who said he'd give his life to protect me." The grimoire's manifestation, a blonde figure, comments on the demon's story, asking Charlie Kim, "He was moody, but really cool too. So kiddo, what do you think? Are you jealous?" Charlie Kim internally muses that the world is far larger than he once imagined. The manifestation continues, expressing surprise that someone would protect the demon. "I was just surprised that there was someone crazy enough to protect you. It's like an ant protecting a gorilla." Charlie Kim's eyes narrow slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the grimoire's observation. With a neutral expression, he asks the dying demon, "What's that crazy guy's name?" The demon weakly replies, "Hunter Seth." Charlie Kim then recalls the demon's earlier words, "I gave him Casper's demon gun." Charlie Kim dismisses the demon's pleas with a cold, "Cool my ass," his hands beginning to glow with crackling blue energy. As the barrier around the area dissipates, a small, red-haired demon girl suddenly appears, observing, the barriers disappearing. "As expected of my servant." The demon girl, Hamp, looks up at Charlie Kim, questioning him directly. "HMP, hey, Why haven't you killed him? Wasn't he your enemy? Charlie Kim, unfazed, explains his reasoning. What's the point of killing someone who's already dying? I'm not even the one who killed him, and he's not my enemy. Still processing Charlie Kim's earlier statement, Hamp tilts her head, questioning his dismissal of the defeated demon as merely a crazy old man. A mischievous grin spreads across her face as she considers the demon, admitting it's been a while since she's had something delicious and expressing a desire to claim it for herself, before Charlie Kim's sharp gaze cuts her off. Standing over the prone form of the weakened demon, Charlie Kim warns Hamp that if she dares to consume it, he will kill her, asserting his intention to fight the creature again later and forbidding her from touching it. Hamp, still eyeing the demon, questions his decision, asking if she could have it if he wasn't going to kill it, to which he responds with a firm declaration that he has given up eating humans since meeting her, a claim she finds hard to believe. A deep, textured darkness stretches endlessly, hinting at forgotten depths. From the gloom, a figure emerges, ascending a seemingly endless staircase bathed in a brilliant, ethereal light, his dark hair with its striking blue-white highlights just visible above the steps. With each step, the light illuminates his determined profile, as he passes a mysterious, glowing book resting on the cold stone. Reaching the top, Charlie Kim stands before a heavy, imposing door, its surface scarred with age. His hand closes around the cold doorknob, and with a drawn-out, echoing creak, the door slowly yields, revealing a stark silhouette against the blinding light from behind him. Stepping into the cavernous darkness of the room, a grotesque, shadowy hand reaches out from the depths, a silent warning. His eyes widen in surprise, then narrow with focus, as he spots a pulsating red object on the floor, radiating an ominous glow. His hair flares with blue-white energy, and for a fleeting moment, a hazy, blood-red landscape flashes before his eyes, before his attention returns to the glowing object at his feet. Looking closer, he discovers Jasmine lying motionless on the cold floor, her body marked by glowing red lines, a clear sign of severe injury. A grim realization washes over him. She has absorbed too much ether, and now desperately needs life force, as his own hand begins to glow with nascent power. Blue and red energies swirl around his outstretched hand, converging into a sharp, glowing blade, which he then pricks his finger with, drawing a single drop of blood. With the newly formed, blood-infused blade in hand, he stands ready, his gaze fixed on the challenges ahead. Sarah Lee lay motionless, a faint red glow emanating from her chest, connected by a thin, pulsating line of energy. As Charlie Kim's hand reached out, a flicker of life returned to her eyes, and her own hand began to glow with the same ominous red light, the energy surging through her veins. Her face contorted in a silent scream as the missing life force was replenished, Sarah Lee being revived, her transformation underway. Her eyes now burned with an infernal red, and a guttural shriek tore from her throat, a sound Charlie Kim acknowledged with a grim good. The newly awakened zombie Sarah Lee lunged at him, her body ravaged and starving, desiring his flesh as her master, eliciting a surprised "oh" from him. With a calm tap, Charlie Kim effortlessly deflected her attack, her monstrous face recoiling from his touch. His eye glowed with an intense blue light as he manifested a powerful aura around his hand, reflecting that he had merely moved on reflex, his power growing. He questioned why she was so weak, only for her to respond that he was too weak to be her familiar, leaving him in thoughtful silence. Checking his phone, a critical countdown appeared, 92 days, 14 hours, 32 minutes, and 54 seconds until the Great Calamity, with Behemoth set to appear in 3 months. From the ground, Sarah Lee demanded, "You owe me, psycho," and Charlie Kim resolved to make her strong. He affirmed her strength, his gaze still fixed on his device. Standing before a glowing screen, he read the new objective, entering the fallen demon monarch's catacomb in the second circle of the Underworld, and simply uttered, "Well." He considers the perilous journey ahead, a stark warning echoing in his mind. The demons within might just devour him. A faint crackling sound echoes, accompanied by the soft glow of embers, as Sarah Lee slowly regains consciousness. Her head throbbing, she groans softly, struggling to understand her surroundings as a strange, ethereal light illuminates the cavern around her. Disoriented, she looks around the vast, dark space, the glowing blue light casting long shadows and revealing the rough, uneven walls of a deep cave. A single thought forms in her mind, wondering if this strange place could truly be a cave. With a sudden twitch, she pushes herself up, her body still aching as she tries to regain her bearings and understand what is happening. Her memories are fragmented, a jumble of faces flashing through her mind, as she struggles to recall where she was before this unsettling awakening. A wave of concern washes over her as she thinks of her friend Jude, wondering if he survived the fall, or if she herself might be dead. Her thoughts then drift to Yvonne, another familiar face from her past life. Suddenly, a system message appears, revealing that the fallen demon monarch's catacomb has transformed into a goblin dungeon mode, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her eyes widen in terror as she spots grotesque figures emerging from the shadows, their green skin and sharp features confirming the dungeon's new inhabitants. More of the creatures appear in the distance, their numbers growing, and a single, Horrifying question escapes her lips as she faces the overwhelming threat. From the shadowy depths of the cave, a chorus of guttural growls and cackles echoed as several grotesque goblins emerged, their forms illuminated by an eerie, faint light. A low, menacing snarl cut through the air, and her eyes widened in a mixture of shock and terror. Her gaze snapped to the scene unfolding before her, where two of the creatures dragged an unconscious figure, a wave of recognition washing over her as she realized it was Yvonne. Without a second thought, she launched herself forward, a defiant cry escaping her lips as the goblins turned, surprised by her sudden charge. Leaping through the air, she aimed a furious attack at one of the monsters, demanding they release her friend. The goblins responded with a collective, enraged roar, but her expression remained resolute, her jaw set in grim determination. With a swift, fluid motion, she delivered a powerful punch to one goblin and a sharp kick to another, her movements surprisingly effective. She deftly dodged a counterattack, a small, glowing red orb appearing near her hand, and a wave of astonishment washed over her as she realized the incredible strength now coursing through her veins. The remaining goblins shrieked in a mixture of fear and renewed aggression, but she stood her ground, a silent resolve hardening her gaze. As three more goblins lunged at her simultaneously, she took a deep breath, her expression shifting from surprise to a focused intensity. A faint smile touched her lips, and she instinctively clutched her chest, feeling the raw power within her solidify, ready to be unleashed. With a final, decisive surge of energy, she stood triumphant amidst the defeated goblins, her form radiating a brilliant white aura, the battle decisively won. She looks down, a determined glint in her eye, thinking this new challenge might not be so bad. With a fierce cry, she challenges the monsters, launching herself into the fray, surrounded by the glowing forms of her enemies. Her attack erupts in a blinding flash of white energy, scattering the creatures. A moment later, she observes the aftermath, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, a colossal, hulking figure emerges from the shadowy depths, its massive form illuminated by the eerie, falling light. The monstrous presence looms in the distance, its sheer scale dwarfing the surroundings. A smaller goblin snarls in defiance, but its aggression is cut short as a powerful, green-skinned fist slams into the ground, cracking the very earth. This formidable new foe, a demon goblin warrior, fixes its glowing red eyes on its target, its presence radiating raw power. Sarah Lee plunged through a chaotic void, streaks of dark energy and glowing particles blurring past her as she fell. Her descent continued, bringing her closer to a monstrous goblin, its fanged maw open in a silent snarl. As she neared the ground, glowing red shards materialized around her, hinting at the volatile energy of this new place. Finally landing amidst the shimmering fragments, she gasped for breath, the impact leaving her momentarily winded. Looking up, she saw a horde of goblins closing in, their menacing forms confirming her worst fears. All that's left are, she thought, her voice catching. Her eyes widened as she counted them, a chilling realization dawning. 10 of them. There's still 10 of them. She whispered, the odds stacked against her. Despite her exhaustion, a fierce resolve hardened her expression as she challenged them. But so, you want to keep fighting? I can't show them any weakness. Want me to make you like this too? The goblins cackled in response, but Sarah Lee, though still panting, made a silent vow. All right, I can save Yvonne at this rate. Suddenly, a strange power surged within her, her eye glowing with an ethereal blue light as a low growl escaped her lips. Confused by the sudden influx of energy, she questioned the sensation. Huh? The feeling intensified, a chilling presence making itself known, as she realized, something's. And another deep growl rumbled through the air. Her gaze lifted, revealing a colossal, shadowy figure with piercing, glowing eyes, towering over her and the goblins, a new and far greater threat emerging from the darkness. A chilling realization washes over her as she stares into the abyss, the dark energy of the dungeon pressing in. Before her, a monstrous figure emerges from the gloom, its guttural growls echoing through the cavern as she questions its very nature. This is no ordinary foe, but a demon goblin warrior, an evolved D+ level fairy-type monster with significantly enhanced physical capabilities, its menacing snarl confirming its threat. Despite the overwhelming presence, her gaze hardens with resolve, a silent vow to maintain her composure in the face of danger. A faint red glow emanates from her eye, a surge of power confirming her conviction, believing that with her current strength, she can overcome this challenge. With a swift, determined movement, she lunges forward, her knife glinting, as the demon lets out another furious growl. A brilliant blue aura erupts around her, her eyes fixed on her target. She strikes with incredible force, her glowing knife carving a path through the air, a wave of blue energy radiating from the impact. The powerful blow connects directly with the demon's chest, sending it reeling back with a pained roar as blue particles explode around it. As the demon crumbles into dust, she looks on, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, realizing she has truly overcome the threat. As the monstrous goblin warrior reached out, its hand glowing with an ominous light, Sarah Lee could only utter a surprised, huh? The demon's touch sent a jolt through her, eliciting a sharp gasp as she recoiled, her eyes wide with a mix of pain and sudden realization. Without hesitation, she unleashed a torrent of blue energy from her arm, her powerful counterattack striking the goblin warrior with such force that it cried out, "Ack!" as it was thrown back. The impact continued to tear through the demon's form, its body disintegrating into particles as it let out pained cries of "Urk," "Ku," and "Ga" before collapsing. From a distance, Charlie Kim observed the unfolding chaos, a faint "hm" escaping him as he focused on the screen in his hand, where the observed skill revealed Kim Ki-jin, battered and bleeding on the cold ground, as a grotesque goblin reached out a clawed hand towards her, letting out a low growl. Her arm and leg were streaked with crimson, a stark contrast to the creature's sickly green skin. The goblin stood over her, its sharp teeth bared in a cruel grin, a mocking cackle echoing through the desolate space. Its eyes gleamed with malicious intent as it continued its taunts, its clawed hand hovering menacingly close to her. More of the creatures emerged from the shadows, their guttural growls and cackles filling the air, surrounding the helpless girl. But before they could close in, a sudden, brilliant blue energy beam erupted from above, striking one of the goblins with explosive force and sending it reeling back with a pained shriek. As the goblins looked up in startled confusion, Charlie Kim descended from the darkness, a powerful, shadowy aura swirling around him as he plummeted towards them. He landed with a devastating impact, a burst of blue energy radiating outwards, shattering the ground, and sending the surrounding goblins flying in every direction. One of the creatures, its face contorted in a snarl of surprise and rage, let out a furious grr as it struggled to regain its footing. But it was too late. The young man stood over a defeated goblin, his presence radiating an undeniable power. With a final, decisive move, he conjured glowing blue chains that wrapped tightly around the last standing goblin, securing it completely. Kim Ki-jin lay broken on the cold, hard ground, her school uniform torn and stained with blood, faint glowing particles drifting around her. Her face, streaked with crimson, was a mask of pain, her body a testament to the brutal assault she had endured. High above, a shadowy figure, Charlie Kim, observed the scene, his gaze piercing through the night as he activated his observe and shadow clone skills. Under the ominous glow of a blood-red moon, he spoke with a detached calm, declaring that she couldn't give up just yet. From his vantage point atop a towering skyscraper, the city lights twinkled below, oblivious to the drama unfolding. He held his smartphone, a scythe-like weapon resting nearby, his expression unreadable as he prepared his next move. On the screen, Kim Ki-jin's injured form was displayed, and with a tap, he activated the revive skill. Immediately, a vibrant red energy surged around her, her wounds visibly mending as life flowed back into her body. A subtle, knowing smirk played on Charlie Kim's lips, as he mused that the game he had prepared for her was only just beginning. Her hands instinctively reached upward, as Kim Ki-jin's eyes snapped open, wide with a sudden, disoriented surprise. A disembodied thought echoes, asserting that the unfolding events are not its own doing. Meanwhile, Kim Ki-jin looks on with wide, startled eyes, as Charlie Kim stands before her, his dark hair streaked with an ominous blue glow. Her gaze falls upon his bloodied form, a stark contrast to the glowing energy that pulses through his hair, leaving her utterly stunned. He turns, his face smeared with blood, his eyes wide with a desperate plea, as his hand reaches out, a faint blue aura emanating from his fingertips, while Ki-jin recoils in fear amidst swirling mist. The system announces the arrival of new threats, including a bugbear that hungers for young humans and a formidable goblin warrior, alongside other monstrous figures, all emerging from the shadows. Charlie Kim, battered and bleeding, pushes himself up from the ground, his gaze hardening as he faces the encroaching darkness, illuminated by stark spotlights. From the depths, a hulking, wolf-like demon known as Bedak emerges, its red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The demon lets out a guttural growl, as Ki-jin, witnessing the terrifying spectacle, questions Charlie Kim's actions with a trembling voice. Ignoring her plea, Charlie Kim extends his hand towards her, his voice firm as he commands her to flee the impending danger. Amidst a desolate landscape of jagged, dark energy spikes, Charlie Kim stands, his body bloodied and his hair streaked with an ethereal blue glow. From the shadows, a monstrous figure emerges, its name echoing through the desolate space, Bedak. The demon lets out a guttural growl, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A bloodshot eye of another demon glares from the darkness, while a white-haired woman, witnessing the unfolding horror, cries out in desperation, pleading for someone to run as Bedak lets out another menacing growl. Despite his wounds, Charlie Kim kneels, clutching his weapon, his blood-splattered face set in a grim expression, the blue glow in his hair intensifying with his resolve. He is surrounded, not just by Bedak, but by a trio of grotesque demons, their glowing eyes fixed on him like predators on their prey. Bedak lunges, claws extended, but Charlie Kim remains calm, his gaze unwavering as he prepares for the inevitable clash. A faint blue aura begins to emanate from his body, intensifying as he braces himself, while Bedak closes the distance with another furious growl. With a swift, powerful strike, Charlie Kim slashes Bedak with his glowing blade, sending blood spraying, for as the saying goes, demons have no such thing as friends, it is always a melee. The battle rages, with demons fighting over their prey, but Charlie Kim, though injured, looks up, ready for the next assault. A sudden green energy attack streaks towards him, but he deftly deflects it with his glowing blue arm, the impact rippling with raw power. He continues to hold his ground, deflecting the relentless assault, his hair and arm radiating an intense blue light as the battle intensifies around him. He moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of motion leaving streaks of light in his wake. His form a chaotic dance of power as vibrant energy rings swirled around him, a testament to the raw strength he now commanded. And within that maelstrom, his eye burned with an intense, electric blue glow, a clear sign of the supernatural energy coursing through him. He unleashed a flurry of devastating strikes, each impact echoing with explosive force. Watching the impossible unfold, the armored woman could only whisper in disbelief, "No, no way, how is that?" Her mind struggling to reconcile the sight with the information she possessed, a level 2 boy. Even as the young man continued his desperate struggle, his face was a mask of intense concentration, blue energy crackling around his head, the sheer force of his awakening threatening to tear him apart. The ground beneath him fractured under the strain, glowing blue fissures spreading rapidly, and the woman could only gasp, "What?" Under the ominous glow of a blood-red moon, she watched him fall, a chilling narration echoing in her mind. The great sovereign of the Lemegeten, Gomuri, has chosen young human as a tribute. She cried out again, "What?" The grim pronouncement continued. The tribute will now be devoured. Her eyes widened in horror. A sovereign of the Lemegeten? That's impossible. The true horror dawned on her. This was a calculated move. To influence this place from the abyss, she realized, as the young man continued his plummet. He crashed into the desolate ground, a burst of blue energy radiating from the impact, and the armored woman's resolve hardened. "I can't let the demons take him." He plummets through the inky blackness, a lone figure against the vast, dark expanse. Above, the armored woman reaches out, a desperate plea escaping her lips, cursing her own slowness as he vanishes from sight. With a fierce resolve, she thrusts her hand forward, sending something unseen after him, a final desperate attempt to aid his descent. Her robotic arm swiftly activates a device, its screen displaying a grim, skull-like emblem. As he continues to fall, she calls out to him, her voice echoing through the void, demanding that he survive until she can reach him. Her expression tightens with fierce determination, warning him that if he dies, she'll kill him herself. She watches him disappear into the depths, her final command ringing out. Live. Live no matter what. His eyes, glowing with an ethereal blue light, widen in surprise, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. As he continues his plummet, a wry thought crosses his mind, wondering if her threat was truly meant to intimidate him. Yet, despite the absurdity, he finds he doesn't hate the sentiment. The young human has now arrived, deep within the great sovereign Gomuri's catacomb. From the shadows, a single, malevolent red eye opens, observing his arrival with chilling intensity. A voice announces the arrival of a young human in the great sovereign Gomuri's catacomb, as shadowy forms with glowing red eyes stir in the depths below. A crimson thread of energy descends through the vast darkness, piercing the surface of a murky pool with a soft splash. From the disturbed waters, a figure slowly rises, their form coalescing as they emerge, standing amidst a subtle, swirling purple energy. Suspended momentarily, their legs hang above a chasm filled with an unsettling multitude of glowing red eyes, all fixed upon them. These are hellbugs, level F parasitic creatures born from the souls of sinners within the catacombs, their fanged mouths perpetually craving human flesh. As the hellbugs swarm, their guttural cries echo through the cavern, pressing in on the young human. A sudden surge of speed lines indicates a rapid internal process as a device on his wrist begins installing a system called Warble, his eyes now glowing with an intense blue light. A clear chime signals the completion of the installation, confirming Jude Park's acceptance as a sub-user under the main user, Warlock, though with limited access to certain functions. With his life now critically at risk, Jude's system automatically activates survival mode, unleashing a blinding torrent of blue and white energy that engulfs him entirely. The raw power surges, manifesting as a brilliant, lightning-charged aura that radiates outward, transforming him into a beacon of pure energy. Elsewhere, a female student looks up, her eyes wide with a sudden, profound surprise, as if sensing a distant, powerful event. Her confusion deepens as she finds herself suddenly surrounded by shadowy figures with glowing red eyes, mirroring the very creatures Jude now faces. Amidst the grotesque forms of fallen creatures, a young woman stands, her gaze fixed on the silent horrors around her. After Sarah dreamed of Jude's past, 3 days passed, and the Underworld's second monarch's catacomb, known as the Goblin Dungeon, continued its relentless assault. Sarah was stuck there, as always, and began to despair in the vast, echoing darkness. She still wanted to save Yvonne, but she was having enough trouble surviving on her own, her body battered and bruised from the constant struggle. As the goblins attacked her without stopping, her face contorted in a grimace of pain and exhaustion. The young Sarah found herself surrounded by the monstrous green-skinned creatures, their glowing orange eyes fixed on her with predatory intent. One of the goblins lunged forward, its crude spear aimed directly at her. And that was her dream of the young boy, a vision that didn't just come to her once, but repeatedly, showing the little boy who was dragged into a worse situation than her own. He was like a weed, unyielding and surviving till the end, and the things he did to survive helped Sarah find her own strength. With a guttural cry, Sarah fought back, her desperate blows landing against the goblin as it shrieked in pain. The goblin let out a final, pained shriek, as Sarah, her face streaked with blood, plunged a knife into its head, ending its assault. A monstrous, glowing green hand lunges from the darkness, its attack swift and brutal, forcing Sarah Lee to recoil from the impact. Leaving her momentarily stunned as the creature's clawed hand falls lifelessly to the ground, a knife now embedded in its flesh. In her mind, the echoes of Jude's survival rules resonate, reminding her to never pity a fallen enemy, for pity would only lead to her own demise. The vision of him, gasping for breath amidst glowing blue pillars, reinforces the harsh reality of their world, a world where even a defeated goblin yields a valuable ether gem. As she processes the victory, a new threat emerges from the depths of the dungeon, a goblin shaman of monster level D, a fairy-type creature capable of understanding ether and casting spells, its arrival marked by the ominous reddish liquid flowing through the catacombs' living tunnels. With renewed ferocity, Sarah Lee plunges her knife into another goblin, the blade glowing with a faint green energy as she fights for her life, her expression a mask of grim determination. The creature explodes in a burst of vibrant green particles, its demise echoing through the cavern, as the newly arrived goblin shaman watches, a sinister kikik escaping its lips. A powerful green aura emanates from the shaman's hand, its glowing energy pulsing with malevolent intent, as it questions the unexpected resistance, recalling Jude's second survival rule: never trust a demon's words, for they are woven with deceit. The shaman's power surges, creating a swirling vortex of green energy, while the reddish liquid continues to flow ominously through the catacombs' living tunnels, a grim reminder of the dungeon's pervasive corruption. Bloodied but unbowed, Sarah Lee stands firm amidst the swirling green mist, her knife clutched tightly, ready to face the new, more formidable foe. Her eyes, wide with a fierce resolve, reflect the blood splattered around her, a testament to her unwavering will to survive. Her hand grips the knife with desperate strength, the blade still stained with the blood of her defeated enemies. Standing before her, the goblin shaman, staff in hand and cloaked in tattered robes, prepares for battle, its glowing eyes fixed on the determined young woman. Sarah Lee, her face streaked with blood but her eyes burning with resolve, lunges forward, her blade glowing a fierce red as she unleashes a powerful attack, an armored figure watching from the shadows behind her. The impact of her strike reverberates through the dungeon, a loud, grating shriek echoing through the confined space. With the demon goblin shaman finally defeated, an ether gem materializes from its remains, a crucial reward for the arduous battle. Standing over the monstrous, clawed hands of her fallen foe, Sarah Lee gazes down at the glowing gem, its power palpable. Without hesitation, she brings the gem to her lips, a series of sharp crunches echoing as she consumes it, culminating in a distinct ding as its energy integrates within her. A brilliant golden light envelopes her, signaling a significant shift in her abilities, as the system confirms that zombie Sarah has leveled up. The raw energy courses through her, manifesting as shimmering particles around her hands and legs, a visible testament to her newfound strength. She recalls the crucial survival rule: always consume the ether gems left by defeated demons, for they not only raise one's level and heal, but also satisfy hunger. A relieved sigh escapes her, grateful to have survived this encounter. Thanks to the cream, once more. With the immediate threat gone and her power renewed, she pulls out her smartphone, ready to check her progress. Her thoughts turn to the system interface, prompting her to open the Warbly status window. The screen illuminates, displaying her current status. Name: Sarah Lee. Type: Zombie. Level: 9, with a passive skill called Receiving Doll, and a crucial note: 1 level until awakening. The information about her impending awakening captures her attention, a look of focused determination settling on her face. The system then elaborates on awakening. When a Warbly user reaches level 10, they surpass the limitations of mankind, becoming an awakened and obtaining a skill suited to their abilities and characteristics. Further details explain the 4 types of skills: reinforcement, ability, combined, and special, noting that rarer types don't guarantee superiority. With this knowledge, she affirms her goal: just a little more, and she too will become a level 10 awakened. Sarah Lee, still reeling from her recent battle, recalls the fierce determination that fueled her through countless encounters with monstrous demons, all for the sake of rescuing Yvonne. It was this unwavering hope, a beacon for those lost in despair, that allowed her to persevere through the hellish trials. As she checks her phone, a system message appears, causing her to question her own state, wondering if she is simply tired. Contemplating a much-needed break, she continues to navigate the dark, treacherous cavern, a deep sigh escaping her lips. Suddenly, the ground beneath her gives way, sending her plummeting into the abyss with a startled cry. Falling through the darkness, she looks up at the distant opening, a tiny speck of light far above. Her body twists and turns as she descends, the tattered remnants of her clothing fluttering around her. Finally, she lands with a painful thud, her body aching as she lets out a cry of pain, utterly exhausted and defeated. The danger of her situation is clear. Sleeping in such a place is too risky, yet her warble system displays a new, intriguing function, hinting at a deeper connection to her dreams. This hidden function of warble, a secret Sarah Lee learned from the dreams of the young Jude, now manifests as she lies amidst glowing orbs, entering a profound dream state. Surrounded by the ethereal glow, she closes her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips as she whispers a hopeful wish. Her expression serene, she drifts deeper into the dream, allowing herself to imagine possibilities beyond her current reality. Within this luminous, dreamlike space, Sarah Lee finds a moment of respite, her form bathed in soft, glowing light. The old tales from the Welsh countryside warned that children who misbehaved would be devoured by bugbears, but in Jude's reality, the tables had turned. One of the very demons sent to the catacombs alongside him was a bugbear, and this time, it wasn't a child being consumed, but quite the opposite. The demon bugbear had fallen, and Jude, with a grimace, found himself remarking on the unpleasantness of the task, yet acknowledging it wasn't his first time setting such a trap. The monstrous maw of the fallen creature lay open, a testament to the brutal victory. Despite the foul stench and numbing poisons that made the bugbear's meat inedible for humans, he questioned if the system was warning him not to eat it, only for a notification to confirm the poison had merely dulled his sense of taste. As the bugbear meat was absorbed, his muscles and skin visibly strengthened, a subtle but significant transformation taking hold. With a determined expression, he continued to consume the demon's flesh, muttering that 2 were down, with 2 more to go. Indeed, there had been a total of 4 demons sent to the catacombs with him, their shadowy forms lurking in the oppressive darkness. Jude, ever resourceful, had learned to use the catacombs' unique characteristics and traps to hunt the troll and bugbear, turning the environment itself into a weapon. Now, only 2 remained, or perhaps, he wondered, only 1 was left now? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a new threat materialized before him. Demon Badak had spawned, its characteristics noted as enjoying young flesh, letting out a guttural growl. Still in the dark catacombs, Jude lets out a guttural growl, his body crackling with blue energy as he prepares for the next confrontation. His efforts had not been in vain, for a system notification confirms that the young human has leveled up, his body now radiating with a powerful, reddish-orange aura, though his awakening remains incomplete. Despite the partial awakening, Jude faces the monstrous demon Badak, dismissing its presence with a casual wave, daring it to attack. Crouching low, he taunts the demon, questioning if it feels fear. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, Jude continues his verbal assault, calling the demon a dumbass for its imposing but ultimately ineffective presence. After the brutal fight, Jude sits, bloodied and panting, his body bearing the marks of his struggle. Floating above the defeated demon Badak, whose ether gem and loot have been acquired, Jude receives a triumphant notification. He has reached level 10, surpassing human limitations and finally awakening, a feat no human has ever achieved so quickly after defeating 3 middle-level demons. The Underworld itself acknowledges his unique path, as his consumption of demons without reservation has allowed their essence to become a part of his very being, granting him the title of Demon Eater and a special skill, Devour, which allows him to gain the skills and characteristics of whatever he consumes, with a maximum of 3 obtainable skills. His transformation is complete, his eyes now glowing with an undeniable, potent blue light, reflecting his newfound power. A soft ding echoes, drawing Sarah Lee's attention, her eyes widening slightly as a brilliant, vertical beam of light pierces the darkness before her. Her expression shifts, a flicker of surprise giving way to a deeper understanding, as the implications of the notification settle upon her. A determined smile graces her lips, a quiet resolve forming within her as she declares, "All right, I need to work hard too." No sooner had the words left her lips than a new threat materialized in the cavern's depths, a system message confirming that a demon goblin warrior had spawned, its hulking, green form emerging from the shadows, ready for battle. From the oppressive darkness, monstrous claws emerge, a guttural voice declaring, "All right, now it's my turn." As the formidable demon goblin warrior fully manifests, its imposing presence looms over Sarah Lee, who stares up at the newly spawned threat with a mixture of shock and resolve. The monstrous entity lets out a low, rumbling growl, its glowing eyes fixed on her, a clear challenge in its predatory gaze. Unyielding, Sarah Lee begins to channel her inner energy, a soft blue glow emanating from her palm, before transferring that power to her blade, preparing for the inevitable clash. With a fierce cry, "Give me back my friend," she lunges forward, her sword now blazing with a vibrant red light, carving an arc through the air. The goblin warrior, however, is swift, intercepting her attack with a brutal punch that sends her reeling, but even as she stumbles, she defiantly shouts, "You monster." Despite the blow, her blade finds its mark, now glistening with the demon's blood, a testament to her unwavering resolve. Leaping with renewed vigor, Sarah Lee unleashes a flurry of strikes, her glowing red sword a blur of motion as she relentlessly attacks the monstrous foe. Meanwhile, in another location, Charlie Kim stares at his phone, the screen displaying the chaotic battle as Sarah Lee's desperate cries echo through the device, his face etched with concern as the demon's growls punctuate her pleas. Back in the fray, Sarah Lee delivers a final, powerful blow, sending the massive goblin warrior crashing to the ground amidst a shower of debris and light. The demon explodes in a burst of blue energy, utterly defeated, as Sarah Lee stands victorious, while Charlie Kim watches the aftermath, a wave of relief washing over him. A monstrous green hand claws at the air, but Sarah Lee stands firm, her expression a determined snarl as she braces herself, then a smirk spreads across her face, confident in her power. Meanwhile, Charlie Kim watches the live feed on his phone, a slight frown on his face as he acknowledges her growing strength, muttering that her current efforts won't be enough, but still, he thinks, she has gotten pretty strong. Still, it's not strong enough, he muses, believing she needs to experience even more despair, just like he did back then, as a younger version of her stands surrounded by shadowy figures. A chilling question hangs in the air, a silent contemplation of fate. Should he raise the difficulty? With a decisive gesture, Charlie Kim extends his hand, his scythe resting nearby, as he commands the withdrawal of an item, the summoner's crown, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. Dark, shadowy particles coalesce in his outstretched hand, swirling into a small, ominous orb, as he gazes at it with a thoughtful expression, lost in contemplation. The golden crown appears, a relic from another time, its presence evoking a sense of long-forgotten history, reminding him that it has been a while, for years ago, in fact, since he, as a young boy on horseback, faced a horde of glowing blue figures. He remembers the creatures from his past, far more cowardly than the demon Bedak, which would follow young Jude everywhere, its regenerative abilities nothing compared to the trolls, and it was far weaker than the powerful bugbear, yet for the child, it was a terrifying ordeal. But despite being so weak, to the young Jude, it was the worst opponent he could face, a memory that still makes him clench his jaw, his teeth grinding in silent frustration. The golden crown, now pulsing with a fierce red glow and crackling energy, seems to beckon, and Charlie Kim utters a single word, a command for the shadows to come. He declares himself the ruler of the goblins, as shadowy tendrils writhe around him, confirming that he has summoned the demon Goblin King, whose monstrous, red-eyed face emerges from the darkness. The summoner's crown, now radiating with intense red energy, is revealed to be the loot left behind by the Goblin King, an artifact that, if given one's ether and life force, allows one to summon it as a servant, a dark pact now sealed. Breathing heavily, her body splattered with the gore of her latest kill, she stands over the defeated demon, a small victory earned through sheer will. A crude blade remains embedded in the monster's skull, confirming its demise. She pants, reflecting on her rapid growth, realizing she was nowhere near strong enough to defeat such a creature just days ago. A system message confirms the demon warrior's defeat and the acquisition of an ether gem, bringing a moment of relief and satisfaction. But her relief quickly turns to concern, as she deduces that if this type of demon appeared here, it must mean Yvonne is close, prompting a silent plea for her own safety. Meanwhile, far above, Charlie Kim clutches a glowing red gem, a determined expression on his face, as he plunges into a dark abyss, declaring his intent to save her. He continues his descent into the unknown depths, while a system message appears before Kim Kijin, announcing the Demon Goblin King's summoning to the dungeon. Her eyes widen in horror as another warning flashes, revealing that the Demon Goblin King has already invoked its royal authority. The implications are immediate and devastating, as a cascade of system notifications details the spawning of 100 goblins, 10 goblin shamans, and 5 goblin warriors. A cry of disbelief escapes her lips, as she finds herself plummeting into the newly infested dungeon. She descends rapidly into the vast, dark cavern, its walls glowing with an eerie blue light. Below her, an endless sea of glowing blue eyes stares back, as she realizes she has fallen directly into the heart of the newly summoned goblin horde. The glowing blue structures from the previous panel are still visible, but now a sinister cackle echoes through the cavern, followed by a guttural roar. 4 years prior, in the demon's sovereign Gomery's catacombs, a young Charlie Kim stands over a defeated demon, its body still crackling with residual blue energy. He observes the last remaining demon, the Goblin King, a creature that, despite its title, should not have possessed such a threatening presence, yet he looks on with a thoughtful expression, acknowledging its power. The Goblin King lets out a triumphant, echoing cry. Its form expands, a crown of bone and shadow materializing above its head as it unleashes another primal roar. A system warning flashes as the Goblin King, wreathed in dark, swirling energy and a crimson aura, completes its summoning ritual, the air crackling with malevolent power. Meanwhile, Kim Kijin finds herself standing alone in a desolate, cavernous space, the air thick with an ominous silence. Suddenly, a system alert blares, announcing the full force of a goblin army, 200 goblins, 20 shamans, and 20 warriors, all spawned at once, as she is immediately assailed by unseen attackers, red slashes tearing through the air around her. A sharp blow connects, sending blood splattering, and she realizes the overwhelming odds, thinking to herself that she cannot possibly beat them. Despite the despair, a fierce resolve hardens her expression, her eyes glowing with a determined blue light, as she declares her intent to kill the king, even as the monstrous horde surges forward. Surrounded by the grotesque forms of the goblins, she questions how she can possibly achieve such a feat. Yet, a subtle, almost defiant smirk plays on her lips, her glowing eyes reflecting an unyielding will. Sara Lee, a glowing blade arcing through the air, fiercely engages a monstrous goblin warrior, deflecting another's attack with practiced ease. But the sheer number of foes proves overwhelming, as a brutal impact sends her reeling, blood splattering across the cavern floor. A frustrated cry escapes her lips as she struggles to maintain her footing. She falls, surrounded by the glowing eyes of the relentless goblin horde, their forms blurring as they close in for the kill. A clawed hand seizing her leg, dragging her further into their midst, her desperate struggle proving futile. Until she lies defeated and bloodied on the ground, the victorious goblins looming over her fallen form. The violent vision fades into a hazy classroom, a voice calling out her name, pulling her back to reality. It's Kim Ki-jin, her friend, who repeats her full name, then asks, wondering what has her so lost in thought. Sara looks up, startled, her friend's face filled with concern as she asks if something is wrong. Kim Ki-jin leans forward, her expression gentle as she inquires if anything happened to upset her. Sara dismisses her worries, claiming only to be tired, but Kim Ki-jin, knowing her habits, immediately presses, accusing her of gaming all night and not sleeping at all. Sara vehemently denies it, insisting she went to sleep after just one game, then corrects herself, claiming she actually slept last night, around 3 in the morning, but Kim Ki-jin simply laughs, reminding her that's what she always says when she pulls an all-nighter, concluding that she did indeed sleep late. Still in the classroom, her friend leans in, whispering, "You must be getting tired. Get some sleep. I'll wake you when the teacher's here." With a soft smile, she reassures her. As the world around her fades, a single name echoes in the void, Sara. She stirs, her eyes fluttering open to an unfamiliar darkness, a question forming on her lips. The oppressive gloom of a desolate, rain-swept landscape surrounds her, a chilling contrast to the warmth of the classroom. A wave of relief washes over her as she spots a familiar face, calling out, "Ah, Yvonne." Her friend's voice offers comfort. "I'm so glad you're safe." But the illusion shatters, revealing her own bloodied form amidst a gruesome pile of bodies, leaving her to question, why? 1. The horrific reality crashes down, and a primal scream tears from her throat. Kaya. The rain falls relentlessly on the desolate battlefield, where small, grotesque figures lie scattered, a chilling, mocking chuckle echoing in the downpour. Her face contorted in pure agony, she lets out a prolonged, desperate wail, her screams lost to the storm. Amidst her cries, pleas and desperate questions escape her. Please. No. Why? Collapsing to her knees, she clutches her head, the horror overwhelming her as she continues to scream. No. Why? Yeah. Trapped in a torrential downpour within her own mind, Sara Lee's scream echoes, a desperate cry for Yvonne, questioning why this torment continues. As the vision shifts, she sees a bloodied figure, a distorted reflection of her friend, who asks with chilling calm if she truly doesn't know the reason for her suffering. The spectral tormentor looms over her, declaring that it's because she was too late, adding that if she had been a little faster, or not so weak, Yvonne wouldn't have died, placing the full weight of the blame squarely on her shoulders. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Sara Lee can only acknowledge the crushing truth, her face contorted in anguish as she repeatedly apologizes, tears streaming down her face. Her apologies to Yvonne are met with a sinister chuckle from the illusion, which mockingly asks what she's truly sorry about, then questions if she's sorry for failing to save her friend, before concluding that her failure is good. The illusion of Yvonne, with glowing orange eyes and a wide, malevolent grin, leans in close, her demonic visage pressing down on the distraught Sara Lee. With cruel mockery, the illusion asks why she's drooling if she's truly sorry. The word drooling hangs in the air, a final, humiliating jab, as Sara Lee lies broken, tears and saliva mixing on her face. A desperate no escapes her lips as she tries to push away the crushing weight of guilt and despair. Her pleas are met with a chorus of no from the illusion, which then commands her to be honest with herself, standing over her prone form with an unyielding, accusatory gaze. The illusion's glowing eyes burn into her, the words echoing in her mind, a final, devastating declaration that she is WONG. The torment reaches its peak, and Sara Lee lets out a guttural, desperate scream, her body racked with agony as the nightmare consumes her. From the depths of despair, a single, malevolent eye, glowing with an infernal red, snaps open amidst swirling dark clouds, signaling a terrifying awakening. As a monstrous maw with razor-sharp fangs appears, a horde of green-skinned, goblin-like creatures, their eyes glowing red, charges forward with guttural cries. Towering over them, a shadowy, monstrous figure with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth manifests, radiating a potent red and black aura that pulses with dark energy. With a swift, brutal motion, a shadowy claw lashes out, striking one of the goblin-like creatures with a sharp impact, sending it reeling. The monstrous form declares its intent, a chilling voice echoing, "I'll kill all of you." As a system notification confirms that Sarah Lee has met the requirements to evolve, her ether madness and rage now surpassing that of humans. Indeed, zombie Sarah has evolved into an arc zombie, her single glowing red eye burning with renewed fury as she reiterates, "I'll kill you all." Another goblin-like creature is violently struck by a shadowy claw, its body recoiling from the brutal force as the shadowy figure continues its relentless assault. Now fully transformed, with bat-like wings and glowing red eyes, Sarah Lee holds a struggling goblin-like creature by the head, a sinister smile spreading across her lips as she savors its essence, murmuring, "Delicious dash." Standing amidst swirling dark energy and green particles, she laments, "I should have done this from the start dash." Her new form, that of a female zombie, now rivals the strength and magic of a zombie knight, with the potential to evolve further into a queen of zombies. A new passive skill, Madness, has been added, increasing her physical and magical abilities by 200% when she loses self-control or is possessed by a demon. With eyes glowing a fierce, demonic red, Sarah Lee unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, tearing through the ranks of the goblin warriors. The sheer brutality of her assault leaves the creatures dismembered and scattered, prompting a bewildered goblin to question if such a force could truly be human, only for another to correct, "No, that's a demon." Amidst the chaos, Sarah Lee's laughter rings out, a chilling, triumphant sound, as she continues her relentless attack, bathed in the vibrant glow of her destructive power. From a distance, the Goblin King watches, his expression a mix of shock and dawning terror, as his warriors are effortlessly cut down, a nervous kikik, escaping his lips. The other goblin warriors, witnessing the overwhelming display, can only cower and whimper, their courage shattered by her presence. One warrior attempts a hesitant lunge, a desperate kikik. Its only battle cry, but its movements are slow, burdened by fear. The Goblin King's frustration mounts as his forces remain frozen, their terrified cries of kiki, echoing his own growing panic. Enraged, the king bellows, "What are you doing? You're scared of a mere human?" Before issuing a furious command, "I command you to kill her this instant." Sarah Lee's glowing, skull-like visage turns towards the terrified Goblin King, her gaze piercing, a silent promise of destruction. The king's arm trembles uncontrollably, his resolve crumbling under the weight of her power. A single tear rolls down his monstrous face, a testament to the profound terror she inspires. Then, with a blinding flash of white and blue energy, Sarah Lee unleashes her full power, engulfing the entire area in a radiant, destructive aura. The Goblin King, enraged, recognizes the human girl before him, declaring his intent to crush her completely. But as she falls, seemingly defeated, her eyes snap open, glowing with an ominous red light. A terrifying transformation begins, her features sharpening into a monstrous grin, revealing fangs and glowing eyes, while the Goblin King recoils in stunned disbelief, witnessing the true horror of her awakening. With a surge of newfound power, she effortlessly sends the massive Goblin King flying through the air, his form a blur against the stark white of the void. Her leg, now adorned with bat-like appendages, pulses with dark energy, a testament to the terrifying strength she now wields. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands amidst a desolate, war-torn landscape, his glowing scythe a beacon in the gloom. Julian Kim surveys the aftermath of a brutal battle. He walks past the lifeless body of a goblin warrior, its green skin now stained with the dust of defeat. His gaze is sharp, taking in the destruction around him, the white streaks in his dark hair seeming to glow faintly in the dim light. The ground is slick with blood, and the mangled remains of more goblins lie scattered, evidence of the fierce combat that transpired. Julian's face, splattered with the crimson evidence of his struggle, remains impassive, a silent testament to his resolve. Julian Kim surveys the scene, his gaze falling upon the defeated Sarah Lee, now bound by a glowing red chain, a faint hum escaping his lips. As he reaches out, a system message flashes, revealing the feast skill, a zombie characteristic that promises increased strength with every meal. And he considers the implications of such power, knowing that users who reach level 10 can receive a skill tailored to their experience, with a select few even earning titles from the Underworld itself, becoming ascended beings like the legends of old. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he concludes. That Sarah Lee, his familiar, might prove incredibly useful, especially with her new arc zombie form reaching level 10 and gaining a new skill after surpassing the limitations of her awakening time. He observes her monstrous, skeletal transformation, understanding that she can now absorb up to 10 abilities from whatever she consumes, making her a truly special type of familiar. For years prior, a different battle raged. A massive demon, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy, snarls at Julian Kim, mocking his presence within the warrior's stomach. Julian Kim, surrounded by grotesque figures, lets out a fierce cry, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The demon continues its taunts, claiming that humans are just like them, as spikes of blue energy erupt from the ground around the young man, a testament to Warble Rule 11. A chilling smirk spreads across Julian Kim's face, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, as he lets out a tired sigh, acknowledging the thrill of the fight. Plummeting through a dark, ethereal void, his body illuminated by streaks of blue energy, Julian Kim falls endlessly, before finding himself standing in a desolate space, his hand reaching out towards a pulsating red gem. Suddenly, a pair of malevolent red eyes pierce the darkness above him, and he gazes up, his face contorted in sheer terror as an oppressive, crimson aura washes over the scene. The overwhelming presence causes his eyes to widen in horror, blue energy crackling around his head as sweat and tears stream down his face. A wave of disbelief washes over him, struggling to comprehend the sheer power he's facing, realizing that all the demons he'd encountered before were nothing compared to this. As the monstrous, glowing red face of the demon manifests before him, he stands small and helpless against its terrifying visage. The realization hits him with crushing force. All his previous battles were insignificant compared to the entity before him, his face once again etched with profound fear. Looking down, his terror shifts to a different kind of dread, as a voice echoes, simply stating, "Human," revealing a small figure with flowing red hair. He stares down at the diminutive demon, its form small but radiating an immense, terrifying power. The demon's command rings out, demanding respect, forcing him to his knees, blue energy flaring around him as he collapses, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Tears stream down his face, his body broken and defeated, as the small demon stands triumphantly over him, revealing itself to be Sovereign Gomuri, one of Limijitan's 72 demons, now awakened from her slumber. A chilling presence descends upon Charlie, his body tensing as a single word echoes in his mind. He looks down at the source of this immense power, a figure of ethereal beauty and terrifying might. The demon's voice rings out, demanding deference, and an invisible force crushes him to his knees, a gasp escaping his lips as he struggles against the overwhelming pressure. This was no ordinary foe. The ancient Sovereign Gomuri, one of Limijitan's 72 demons, had awakened from her slumber. Gomuri regards him with a dismissive gaze, musing on the rarity of a human presence and questioning if he was merely a tribute brought by her catacombs. She sighs, declaring that a single human would hardly sate her hunger, but she would make do, out of respect for her underling's efforts. As she speaks, crimson tendrils erupt from Charlie's form, binding him tightly, a surprised grunt escaping him as the demonic energy constricts. Gomuri watches, a cruel smile playing on her lips, mocking the perceived weakness of humans, whom she believes she can fell with a mere glance. Suddenly, a streak of brilliant blue energy slices through the air, striking Gomuri with unexpected force, her confident expression faltering as she realizes a dagger thrown by such a being should merely bounce off her skin. The impact sends a shockwave through her, causing her to recoil sharply, a faint whiz sound accompanying the lingering blue energy. Her eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a confused question about how a mere human could have accomplished such a feat. A thin cut now mars her perfect face, and she demands to know how he broke through her defenses, her red eyes burning with a mixture of anger and genuine astonishment. Still bound by the crimson tendrils, Charlie Kim struggles, his captor's voice echoing, "I asked you a question." His eyes burning with a fierce blue light, he strains against the magical bonds. As the demand intensifies, "Answer me." The tendrils constrict further, their magical energy audibly cracking as they tighten around him, eliciting a pained cry. Visego watches, her expression unreadable, as the bonds continue to crack under the strain of his burgeoning power, the sound echoing in the desolate space. Suddenly, a gasp escapes her lips, her red eyes widening in surprise as the tendrils binding Charlie Kim begin to crack, not from his struggle, but from an internal surge of power. With a violent recoil, Visego is thrown backward, her body contorting as her tendrils flail wildly, a scream of agony tearing from her throat. Her form twisted in pain, she screams as the narration reveals the depth of Charlie Kim's resolve. This child, who has lived for what could only be considered an instant, is so full of the desire to kill her. Visego's cries continue, her red eyes wide with a mix of pain and disbelief, as the narration emphasizes his murderous intent, a primal urge to rip her apart. Charlie Kim, his blue eyes blazing with an unyielding fury, stares ahead, his every fiber radiating the wish to use his tiny hands to rip her apart. His face is a mask of grim determination, reflecting that satisfaction that courses throughout her entire body. Visego's body continues to writhe, her tendrils still flailing, as a strange, almost ecstatic scream escapes her, the sensation of being wounded by him electrifying her demonic form. Then, with a sudden shift, she regains her composure, a sly smile playing on her lips as she declares, "You are the first human since Bathsheba to injure me and make me feel desire." Visego, one of the 72 demons of the Limijitan, extends a hand towards Charlie Kim, offering him a place by her side, to become her pet. As her words hang in the air, Charlie Kim's eyes glow with an intense blue light, a silent defiance that catches the demon's attention. Visego's expression shifts from predatory to intrigued, her own eyes widening slightly at the unexpected surge of power from the human. Suddenly, a new voice echoes through the space, a chilling declaration cutting through the tension. Found you. A brilliant column of azure energy erupts between the demon and the human, its blinding light pushing them apart as a new figure descends from above. The force of the impact sends Visego recoiling, her tendrils crackling with residual energy, while the white-haired warrior lands with a powerful aura, her gaze fixed on the demon. Visego, recovering quickly, regards the newcomer with a curious oh-ho, her interest piqued by this unexpected interruption. She muses aloud, wondering if this day holds special significance, having encountered a child who harmed her for the first time in millennia, and now another who can cut through her hair, a feat previously thought impossible. Meanwhile, the white-haired warrior cradles Charlie Kim protectively, her stance firm and possessive. Her eyes glowing with fierce resolve, she warns Visego to keep her distance, declaring, "Don't touch him. He's mine. I didn't keep him alive to give him to the likes of you." Visego, in turn, senses a distortion of cause and effect emanating from the warrior. Visego's gaze sharpens, recognizing the warrior as a human who should not exist in this world, defying the very laws of causation. She then adds, almost wistfully, that if the warrior were male, she might have been excited. With a dismissive wave, Visego offers a condescending reprieve, telling the warrior she will let her live due to her precious abilities, but demands she leave Charlie Kim and return to her own time. The white-haired warrior, however, is not amused, spitting defiantly at the demon before retorting, "Stop talking nonsense. You're the one who took what belongs to me." Visego's face darkens, her previous amusement vanishing instantly. She glares, demanding to know how long it took to find this place, her frustration palpable, then curses the thought of it, her voice sharp with irritation. Cutting off any further rambling, she challenges the demon to fight, dismissing Visego as nothing more than a pervert who preys on children, while the demon lord simply laughs, a chilling, echoing sound. Then, with a blinding flash, a chaotic explosion of blue and red energy erupts, marking the immediate, violent start of their confrontation. In a different time, or perhaps a different form, Visego stands, her long red braid trailing behind her, a simple white dress replacing her usual armor, her expression thoughtful. She reflects on her downfall, recalling how she lost both her mature body and the immense mana that once granted her the title of Demon Lord. Yet, a faint smile plays on her lips as she declares she has no regrets, her gaze distant. Her expression shifts to one of annoyance as she continues, lamenting the effort she put into creating something she now considers a mess. Turning her back, her silhouette is framed against the muted background, her thoughts still lingering on her past and its consequences. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, strewn with numerous fallen figures, their bodies lifeless and still. Among the silent casualties, some appear to be consumed by a fiery, ethereal energy, their forms dissolving into glowing particles. Visego stood amidst the desolate landscape, her long red braid trailing behind her as glowing, root-like tendrils pulsed with an eerie light above. She recalled a past promise, a deal where he'd agreed to her every request once she'd helped him, wondering what she should ask for now. A playful thought crossed her mind, imagining the embarrassment of asking him for his love. As her whimsical thoughts faded, the scene shifted, plunging into a new, oppressive darkness. Charlie Kim let out a frustrated sigh, his voice echoing with annoyance as he muttered a curse. Before him, a horde of skeletal figures emerged from the shadows, prompting him to question the sheer number of enemies he now faced. These were no ordinary foes, but 30 ascended necromancers familiars, averaging level 27. Their sole characteristic a disturbing desire for the corpse of Black, a revelation that earned them a disgusted epithet from him. Descending a grimy staircase, the hunter moved with a quiet determination. Carefully cradling the unconscious girl in his arms, he continued his descent, her limp form a stark contrast to his steady stride. His glowing blue eyes, sharp and focused, scanned the surroundings, ensuring their path was clear. Above the resting girl, a shadowy familiar pulsed with faint blue light, while she lay still, her body bearing the marks of recent struggle. Her hand, stained with blood, reached out weakly as he offered a glowing red crystal, a voice promising, "Here's your reward." As the crystal made contact, a crimson aura enveloped her, her body glowing intensely as the transformation began. Observing the process, he noted the completion of her training, a status window detailing Sarah Lee's new form as an arc zombie, capable of absorbing abilities from what she consumes, and possessing a receiving doll passive skill that transfers fatal damage to her familiar once every 720 hours. The window also revealed an additional passive skill, a demon possession that amplifies her physical and magical abilities by 200% when she loses self-control due to rage, a note reminding him of his familiar's role. He mused, wondering if her new skill was madness, concluding that she was indeed a psycho, but still. As her hand reached out, his own met it, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, his blue eyes glowing with renewed intensity. A single tear escaped her closed eye as he offered a quiet, "Good work." Then, with a determined smile, he declared, "Now then." His small, winged familiar hovered nearby as he pulled out his phone, announcing it was time to take care of unfinished business. With a swift motion, he summoned a glowing blue scythe, its ethereal blade shimmering with raw power, ready for the coming confrontation. Having just entered the second circle of the underworld, a desolate realm bathed in the eerie glow of a blood-red moon, Charlie Kim surveys his new surroundings. He stands alone, his powerful scythe resting casually on his shoulder, a stark silhouette against the swirling, dark mists. A small, skull-like flame flickers at the bottom of the frame, hinting at the infernal energies that permeate this place. His gaze sweeps across the desolate landscape, the red moon casting long, distorted shadows over the jagged terrain. He holds up a small, dark device, its screen displaying a swirling vortex, as he considers the properties of Laplace's cloak. The cloak, a dark, tattered garment, billows around him, its edges glowing with faint blue energy, a stark contrast to the red-tinged environment. This grade B artifact, woven from the flesh and feathers of the sage-bird Laplace, interferes with a demon's perceptions due to its magical power, allowing him to hide, even from demon lords, though it possesses low durability and is particularly weak against ignition-type demons. He knows he must act quickly, realizing he needs to get out of this perilous place as soon as Sarah Lee's power fully manifests. The second circle of the underworld is a treacherous domain, a place where Jude, under normal circumstances, could only reach its entrance. Whenever he ventured too close to its core, he would become a target not just for common demons, but for the powerful demon lords who coveted his strength, and without this cloak, he would never have been able to penetrate so deeply into this hostile territory. Even with the cloak's secondary ability to hide his presence, he acknowledges the need for extreme caution, knowing the dangers that lurk in the depths of this infernal realm. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light, reflecting the raw power coursing through him. As a system notification announced the arrival of a new threat, the demon Apophis had spawned, a disaster-level monster of A rank, characterized by its insatiable hunger. A voice, seemingly from a glowing red orb, expressed disappointment, lamenting that the power increase was only 2%. Meanwhile, Charlie Kim sat atop a monstrous demon, his replica of Thanatos' scythe glowing with dark energy, its growth at 42.3%, radiating the bloodthirsty satisfaction of the death god. He let out a frustrated tsh, realizing his goal of reaching a higher rank within 24 hours might be more challenging than anticipated, and a dark thought crossed his mind. Perhaps a human sacrifice would be more effective. After all, a pure human's body and soul were far more potent than merely hunting a few apotheoses, a cold, rational calculation in his grim reality. To Jude, whose perception of good and evil was not as clear as it once was, this idea felt extremely rational, but ultimately, he resolved to carry on Warlock's will. He admitted he didn't truly want to save the world. His true desire was simply to see the woman who had vanished before his eyes once more. He longed to say what he couldn't say to her before, when suddenly, his phone beeped, interrupting his thoughts. The notification revealed a drastic change. The Great Calamity would now arrive 72 hours earlier, leaving only 85 days, 22 minutes, and 14 seconds remaining. His eyes widened in shock, as he questioned if the future had truly changed. The system warned that all calculations would be off, with no guarantee such changes wouldn't recur, prompting him to demand, which bastard's doing this? The future, a concept often believed to be unyielding, does not change easily, yet the only true path to altering its course lies within the actions of a human. For demons, who are inherently incapable of change, humans represent a vital necessity, a means to achieve greater strength, as Charlie Kim stands before a towering, shadowy figure under a blood-red moon. He looks up, his eyes sharp with resolve, knowing that he needs information from the real world to proceed. His thoughts drift to a past memory, a figure with light hair and tattoos, and then to Sarah Lee, who was once seen with that same individual. The memories are a blur of chaos and power, culminating in him sitting alone in a dark, cavernous space, reflecting on the path that led him here. Another vivid flashback surfaces, showing Sarah Lee held captive by an unknown assailant, who snarls, threatening her life, as Charlie Kim desperately cries out for them to stay back. A faint smile plays on his lips as he recalls a name, Black, and the memory of the weakling who fled just before Gabriel Kang's demise. He had always suspected that individual possessed a hidden power, and now, with a surge of energy, he activates his own skill, Hound Dog. A sharp crack echoes as his arm begins to transform, glowing lines of energy coursing through his body. His grin widens as the Hound Dog skill fully manifests, a power specifically optimized for relentlessly chasing a target. His eyes blaze with an intense blue light, the transformation nearing its completion. Finally, Charlie Kim stands fully transformed, dark, wing-like appendages unfurling from his back, surrounded by swirling trails of vibrant blue and red energy, ready to pursue his objective. As the transformation surged through him, his eyes blazed with an electric blue light, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he uttered a single, decisive word. The air around him shimmered with intense blue light, as dark, ethereal feathers began to fall, marking the full manifestation of his new, relentless pursuit skill. The scene shifts to Port Incheon, a familiar location in the real world, where an unseen conflict has clearly taken place. A figure struggles, his breath coming in ragged gasps, a deep wound on his arm bleeding profusely as he curses the situation. Blood trails across the concrete, a grim testament to the recent struggle, the air still thick with the lingering scent of battle. He looks around, his mind racing, wondering just how many enemies he's up against. His eyes glow with a fierce light, revealing the true nature of his foes, 30 skeletons, ascended beings serving as the necromancer's familiars, each averaging level 27, and all desiring the corpse of an awakened being like himself. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man, surrounded by his own followers, fumes, unable to believe the necrophile would attack them so soon after Gabriel's death, violating the unwritten rule against apostles fighting each other. The necromancer, in particular, had shown their true colors, their power evident in the grotesque skeletal figures they commanded. The necromancer clan, users of familiars made from corpses, relies on the strength of the deceased, and they are currently desperate to create powerful familiars from awakened beings. Charlie Kim's frustration boils over, his voice laced with bitter disbelief, questioning if all his blood, sweat, and tears for Gabriel were meant to end like this. Surrounded by the necromancer's skeletons, formerly Gabriel Kang's clan members, he vows to escape no matter the cost. His gaze hardens, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. Despite his injuries, he crouches, ready to move, his will unbroken. Crouching low, Charlie Kim surveyed the vast skeletal army that swarmed the desolate street under the ominous glow of a blood-red moon. Their hollow eye sockets burned with malevolent red light, a silent, relentless tide of bone and malice pressing ever closer. But he was not without his own defenses, moving with a speed that blurred his form, a mere streak against the encroaching darkness. His passage through the horde was violent, shattering the brittle forms of the skeletal familiars as he pushed forward. He knew his silhouette skill, granting him immunity to physical attacks, would only last for 5 minutes, a precious window of opportunity to escape the overwhelming numbers. With grim determination, he affirmed his resolve, believing he could make it through, his black silhouette mode his only shield against the relentless assault. But then, a new, more sinister presence emerged from the skeletal ranks, a towering, hooded figure with eyes and mouth burning with an unholy red light. Red lightning crackled around its skeletal hand, a clear sign of potent magic gathering, and Charlie Kim's mind reeled in disbelief. A guttural scream tore from his throat as blue energy flared around him, the shocking realization hitting him. A lich, an undead magician of immense power, was here. His face contorted in a mask of frustration and anger, the unexpected appearance of such a formidable foe throwing his escape plan into disarray. The lich stood unmoving, a dark sentinel amidst the endless tide of skeletal warriors, its presence dominating the entire battlefield under the blood-red moon. Its glowing eyes seemed to pierce through the night, observing Charlie Kim with an ancient, chilling malevolence as the skeletal army continued to press in. Overwhelmed and injured, he could only plead for help, a desperate whisper lost amidst the skeletal horde, while a chilling thought echoed. Make sure Black's corpse is kept intact. His tattered form, barely held together, revealed only his eyes behind a mask, a flicker of consciousness struggling to pierce through the haze of pain. The world around him was a blurry, crimson-tinged nightmare, the forms of his attackers indistinct and menacing. A flash of brilliant white light cut through the distorted vision, momentarily clearing the fog before plunging him back into uncertainty. As his senses slowly returned, he found himself in a dynamic, almost defiant stance, glowing lines of energy tracing his form as he began to recover. A voice cut through the silence, asking if he was alive, and a pained grunt was his only response. The voice, now closer, confirmed his state with a simple, "That's a yes," as he remained trapped within a mysterious black orb. Standing over the orb, a hooded figure with a single glowing red eye observed him, a silent question hanging in the air before it finally spoke, wondering aloud, where the hell did this guy come from? The lich's gaze intensified on the captive within the orb, a purple aura now surrounding him. As the truth of the surrounding battle became clear, each of the 30 skeletons had been crafted from a human of at least level 25. Even more formidable, the lich itself was a level 50 entity, forged from a member of the necromancer clan, a testament to its immense power. The lich, his single red eye glowing with cold calculation, muses that the power he wields should be enough to defeat most forces in under a minute, having already wiped out his previous opponents in an instant. He reflects on a past target, Black, whom he had desired for a long time, acknowledging that while the captured Charlie Kim might not be as strong, his unique silhouette skill would prove incredibly useful. This skill would allow him to create specters, familiars immune to physical attacks, but even with that potential, he concludes that compared to the true power he envisions, Black is nothing. If he uses this new acquisition, he believes he should be able to create the ultimate being he desires. Inside the dark, magical orb, Charlie Kim stands, his form glowing with a vibrant blue aura, a scythe resting against his shoulder, as the lich's thoughts swirl around his immense potential. The lich's mind races, envisioning the ultimate familiar he had so desperately wanted, a being endowed with a power that none could challenge. Above the lich, a monstrous, ethereal entity with glowing red eyes manifests, representing a supreme being, one capable of defeating both demons and gods. This is only the second time he has witnessed such potential. He laments, realizing he will never get this chance again, before a memory surfaces, and he whispers, "Ah, Warlock, my beloved Warlock." He yearns for a being the likes of which will never be seen in the history of mankind, his first true creation, regretting deeply that he hadn't killed her before she died so suddenly. He could have made the ultimate undead with her body, he thinks, recalling the Warlock's desire for the salvation of mankind, and believing that if he possesses the ultimate familiar, her dream will finally come true. Wouldn't granting someone's wish be the very definition of true love? He ponders, his red eye glowing intensely as he stares at the orb containing Charlie Kim, declaring with absolute conviction, "I want it." His desire becomes an echoing mantra, a chorus of, "I want it's," filling the void, his skeletal hands reaching out towards the orb, consumed by an insatiable hunger for the power within. As the lich's glowing red eye pierces the darkness, he commands his forces to rise, dark tendrils of smoke coiling around a prone figure at his feet. From the depths, a grotesque horde of skeletal figures, some still clinging to tattered flesh, begins to emerge, their numbers seemingly endless. Standing at the vanguard of this reanimated legion, the Apostle Necromancer prepares for war. The hooded figure, the Apostle who is both one and many, sets his sights on a new target, while under the ominous glow of a blood-red moon, Charlie Kim stands, his spiky black hair now streaked with an ethereal blue light. As the Necromancer moves out, a monstrous hand grips a glowing red blade, and Charlie Kim's eyes narrow, his resolve hardening with the new power coursing through him.